Hey, what's up, MPK?
Yo, man, what's up? What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. Just chilling here, I guess. Pretty quiet at the moment.
So you guys all flat earthers?
Yeah, most of us here. You got some anti-flat earthers here as well, hanging around,
Okay.
lurking.
So, so, don't mind me asking, man. Like, do you have like a scientific background, like that to like just wondering. Like I've seen many black earthers VCs in many servers. You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering. I mean, I see this movement becoming bigger and bigger. So I'm just wondering, like, do you have any scientific background or something?
No, not me. No. Why is that
No, but like,
required for this topic or what?
no, no, man. I'm just wondering, like, you went to college and stuff, like just not normal,
Yeah.
no.
University. Yeah.
So
Of course.
what
Yeah.
made you go? What made you think about that specifically? Like this whole flat Earth thing. What made you like really be interested?
I used to be always questioning things way back, as a child. Started there, I guess.
Okay.
And
Okay.
coming across certain stuff, I just couldn't just take it on the face value, as a belief, just purely based off that, believing people's words, the
Mm-hmm.
mainstream and media, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
going through some stuff, researching, and then I came across Flat Earth eventually, and I thought at first it sounded kind of weird, I guess.
mm.
So I was just checking out what is it about really? Like, so yeah, came across the
But
home server of 24/7 Flat Earth, and here I am.
I'm just wondering, are there like physicians like who stand behind that flat Earth theory? Like, not, I'm sure we don't see them on TV and
The
shit, but
scientific
like,
community. The problem is there will be no consensus in the scientific community in the mainstream. There will never be. There might be people who are aware of it, but they won't get any funding pursuing flat Earth
I,
within the scientific community. So it's pointless for them, and they will be laughed at
I,
as well at the same time. So
I got you, man. I
yeah.
mean, I think I'm not saying I believe in flat Earth, but I think these communities are fucking corrupt too, man. I think they would exclude everybody who is like fanatically against what they believe. That's what I've seen. At least.
Sorry, which community?
No, I mean, if you look at most people who promote physics, right, on the
Right.
internet, on TV and shit, I mean, most of them adopt the exact same ideas. I mean, Um, I don't see them debate each other about these things. You know what I mean? About I don't see a big difference between among them. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm not saying I believe in a flat Earth theory, but I think it's corrupt. I think the so-called scientific community is corrupt. That's what I think.
Surely there are, like I said, it has come down to the funding. Some people just make up shit, pseudoscience, whatever, to keep getting those money, whatever other types of agendas they have. But some of them are real. I would say. I mean, when they follow the scientific method, the actual science, then sure, that's the right one. But yeah, you have
You know,
a misconstruct of the word, people using the word science and just throwing it out there like it's nothing.
you know what's
And it,
you know what's you know what's so funny? Science is about questioning it.
yeah, yeah,
I
obviously.
mean, a real scientist would never degrade you if you presented him or her with something he doesn't really believe in or like he didn't experience. They would never degrade you. They might not agree with you.
Well, the thing is, with flat Earth, it's not a scientific inquisition. it's more of a geometric claim. You know, when you talk about the globe model, there is a claim of a particular size, and when it comes to flat Earth, is basically when they have debunked the globe model, testing that globe model out in reality, going out looking for that curvature, supposedly, and it's not to be found anywhere, to be honest, according to the globe model when you use the curvature rate formula. A changes for mass squared. So.
How about those motherfuckers who shot themselves in a rocket and flew really high in the sky and shit? It's not like a fisheye shit or another camera. They saw the Earth as a sphere from a distance.
No, they don't. You can't see a sphere from a distance. You only see the half, which would look like a disc.
People say they will see. No, they can't see the sphere from a rocket, man. What do you mean? That's not possible.
No, I mean, no, you could actually see the shape of the sphere. Of course, you could.
No, you're thinking wrong. No, you'd only see a disc. What you would have to see is the attribute of the sphere spin in front of you. As you got away from it, you'd have to see it spin and see the other side appear to you. That's how you would know it was a sphere, not just by seeing one side continuously. You're not making no sense.
No, but you know that motherfucker with the Red Bull shit that they shot him into a very high place and
yeah, he saw New Mexico. All he saw was New Mexico as a flat disc. He didn't see a ball.
So wait, so you think it's a flat disc?
I'm telling you, that's what he saw. He saw 3% of a flat disc.
No, I'm just
He only saw New Mexico. Go look at it. There's only New Mexico. You think the whole world's New Mexico, brother? Then
no. Listen, man. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm saying, what are we supposed to obtain? What are we getting from his view?
Let me ask you this.
What do you get from his view?
So the other planets or stars or whatever, you think they are also flat discs too?
Don't care. Can't touch them. Can't prove it. Can't touch them or prove it. Don't matter.
Yeah, nobody's claiming Earth is a flat disk on the flat Earth side, right? That's not what Denmark means. He's talking about a flat disk, right?
Yeah, he's talking about a flat disk. I think it's interesting.
I think it was a misuse of the word there from him. But yeah, flat disk. The word flat doesn't mean a shape. It's just a surface description. And Earth is Earth, so we don't claim a shape since we don't know the entirety of the Earth in that way. So we don't have the God's eye view from here. And the space you're talking about is not possible. It's a violation of natural gas laws. So
it's not only the claim of the Earth's shape that's in contention, it's the whole cosmological view, the idea that Earth is an object embedded in outer space with all the other bodies of the universe known to be what they claim to be they are, like as in the sun being a big giant nuclear fusion reactor, and all the other stars are other suns, the planets being solid bodies or gaseous bodies with ice and dirt and liquid and all that up there. The whole entire heliocentric model, the whole entire idea of the universe is justifiably disregarded because it has no evidence to back it up.
Just wanted to mention one thing really quickly, like in the flat disk thing, right? So if you're up really high, like Felix Baumgartner was, you can see the same direction. I mean, the same distance in all directions, right? And if you point that out 360 degrees around, right, you're going to see in a circle. So if you had a preconceived notion that the Earth was a globe, you may be thinking that you can see the curvature of the Earth, but in reality, you're seeing what you could describe as a flat disk in relation to perspective purely, not actually that we're on a flat disk, if that makes sense.
That brings me to the other question. Why do you think they were able to hijack the subsidies and the money and everything, and they were able to push what you say the wrong idea about, Earth and the universe? Why do you think? Why do you think they want to push that narrative?
If someone else wants to jump in, yeah, who do you mean by they? I mean, this heliocentric model was incorporated into the mainstream education system by the Roman Catholic Church, the Jesuits, a really long time ago. So,
I don't know
not really.
who said that.
It's not really being pushed
Somebody,
by people these days necessarily, like the teachers, scientists, most of the scientists, and that sort of thing, right? They're just regurgitating the model and the textbooks.
but the question is, somebody said like the scientific community has been hijacked and they take all the subsidies and they push their ideas. But I'm wondering, what do they gain from?
Well, who do you mean? Who gain?
No, we were talking. I don't know who I was talking to at the beginning. Like he was saying, like I told him like real science is to be open to all ideas, right? And he said like science is scientific community has been hijacked and the subsidies go to certain places where they believe the Earth is round and whatever. So I'm
They already
wondering.
believed it was round. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean.
what he means by they're not using correct science. They're using textbook definition pseudoscience, right, to reify their globe model because they've studied the theory of relativity. They've been studying the theoretical concepts and the mathematical constructs that people have come up with, right? And they're treating that as science, right? But it's literally textbook definition pseudoscience. Right? If you look up the definition of pseudoscience, it's a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded on as based on the scientific method, right? So they're not going through true scientific method when they're making these
No,
outrageous claims.
No, I get that completely, but I'm wondering, what do they gain from that?
Who? Who do you mean in particular? Like you would have to get specific.
So the scientific community in general does not believe in the flat Earth theory, right? What do they gain from not believing in that theory, or pushing that theory? What do they gain from it?
Well, most of the people aren't lying. I mean, just saying the scientific community is a bit of a blanket statement because there's so many branches of it. It doesn't mean that the scientists are lying to you. They're just going along with the heliocentric model that they were also taught, right? A lot of the more educated people in these
That's
particular fields, right, to get the degree that they have to be very good at memorizing and regurgitating the globe model, right? Going against the core principles or the fundamentals of the globe model isn't going to get them their position that they have.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's a theory. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, but I'm just wondering, like, what do they gain from pushing a certain narrative? I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
if you're
I
talking
mean,
about the handful of people or however many people it is that actually knows it's a lie, right? We don't know exactly what they're
hmm.
gaining from it, but if you think about the consequences, right? Just say the government came out tomorrow and they're like, sorry guys, we've been lying to everyone about space. We've been lying about everything. Most of the education system's completely wrong. We need to rewrite all the textbooks. We're basically a bunch of big dirty liars, That's not going to help them. It's going to be very detrimental to their control, their power.
That would be funny, man.
It would be funny, but yeah, like people already don't trust the government, man. You ask like 90% of people, like, do you trust the government? They'll be like, hell no.
Hell no, man. And it'd be
Yeah,
more
but if they
funny.
come out with such a big thing like that, people would be like, well, what the fuck, You guys are dead to us.
Yeah, it's
And you
fucked up,
think
man.
the implications would be huge, man. Like it would just be much more in their interest to keep pushing the heliocentric model. But I think most people aren't lying, even in the government, military, things like that. They're just kind of never tested the Earth, right? The heliocentric model suits them just fine.
I mean, look. Although I don't believe in the whole black, like I'm no scientist, but I'm not. I'm not saying I'm a flat earther, but like I think you should stay open. You know what I mean? Like to other people's ideas, and I find it a little bit not so scientific when people shut each other that they shut each other down when they have like a different idea. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like what we try to be based on what things that we can actually validate. So like when we're talking about flat Earth, like we're just talking about things that we can actually back up with practical demonstrations that anyone can go and repeat themselves. Right? There's nothing faith based. You don't have to trust us. We're just saying, look, here's some interesting information that goes against the globe model. Have a look at it, make up your own mind, go repeat the tests if you want to. That's it.
hmm. What do you think of the moon landing, man?
I think
Do you
it's a
think it
joke.
happened?
To be honest, it's an absolute joke. I mean, outer space in general is an absolute joke once you get into the technical side of gas pressure, right? And the vacuum of space and the claims behind the heliocentric model. But if you look into the moon landings, I mean, if you spent a good couple of days watching all the moon landing
Yeah, it was
debunking
produced in
videos and things
Hollywood.
like that, yeah, you'll see a whole bunch of reasons to doubt NASA's integrity.
I believe the moon
What
landing
what
was fake, but if you're a flat earther, dude, at this point, like, come on now, it's got to be a joke.
Yeah, see, a lot of
but
people
like
have a misconception. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to reply to Jared real quickly. See, we all thought the same thing about flat Earth. A lot of people think flat earthers are claiming some crazy like disk in space, and we think all sorts of crazy things. But once you actually take a honest look into the information and into the demonstrations and practical experiments that we can show you, it actually makes a lot of sense. But it does seem stupid at first, so it's fair that you say that, Jared.
There's no way the Earth can be flat.
Yeah, that's what we all said too, bro. Look into it, man.
Okay, can you give me one like logical explanation for the Earth being
Yeah,
flat?
absolutely, bro.
Have
So
satellites.
the
When
globe.
we have
Yeah, I'll
satellites
give.
that have already proved that it's not.
Yeah, man, go try to look up a photo of satellite in space, right? You're just going to get a bunch of cartoons, right? No one's denying technology in the sky. But you asked me to give you a logical reason why the Earth isn't a globe, right? So they claim that the radius value is 3,959 miles. So if you go to any large body of water, there should be a specific rate of curvature and a geometric horizon at a set distance, right? Because of this radius value, right? Constant curvature around the globe. When we go out and test these large bodies of water in reality, you can see 10, 20, 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe. And we've repeated these tests numerous different ways. And yeah, there's a lot of evidence out there. Once you look into it, it's rock solid, and anyone can go and repeat it themselves. I'll give you a quick example if you want to see one, just quickly.
Sure.
Show you that's easy to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think
Yeah, it's all good, man. I don't expect you.
I
You know,
think the
it's all
idea
good.
that
I'm
the
just
Earth
trying to show you. I'm just trying to show you some
the idea that
information.
the
And
Earth is round isn't something that like we just came up with, as opposed to the flat earther theory, which is in fact, not too old. It's not very new. I mean, it's not very new, but it's
let
not
me
very
just
old either.
let me
In
just
fact,
address
there's been
that real
evidence for a
quickly.
spherical Earth for thousands of years, and
Yeah.
what
That's what I thought as well. And that's what I thought as well. Okay, so if you look into history, you'll find that every single culture throughout all of history all knew that the Earth was a flat, contained system. Right? It wasn't until about 600 years ago when the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuits made up the heliocentric. Right? There were people before that suggested it, but it did not catch on. Right?
Okay,
it wasn't
in your
until
flat
the
Earth theory, can you explain to me why distant objects vanish bottom first?
Yeah, there's multiple reasons. It's a lot more than just a few sentences to answer you. But back in the day, I can see why they would have used that. I think perhaps the Earth could be a globe. But now we have high-powered zoom cameras. and we have a lot more knowledge of atmospheric effects and illusions, right? So we can watch a ship go out and do that, appear to disappear bottom up, and then we can take out a
Dude.
super zoom camera and we can zoom that entire ship back into view again.
If
Right,
the
so
Earth were
if it was
flat,
actu-
the horizon wouldn't curve the way it does.
So the horizon doesn't curve, right? So we all experience a flat horizon. Horizontal means flat and level, right? So even from a plane,
When you
right?
watch a
You can't
plane, yeah,
even if
flying
hold on,
long
hold on. Just let me
distances,
finish, man, because I'm
navigates
getting.
in ways that
Hold on a
only
second.
make sense on a
Hold
spherical
on one second,
planet.
Jared. Oh, hold on. Kids running into the office.
Okay, let me give you an example, okay? Can you hear me? Just let me give you one example before you ramble on again for a second about something that really has nothing to back it.
He was about to
If you wanna-
explain. He's not rambling, Jared. Don't be fucking douche, okay?
Well, if you want to test this for yourself, there's an experiment you can do. It's pretty easy. All you
You're the
gotta
one
do
cutting
is
me off every time he's trying to explain.
measure the
Yeah, so
angle
Jared,
of the
hold on a
sun.
second, man. Hold on a second, Jared. Jared,
Okay.
you keep what you're doing is you ask me a question, right? And then I start explaining it, and then when I'm halfway through
steamrolling
the
you right now
explanation,
because you have
just
no
like right
evidence.
now, just right now, what you're doing is you're just cutting me off, right? When I'm halfway through explaining something, and you're gish galloping onto something new. That's what's happening. Not
Mhm.
even listening, man.
Okay, so do I talk now?
Yeah, just don't talk while I'm
Okay.
talking. Like if you ask me a question, just let me answer the question, right?
All right,
And then
I'm asking
address
one.
what I said, and then move on, right? Whatever you have to
Gotcha.
say, and then I'll listen to you and so on.
Okay, fair enough. So if you want to test my theory for yourself, all you have to do is measure the angle of the sun at different locations at the same time of the day, and you'll see that people in different places get different angles of sunlight. And that only works if the Earth is round. Because on a flat surface, the sun would appear at the same angle everywhere. People in the northern and southern hemispheres get different constellations in the sky too. So something that only makes sense if the Earth is a sphere, not flat.
Try to stick to one like argument, or
So
one
let's stick
talking
to
point
that.
at a time,
Stick
and
to that.
not jump. Yeah,
Wrong.
which one do you want me to address?
Yeah, I mean all of
Asking
it.
the question.
I mean the fact
Can
that
I
if
ask
you
you an
go out and
important
do what I
question?
said, that it's going to prove that
Who
the
did
Earth
it?
is a sphere.
Can you post an example
Yeah, sure.
of when that was done?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just look up angle of sunlight experiment. I mean, tons of people have fucking done it. Here, I'll post a YouTube video for you in the chat that shows the experiment.
It's cool. I'll wait for DJ to finish, and then I'll have a look at what you posted, and then I'll address it because there's something important about.
Yeah. Real quick.
Yeah, no, I'm having
I
a
think a
look at
better
his
question
video.
would be, why do you say it would be the same angle everywhere?
If the Earth was flat,
Right.
well, if the Earth was flat, it would be the same angle everywhere because you're saying that the Earth is flat. If it was spherical, then obviously the lumps and curves that's within the Earth would make the angle appear off. Same way if you hold something up on your desk,
Why? What dictates
No.
that?
it's the same way that
You
if you
just
hold
said
up
it
something
again.
on your that's flat, if you have a flat desk and you hold something up and you measure the angle, it's going to be different than if your desk has curves in it or something that would throw off the.
But there'll be different angles.
There wouldn't be
Look at what
different
Matrix
angles because it's a
posted.
flat
Look
Earth.
at what Matrix posted. Look at what Matrix posted in the side chat. Look at that.
See those cans there, my little friend? They are from one light source, all different shadow lengths. So you saying that it has to be a ball, I've just nullified that with one simple little meme.
No.
Yes. I want you.
The presence
You've
of
got a
light
desk at
does
home.
not
Obviously,
determine-
you've got a desk at
presence of
home.
light does not
Jared,
determine-
don't talk over people, mate. I'm trying to give you some help here. On your desk, I want you to place 2 items. Over one of them, I'd like you to hold your torch. You've probably got a light on your mobile phone. Most people do. And I want you to have a look at the shadow lengths. If they are different, then you've got a problem. And you can move your torch around and have a look at the different shadow lengths from different positions. The only way those angles will be the same if you put your light source directly in the middle of the 2 objects. Therefore, the shadows cast from either side will be the same length.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove the measurements, though, that I was talking about.
So how are the angles going to be the same if there's a light source and they are different distances from the light source? For example, if I put a light source up and I'm just going to pick a hypothetical number, 1,000 kilometers, right? And you're going to stand directly underneath it, your angle is going to be 90 degrees from the ground. Now, I'm going to stand 5,000 kilometers away, and I don't know what that angle's going to be because I don't do maths in my head real well. It's different angles. See what I mean? That's off a flat surface. You don't have to have a ball to get different angle measurements.
Okay, so we're talking about the geocentric flat Earth, which you believe in, right?
No, I know it's flat. I don't believe it.
Okay, so where is your working model or map? What is your way to determine proper distances?
No,
Hold on, hold on,
we're
hold on.
addressing
Slow
your
down.
claim. We're addressing your claim. No,
Hold up.
we're sticking
I'm
to your
asking-
claim.
Oh my
No,
God.
One thing at a time,
no, Jared, we're
Sunshine.
sticking to your claim. No, we're sticking to your claim that
But you believe
a surface must be curved in order to get different angle measurements. That's what we're sticking to. Your claim. Take that apart.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm going
so
to
what
watch
was
his
your
video
question
just
for me?
in case I've missed something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what was your question for me? What was your question for me? I'm sorry. Hello?
Matrix, were you going to say something?
No, I was just watching his little video here. That's all.
Well,
Sorry.
my question was, why do you think the sun would have to be the same angle from everywhere? All you did was restate it. You didn't say why.
Why does the sun I didn't say that the sun has to be the same angle. I'm talking
Yeah, you
about the
did.
You did.
are different whenever
You did.
you're-
You said on a flat Earth it'd have to be the same angle everywhere. That's what you
Oh
said.
yeah. Yeah, it
Why?
does.
Why? What dictate that?
Because you're basing that that it's not round, that the Earth is not round.
No. Why would the angles all be the same? Why would you get the same angle to the sun on a flat Earth?
I'm trying to tell you, what makes the measurements different is because the Earth is round. If it was not,
No,
they
that's
Just
would all be the
restating
same
the
no matter
claim.
where
You're
you
not
are on
explaining why.
Yeah, here. I got a exercise that you can follow through with me that I can show you why you're wrong. You will agree a basketball court is flat, correct?
some of them. It depends on how they're
Well-
done, but
Okay, you do agree a basketball court is not curved like the Earth, correct?
generally, yeah.
Okay, so stand underneath a basketball goal on a basketball court. It's 90 degrees above your head, right? Right?
Generally, yeah. I mean, you can't actually tell where, like.
Okay, go to half court. Go to half court. What's the angle to the basketball goal? Different? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Replace the basketball goal with the sun. Replace the basketball court with the earth. That's why you're wrong.
No.
What?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No, that's not right.
Well, you just admitted it yourself that it was a different angle from half court than directly underneath the hoop.
Where the person is, yes, it is a different angle for them. The same way that it's a different angle from the sun that you're measuring when you're at different places on the earth because you're at a different
Location.
right,
That's
exactly.
Right, but
it.
it didn't require the basketball court didn't require, to be curved, did it?
Okay, so
It's
how
flat.
do you determine proper distances or directions between 2 points of the earth that don't share the same longitude?
How
I
about
guess?
you concede the fact that you were wrong with your angles? They
Oh,
all
you
must
can
be the
answer the
same on a
question.
flat
Okay,
Earth.
great.
Don't talk over me, matey. How about you concede the fact first, and we will move on from then.
So, okay, sure. I'll concede to that. Can you answer me a question though?
Oh, you've got a new question. Awesome. What's your new question?
Okay, yeah. My new question is, do you know? Okay, but I mean, I asked like 3, but you didn't answer any of them. What is the distance to the stars?
Why is that relevant to the shape of the Earth?
Do you have an idea of the distance to the stars?
I've
Because
never
the
measured
problem
them,
with the
so maybe
geocentric
someone else
flat
has.
Earth is they have no idea of the distance to the stars.
Listen, mate. Everything you're about to bring up, distance to stars, distance to sun, distance to Jupiter, how round Mars is, nobody cares.
Nobody knows, and you don't know either.
Oh,
Nobody
Uh-oh.
knows.
I do know.
No,
Yeah.
you were told and you believe. That's the difference between you and us. We know the Earth's flat.
Why
You
do
believe
binary
cool stories.
stars obey Newton's law of gravitation? Can you explain that?
Dude, look, you're expecting us to accept the premise that what we're told stars are to be true in the first instance.
So you don't
Your
even believe
so-called
that
gravity to
stars are
even
there,
apply,
even though you can walk
right?
out and see them.
Dude, you just cannot let someone finish a sentence, can you? Oh goodness.
Why
Just
do you have
whatever.
night and day? How does night and day work?
Gish
Well,
galloping, scattergunning.
Night and day is quite easy. When the sun's over my head, it's daytime. When it's not over my head, it's nighttime.
Okay, how does the sun get there?
I don't know. Let's ask her. Hey, son, how did you get over here today? Nah, he's not very talkative.
Yeah, because it's we're rotating, clearly. So you believe that we're flat Earth, and you believe that we just stay in the same spot the whole time?
You got to stop using the word believe.
So do you know that we stay at the same spot the whole time?
Experience? You mean
Oh,
like
shit,
what
yeah.
you experience? Yeah.
So do you have any explanation as to
So
why
do you
an
feel the ground
aircraft
moving?
carry-ring laser
Do you feel the
gyros
ground
on board
moving now
capable
beneath your
of
feet?
detecting the rotation of the Earth?
Do you feel the ground moving beneath your feet?
No.
So here you are, assuming you're spinning,
Gravity
rotating,
against the unfolding
gyrating,
Earth
traveling
by
through the fucking universe.
By gravity.
Yeah, that's probably why you don't talk over people, because some of the mods get upset. So you believe you're spinning, gyrating, traveling around the sun, traveling across the universe, traveling across the galaxy, all of these at different angles and different speeds, but yet you feel nothing. And yet you're going to tell me it's all happening. Why is it you're such a strong believer, young fellow?
But GPS is implemented across the world.
I'm guessing you were talking the whole time there.
Why does Google Earth not publish underlying flat Earth model that allows its
That's a great
They
question.
do.
Why don't
Earth
you
as a
ring
globe?
Google Earth up and ask them?
Dude, look at that. Look, just
Because it's
go
not
to
true.
go to Google Earth and draw a line from one place to another, and then ask it for
can
an
you explain to me how
elevation profile.
tides work then?
Oh my
Can you
God,
explain to me how tides work?
Jared, shut up.
You guys haven't answered a
Stop
single
gish galloping. I'm trying to address the fucking question that you had, and you're just going to
And
fucking
he's still
ramble on to a
talking.
new topic.
Haven't
Oh,
been
how
able
does
to
this work?
answer a
How does that
single
work? How does
question.
this work? How does that work? I'm trying
what
to
you
answer
believe-
the previous
Yeah.
fucking question, and you start asking a new one over the fucking top of me.
If what you believe is
Jared, shut the fuck up. Jared,
easy question.
I know you're excited. This is how it's going to work. One question, then it gets answered. We don't need 40 questions at once because this is the typical ball-tard kid. How's this work? How's this work? How's this work? How's this work?
Yeah.
and they'll ask 40
Exactly.
fucking questions. Then,
You've been able to say, "I don't know."
Shut the fuck up. Then they expect one clean, coherent sentence to explain 40 things. You don't know what you're talking about. You're dumb, and then they'll fuck off. We don't want that. We want you to understand stuff, but we want you to shut the fuck up and listen. So now,
And have a
ask your first
conversation.
question.
Why do flat earthers get so mad?
Because of dumb fuckwits that won't shut up and listen.
But you haven't been able to.
Do you know what it
answer
indicates,
questions fast.
Jared? You know what it, Jared? When you do that, do you know what it indicates to us? You weren't even really interested in it, in the answer, in a response. When someone is responding to something that you've asked, and then you begin asking a new question that's not even related to that question over the top of them, it just indicates that you're not interested, or that you don't even care, or you don't understand. Not going to happen like that in here. Like a child, an adult, or fuck off.
Are we still here?
So what question do you have?
Sure. I can ask now. Perfect. Okay, so can you explain to me how a commercial aircraft could fly from Perth to Sydney in only 4 hours and 10 minutes across the flat Earth? As to achieve this, it would have to fly faster than an F-18 on Afterburner all the way. How can that work?
You ever flown across there?
Say again?
Have you ever flown there?
Yeah, I've flown all over the world, including that. Yes. So how?
So what was it? Perth to where?
Sydney.
I've been on that flight multiple times.
Okay.
Well,
was
the
your flight
question I'm
time?
going to ask you, if you live on a ball that's rotating, why is there only a 15-minute flight difference between that going from A to B, then B to A? If the Earth's rotating, one of them will only be a
No, I
2-hour
want you to
flight.
answer
The
my
other one will
question,
be
not
a
give me another
4-hour flight.
Because you're pivoting now. I want you to
So
answer my question.
why is it that the flight time should be faster than an F-18?
What you're doing is you're pivoting.
Jared,
You mean-
why
No.
do you believe the flight times would be different? Why do you
You're
believe
asking-
that?
You're asking me a question right now.
I'm trying to get more information out of you. You've just hit me with the flight time should be faster than an F-18. Why is that? That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
Because if the Earth is flat,
What's the shape of the Earth got to do with the speed of a device traveling across it?
because you wouldn't have anything, right? You obviously have things pushing against you.
Like what?
Obviously, gravity into place. As
Yeah,
well.
obviously,
So do
you're
you not
just
believe in
throwing
gravity?
random shit out at the wall, mate. Like what?
do you not
What's
believe
pushing
gravity?
against you? You're in a plane flying from point A to point B. What's pushing against you?
Do you not believe in gravity?
See, now you're just scattergunning again, straight to another subject. You can't hold a straight line, mate. Stick to your
Do you not
planes.
believe in gravity?
We're talking about times. Now, here's a problem. An aeroplane is not a measuring device. So, whilst you've got north, south, east, and westerly winds, do you believe that would affect your flight time? Yes or no?
Sure.
Excellent. So you coming in saying flight times are different whilst there's wind just means nothing to me. See, straight away, you've come along and gone, ball, therefore X. Well, how about we throw some wind on your ball? Go on, see? Done. You're saying ball has to be this way, flat Earth has to be that way. Well, it's flat, here's a bit of wind, therefore your flight times are out.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no logic. I don't know why, Jared. I don't know
Okay,
why
so
you
let me
came
ask
up
you a
with that
question.
argument. Hold
Maybe
on
I
a
can
second,
ask you a
dude.
better question here.
No,
I
you're
understand that.
going to go on mute until you listen. So what you just claimed was that it takes 4 hours, right, to fly from Perth to Western Australia. Okay, and if the Earth was flat, you would have to go in an F-18, right, which flies at like Mach 1.6. Okay, that's like 2,000 miles per hour. Okay, it's only around 2,500 miles at the entire trip. So why would it be 8,000 miles to get across Australia if the Earth was flat? Want to gish gallop away from your silly claim, right? But you're going to have to address it now, and we're going to have to point out how silly it
Well,
was.
I've already said that maybe perhaps it wasn't the best example to give.
Okay, that's fine. If it wasn't a good example, because Australia would be the same size regardless of whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. And gravity has nothing to do with it whatsoever, because that has no effect on light times, even on a globe.
So
Right? It's like
just
wind
to put
currents
some
and things like.
just to put some
Go ahead,
common
Mitch.
sense into this, DJ, I don't know if you've done the maths or not, but if you jump on Google Maps and measure Sydney to Perth, it comes out roughly, I think it's about 2,042 miles. Now, let's do some really basic maths. 2,042 divided by 500, because planes fly at roughly 500 miles an hour, is 4.084. Now, you said the plane, that flight, was 4 hours and 15 minutes. Well, I'm pretty happy
Yeah,
with that.
sure.
Exactly. So, I don't know why they're not teaching people common sense anymore, but yeah, you can jump on Google Maps and check this yourself, kid.
Well, he admitted that that wasn't a very good example, so I appreciate that. So what else you got for us, Jared?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second here.
Welcome, Jedi, to the chat. Good to see you, mate. We've got Jared here in the chat who's just made a couple of claims, and he's looking for his next evidence of the globe to tell us about.
What's up, man?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too. Thanks for filling me in. That was nice and polite of you, man. I feel fully updated now.
Yeah, Jared's been gish galloping a little bit and interrupting a bit, but I think we're on track now. Thanks to Matrix and Twad.
Not that I'm a shining example.
I'm just responding to some messages. Is everyone still here?
Yep, we're just waiting for your next ball proof.
Okay, just checking. Can you explain to me how tides work?
Why?
Well, I'm curious to know.
Well, in that case, my friend, so am I.
So you
The
don't.
moon. I'm told the moon pulls on the tides, but that's the quote unquote
told you that?
scientific
Who told
consensus.
you that?
Well, as you were interrupting me, I was just saying that's the quote unquote scientific consensus.
Cool. Would there be a quote unquote scientific experiment?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then let me fill you in as well. No. There's no scientific experiment to demonstrate this supposed cause and effect claim. So the science might have a consensus, but it's not based on science.
Yeah, no, I'm not that well versed in other understandings of things really. But yeah,
Okay.
you wanted an answer. You wanted an answer. That's the
I gave him the
common
answer.
answer.
Yeah, I know what the common answer is. The common answer is the moon's gravity is affecting the tides of the Earth. But being as gravity hasn't been scientifically proven and the Earth's not a ball with the Earth orbiting around it, he was asking from a flat Earth point of view. And the simple answer was, I don't know.
Okay, so you can't answer that question. Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
I have no idea.
So
Okay.
if you have a look in the chat there, Jared, there's a pretty rainbow-coloured map just for you. Notice how some areas do have tides and some don't.
Oh, Africa got cut in half.
Okay, so only those particular places have gravity, basically, is what you're telling me.
Are you off your fucking head?
No, it's because that. Let me respond before you.
So let me get this straight. Before you start, just hold a second.
Okay,
Keep that
so you
thought.
can interrupt me. Okay.
Yeah, great. Just shut up for a second. You've interrupted everyone else all morning. You're telling me that there's different amounts of gravity depending on where we are, and this is what affects the tides.
That's what you're saying.
That's
by
what
saying
you
that
just
there
got.
are
I just
some
got from
there and
you.
there's some. No.
That's what I just got
Absolutely
from you,
not.
Jared. So
No.
choose your words wisely instead
No,
of
the
cutting people
national.
off.
No, so the National Ocean Service tells us that they are caused by the gravitational forces exerted on the Earth by the Moon, and to a lesser extent the Sun. When the highest point in the wave or the crest reaches a coast, the coast experiences a high tide. When the lowest point or the trough reaches a coast, the coast experiences a low tide.
Excellent. So you're just reading this straight off of some wiki article or some shit
No,
like that.
that's a source. That's an
Jared,
argument. Yeah.
Jared,
That's from the
Jared,
government. That was a study that was done.
Jared, that's great. Did you listen to what Jedi said previous me speaking?
Yeah, I can cite a source whenever I'm telling you how something happens.
That wasn't a direct answer to the question.
Clearly, there wasn't enough.
Oh,
sources
Jedi,
on
sorry. Have
you
you met
because you
Jared?
think the Earth is flat. So, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, that wasn't a direct question. Sorry, a direct
Sorry
answer.
the education system failed you.
Sorry, my arrogant friend. That wasn't a direct answer to the question Matrix asked you. He asked you if you would listen to what I said. You've given us the claim. I'm just going to ask you now. You've got a scientific. Excuse me.
No.
It is at the moment, Jared.
No, it's not.
Me and you, Jared. Me and you are going to get off on the wrong foot if you interrupt. I don't want that to happen. So this would be your claim, unless you've got a demonstrate to back up the claim. Would you have a scientific experiment to back up the claim that science has made, please?
So you're saying I have to do something to prove to you something that's already been proven?
Okay. So this has already been proven, has it?
Yeah, it has.
Awesome. Can you provide the experiment that was done to prove that gravity influences the tides?
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, just to be clear, don't go and measure me more of the phenomena to show me that tides go up and down anymore. I want the scientific experiment that shows that the presumed cause of gravity is the causal influence of tides, please. Just to be clear.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll send you a couple actually.
It's okay. You can just start by giving me the hypothesis.
It's not letting me put anything in the chat.
Okay, then. So just give me the hypothesis then.
I was just watching the experiment, so I have to find the what they wrote down as the hypothesis. Give me 1 second.
That's okay.
Me personally, I love the Earth, even if it's flat, even if it's round. I love it anyway.
Thanks, Will.
Okay, do you want an experiment?
Yeah, please. Can I have the hypothesis?
Okay, so you get a small water balloon and you fill it with water, tie a string to it to represent the pull of gravity. Note that the string, like gravity, pulls on one side more than the other.
Oh,
Now
sorry.
apply a constant
Sorry.
tension on the string, either by
It's not
hanging it
work.
or by whirling it around. Does the
Sorry.
shape of the water balloon distort? Does it appear higher on the side opposite of the string?
Sorry, are you using some kind of analogy in place of an experiment where you've replaced gravity with string? Why?
Well, I mean, that's the experiment.
No, that's
That's one of
not
them.
that's not an experiment. You replacing your presumed cause with something else. That wouldn't be an experiment. You've got to very manipulate your presumed cause. You've clicked your fingers and turned your presumed cause, gravity, and turned it into string. That's not science.
Yeah,
You're
it
a
is.
fool. No, it isn't. You're a fool.
Okay,
Science.
how can you tell me it's
Natural
not science? What's
I'm,
science?
I'm going to. So natural science would start off with the observation of your dependent variable. That's going to be the phenomena that you witness in the natural world, the thing happening. You're then going to make a prediction about the thing happening. That prediction is going to be the cause. This is where you get your independent variable from. So your hypothesis will be if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. You then test this in an experiment where you correctly situate the dependent and independent variable along with control variables where you keep everything else the same, and you, the researcher, just vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not. You then repeat and verify.
Okay, so
Now,
to the new guy
so
who's talking.
just to be clear, in your experiment, in your experiment, what's the independent variable, the presumed cause?
I guess there wouldn't be one in this one.
What is it?
I guess it would just be the water. That's not
Okay. So did you like tug on the string?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the string was your cause, wasn't it?
That's what would be representing part of the experiment. Yeah.
That would be representing what now?
Gravity. The pull
Right.
of gravity.
So in an experiment, you need to very manipulate your presumed cause, not something
Okay,
that you
I got you.
substitute while you're
What
talking.
you're saying. So you won't accept that. Okay. So can I ask
Sorry,
you something
2
that
seconds,
that
Jared.
hasn't been answered
Jared,
yet?
before you run away and try to avoid your humiliation by dropping this fucking hot potato and then disavowing anything that you had ever to do with it, Explain
I
to
have
me
one
what. Hold
sentence
on,
that
Jared.
disproves flat earthers. You
Jared.
won't let me say it.
Jared, please don't.
Yeah,
So,
I would.
okay, just shush. So I know that you haven't just dropped this hot potato and run away from it. Can you explain to me, please, clearly, why this isn't scientific evidence?
Why it's not scientific evidence? Obviously, because there is manipulation for a favorable outcome.
No, because you've replaced gravity, your presumed cause, with string. You fucking idiot.
Well, that's what I just said. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
anyway,
So it,
let me ask you a
it would,
question that'll disprove your argument.
so to be clear,
Okay.
it
don't let me-
wouldn't come under it wouldn't come under the category of scientific evidence, now would it?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Jedi.
No, sorry, I need an
That your
answer to that
friends weren't
question.
able to answer.
But
Your
Jared,
friends weren't able to answer this question. Are you gonna?
Jared, you're not going to skip away from this. You understand the point I'm raising here. I've asked you for scientific evidence, and you've not provided it. You understand what's happened, right?
Are you gonna let me ask my question?
Are you going to concede that I asked you for something and you failed to give it?
Dude, I'll concede to whatever you want if you let me answer my question.
Okay, so can you do that then? Can you be an honest gentleman and concede that when I asked you to give me something, you tried but failed?
Sure, and now I'm going to give you something that will not fail.
Okay, cool. Is this an experiment that proves?
Nope.
No,
Nope, it's not an experiment. It's not an
Okay,
experiment.
what is it then? Being as you've moved away from your gravity
Okay,
caused
sure.
tide
So
plane.
you can't see the North Star from Australia, which makes no sense if the Earth is a disk with a dome with stars on top. The
So
North
my
Star
God.
should be visible from every place on the
So,
plane, right?
so when you say I go below 0 degrees at the equator, go south, and I can't see Polaris anymore, is that your claim?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you change latitudes
No.
below 0
No.
degrees, you can't see Polaris.
Yeah, no, you're skipping over it without actually answering the question. Why can you not see the North Star from Australia?
Because I've kind of tried to answer it for you by giving you the 0 degrees of the equator. That's the minimum elevation angle that you're going to measure to Polaris to get the latitude that you got for all 90 degrees north of the equator. It's gone beyond 0 degrees, so you can't measure it, see it anymore. That's why. It's
No,
not because
you're thinking it's magic.
No. Have you noticed that? How do I explain this to you? We view the world in perspective. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but it's a hand wave for you to say
Okay,
that Australia's just really far away.
I'm going to answer. I just want you to understand the answer so you don't complain that nobody's giving you a full and accurate answer. That's what I'm going to do. Is that all right? It's a question there. It's okay. I'm not going to talk to myself, mate.
Say it again. I couldn't hear you.
You know how perspective works, right?
Sure.
You know that we measure things in angles that are above our eye line. Elevation above
Don't
the
bring up angles. I already crushed your friends on angles.
Really? Sorry. You've just brought up. Go on.
Kid couldn't crush a banana, like seriously.
Yeah, I couldn't crush a fucking grape with this one. But you've just brought up seeing Polaris, which we use to measure latitude with. You've argued, well, why can't I see Polaris when it's gone beyond the measurable 0 degrees of measurement that I was doing in the northern hemisphere? You're asking me, why can you no longer measure it, being as it's already gone beyond 0 degrees? You're asking me that question. How the fuck did you manage to talk about angles and think you won?
Yeah, I asked if it's a flat Earth, then how can the measurements of angles be different now? But if it was a flat Earth, they would all be the same, depending on where you are.
What do you mean they would all be the same?
It wouldn't
His
matter where
reference
you are.
was-
The angles. Okay, go
His
ahead.
reference was to the sun, Jedi. If the Earth was flat, then all the angles to the sun would be the same.
That's not true.
Okay,
So
then can you prove it wrong?
Yeah, I'll prove it with citation and demonstration if you want to. Hopefully, the diagram within
No,
the
prove it,
citation.
prove it to me with facts.
I'm going to. It's a citation. It's going to be with regards to navigation and measuring the sun above the horizon. So you see the picture I posted at 43 minutes past the hour from Sustainable Diet Design with regards to measuring the solar elevation angle of the sun. You notice that? What do you think the angle of the sun is going to be measured by the observer when it's close to the horizon? What do you think the angle is going to be?
Say it again.
What do you think the angle measured by the observer in the picture of the sun is going to be when the sun's close to the horizon?
I'm trying to pull it up. I can't see it.
Okay, well, in your own good time. If the Earth was flat, then we shouldn't be able to measure any difference in angles to the sun. It's sure.
Yeah, that's not true. All you provided me was a picture from susdesign.com.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So,
not a
so this is
reliable source.
sorry. This is true because do you know what a sextant is?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Cool. Do you know what it measures?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tool that's used for two objects, two visible
Yeah.
objects.
Okay. So I'm asking you if you know what it measures in.
Latitude, longitude.
No. It will give you your latitude and your longitude after you measure an angle to either the sun or Polaris, depending if you want your latitude or your longitude. So it's an angle measuring device, much like the diagram that I've given you here. So when the sun is directly above my head, the angle is going to be 90 degrees. This is called being at my zenith, where the star or the sun is directly over my head. The angle 90 degrees is created by the imaginary line down from the sun to where it hits the earth, and where it intersects and is perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the earth. When the sun moves across the sky 15 degrees an hour, this is how we start denoting times of day, longitude, meridian lines, because the sun moves across the sky. When it gets closer to the horizon, it's not going to be a measurable angle of 90 degrees anymore. I doubt if it's even going to be 45 degrees. It's probably going to be much closer to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or 0. Because when you measure 0 degrees, or 1 degree actually, and then subtract 60 nautical miles, that's how you come up with the equator. Because the equator is a circle of equal altitude around Polaris measured with a sextant. It's an angle. You measure 45 degrees. Guess what your latitude is? It's 45 degrees. So when you turn around and say that if the Earth was flat and you wouldn't be able to measure angles to the sun any differently, then you've never looked outside.
I have. I am right now, mate.
Good. So you understand then when you look down a road and you've got an angle measuring device, you can measure different angles to the different distances of the street lights as they go further with distance down the road. The one directly above your head, we'll call that one 90 degrees. The one that's 20 foot longer down the road, we'll measure that at, say, 85 degrees. The one a bit further, 80 degrees. The one a bit further, 75 degrees. You understand where I'm going?
But when we have evidence that there is a round Earth, how can you believe that there's a flat Earth?
Sorry, we've just measured the Earth to be flat with this very simple demonstration. Now you're going to say and run away from this flat Earth measurement and requirement to give you longitude and latitude to the Earth's been measured to be a sphere. What am I going to say? When we're measuring the Earth to be flat in this instance.
Dude, we have satellite measurements,
So
we have
just
space
going to
images,
completely
we have
skip
graphics,
over that.
we have lunar
And
eclipses, we
also
have
put
the
to
horizon,
bed
we
your
have time
argument
zones,
about not seeing Polaris anymore.
and you still can't prove, and you still, I mean, you can't prove
Sorry,
that
you've
the
made
Earth
no
is flat.
sense. You've just run away from this. You've now gone on to things in space,
The sun
whilst
sets
not
at
not
different times for
directly.
different locations.
Sorry,
How can the
Jared.
flat?
Jared.
We have all
Jared.
the same bedtime.
Jared.
It was flat.
Jared, you're becoming intolerable.
Okay, you won't answer it. Why don't we all
I'm
have the same
trying.
bedtime if the
Sorry,
Earth is
Jared. Jared,
flat.
trying to, but you keep talking. And what I'm not
so you
good,
think the Earth
Jared,
goes around, then bounces?
Jared, hello.
Shut the fuck up.
From an
Jared,
outside perspective,
whilst
it
he's
just seems
talking,
you have no answer to anything he's saying from an outside perspective. I mean, I'm not.
hey,
even
Will, would you
one
like
way.
to join in with a red flag? So
No.
please be quiet for a second. Now, Jared, the reason Jedi hasn't heard anything you've just said is because you were talking through him. We told you earlier on, don't talk through people. Again, the reason for this is we can't fucking hear you. Now, I can't spell it out any more clearer than that. Now, apologies for those out there that don't like my language, but I'm starting to get a bit wound up with you. So, slow down and start listening.
I think you have to be a troll at this point, honestly.
I think we have to follow the conversation and point out that you started. Jared, you're
guys,
interrupting.
why do
Jared,
we have separate
Jared,
bedtime
Jared,
if there's a
you're
flat
interrupt-
Earth?
Jared, you're interrupting. You need to address what I said before you bring up another subject, because what
country
I
are you
said.
in?
Sorry, dude. If you keep interrupting me, then I'm just going to disengage. You're
You haven't answered
intolerable.
a single question of mine.
What question, dumb fuck?
What country are you from?
My God, when was that relevant to talking about angle measurements?
Okay, this is relevant now. What country are you from?
Okay, I was still talking about angle measurements, and I was pointing out that
my
you
God.
keep trying to
because you
change
heard my
the
other
subject.
questions and you're scared, dude.
What? I'm from the UK, and I'm not going to answer that because I'm scared. No, I didn't see how it was relevant. Fucking prick. Not relevant. You keep trying to change the subject because you don't want to be humiliated on the subject that we're talking about, I can assume.
Now, Jared, have a look in text chat. See the picture there with the little doggy in it? First level, Numpty holding a big sunlight up. For some reason, you've got this image that is what we believe in. How about, instead of assuming, you just ask in the first place? Ask
Okay,
a question.
what do you believe in?
And you're fucking talking now! Ask the question, wait for the answer. Don't talk through people. It's not funny. We're just going to kick you the fuck out if you carry on with it. Ask
you're
question,
raging.
get answer. Then ask next question. Don't ask 14 questions through someone else talking. Can you at least understand that? I know you're excited. I know you want to know how everything operates all at once. But just one question at a time.
Why are you raging?
Because you keep changing the subject and talking through people while we're trying to answer your
Hey,
question.
Forget
It's
the
rude.
angles. How
It's
does
rude.
the sun
Sorry.
set at different times in different places?
You want to forget the angles. You want to forget that.
I want you to answer the question I just asked because that
sorry,
guy
I
who
want
popped
to. I
in here
want to
was right. You
confirm.
guys haven't answered a
Jared,
single question this whole
Jared.
time.
I've been trying to, but you keep talking. I tried to address your claim about can't see Polaris in Australia, and that went straight to a flat Earth measurement, noticing that that's what you run away from. You run away from the flat Earth proof. You want to ask us how sunsets work. Well, it's not because of
I've
a
been here for
physical.
like 30 minutes and you've been pivoting for all 30 minutes.
Literally just about to answer.
Okay, go
So,
ahead. 30
so
minutes
for
later, we'll
30
finally
minutes,
get an
you've
answer.
only just asked this question. You disingenuous little man. You've only just asked this question about sunsets. That didn't happen 30 seconds ago in conversation with me.
Explain,
Now,
okay, explain it. Just
did it?
answer.
No. No. Why? I've already described how we're going to be measuring the sun above the horizon. That's with a solar elevation angle that's going to be requiring the Earth to be flat. You want me to explain what happens when the sun appears to go down due to perspective and goes beyond the limitation of your view across a horizontal surface known as the horizon? You want me to explain this to you when you don't even understand what a simple angle measurement is? Why would I waste my fucking time?
I think
Look,
the
all
methodology
you can
we're
do-
going to have to use with young Jared is he asks a question, then we mute him until we finish what we're saying.
Okay,
And
answer
Jared-
it. Why does
And
the
you're
sun
fucking
set at
doing it
different times?
again!
Why does the sun set at different times?
Stop
Because it's in
pissing me off,
different
you.
places at different fucking
okay,
times.
I'm live on YouTube with 12 viewers, dude. I'm not scared. You guys haven't proved anything.
Sorry.
Even your own.
Sorry.
He doesn't
I'll-
even
I'll-
listen. That's
They're
it.
laughing
Fuck
at
this.
you.
Stay on mute. I've had enough of that. Sorry, guys. My patience has just fucking flipped.
Sorry, I've just figured out he wants to understand why the sun sets at different times. Is he an idiot?
No comment.
Right. I mean, that's a serious question because the sun doesn't set at different times. I don't know, Matrix. Might have to take him off mute and find out what he means. Put your fingers in your ear, Sunshine.
Yeah, so can you answer me why the sun sets
Oh.
at different times for different places?
Different times for different places. That's because the sun moves. I've already
the
told
sun moves.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is what we
Are
measure
you a fucking
throughout.
idiot?
Excuse me, Jared. This is what we measure throughout the day. The sun's motion across the sky measured in angles.
Are you actually retarded, mate?
No. And you don't have to try and feign my example by adding mate onto the end of it. It sounds pathetic,
You
dude.
think the sun moves? What's your evidence for that?
Sorry, that's the way I measure it when we look at it move across the sky.
Okay, where's your evidence for the sun moves?
The sun moving across the sky.
No, where's your evidence
That's
that the sun moves?
the evidence is the measurement and observation
where
of the sun.
go?
Why are you talking, you dumb cunt?
Back to my side.
Jared,
where does the sun go?
Jared, you don't understand what evidence is. In this instance, it's the thing that we're looking at moving across the sky. There's the sun moving across the sky. Now, how have you got the evidence that that's not the sun moving across the sky? That's the earth moving between your feet. If you got that piece of evidence.
Okay, so by your logic, the sun would start right
In the
with
east.
me and then go down. Yeah, in the east, set in the west,
Yeah.
right?
Sorry, where
Okay.
does the sun turn up every day?
So by your logic, where would the sun go when it's at its westmost point to come back to the east?
Sorry, do you understand
Magically
what
come back?
so-
Does it-
Jared, do you understand what east and west are?
Yes, I do.
Awesome, what are they?
They're directions.
Okay, with relevance to what and what type of direction?
The globe.
No, north and a circle. East and west are circles around north, aren't they?
Yeah, dude, you don't have to explain the four cardinal directions,
I just,
dude.
sorry,
I know.
I just did. Apparently, I just did. So I
No, you
needed to explain.
have to.
Sorry, Jared. So when the sun goes west, is west a place?
No,
Sorry.
there's places in the
No, exactly. West isn't a place, is it? That's correct. It's a direction. It's a direction around north. So when the sun goes west, it keeps going west. And depending on your position, because of its circular path, because it's going west, it will come from the east because it's going in a circular path. Left and right, east and west aren't fucking places. So where does the sun go? It stays above the earth, illuminating certain portions of the earth as it moves.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Not hard to figure out.
Yeah, you still didn't prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Oh, we did that when we were measuring angles from it.
No, but
Oh,
you didn't
and
actually
this-
prove it. You just
Sorry.
said,
Do you know what an angle is? Do you know what
same
an
thing,
angle
it's a measurement.
Do you know what an angle is?
An angle, yes, it's a measurement.
No. What's an angle? It's a very specific type of thing. You can't just say it's a measurement because it's a measurement between two very specific things. What's an angle?
It's what I mean. It's used to measure in degrees.
Degrees. Okay.
Yeah.
Would it be?
Between,
Would it?
like, two
Would it?
lines.
Like, there we go. Finally, we got there. So the measurement of separation in degrees of two lines. These lines I know it sounds fucking redundant, doesn't it? But we've got to go through this apparently for you. So you understand that these lines, they need to be straight, right?
I would imagine.
Yes, most definitely. To have an angle, you need two straight sides meeting at a vertex, and you measure the separation of those two lines over distance. Now, if we're measuring an angle like I demonstrated with the solar elevation angle, one of your straight sides is the horizontal plane that you're standing on. That's the Earth, more commonly termed as mean sea level. So mean sea level is a horizontal datum for you to measure horizontal, vertical angles from point A to point B across the horizon, and vertically from mean sea level to an altitude. So all of this measurement for you to get longitude, latitude, lines of meridian, those types of things, to start off navigation, charting, map making, you're going to require the Earth to be flat, because it's all measurement of angles. You can measure these angles with sextants, you can measure these angles with theodolites, but you're going to be measuring angles. So the measurement of angles, and I can give you any distance at this time, 24,901 miles. Does that ring any bells to you? Should do, because that's a circle of equal altitude around Polaris, more commonly called the equator at 0 degrees, 0 degrees being the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. So you're going to require a flat Earth to measure it. The Earth is measured flat with this process.
But it's not flat.
Sorry, it's not flat. Are you talking about the elevation and depth taken from mean sea level, like hills and valleys and such?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. But they're heights and depths taken from zero. That zero horizontal datum is mean sea level. That's 73% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, I've seen
But
pictures that the Earth isn't flat. There's no way.
but
to
you've seen
you know,
pictures. I've seen pictures of Bigfoot. Is Bigfoot real?
satellites.
Sorry, I've
They
seen
literally
pictures.
They literally have tools on the side of
Hello?
planes that show that the
Hello?
Earth is not flat.
Hello. So you've seen pictures, yes? You've seen
Not
pictures,
just
yeah?
pictures. I've seen tools that show that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so which one do you want to talk about? The tools or the pictures?
We could talk about the tools.
Okay, which tools?
Say it again.
Which tools?
Oh, there's tons of tools that show that the Earth
Which
isn't flat.
ones?
We
Come
could talk
on.
about the aircraft carry ring laser drones that
Sorry,
are on board of an aircraft that are capable of detecting the Earth, the rotation of the Earth.
really?
Yeah, we can talk about
Really?
those.
So you want to move away from a surface description to an action.
So you can't.
Why can't you?
Okay, so you can't talk about those. Okay, nice.
So because you
He
keep
doesn't-
changing subject. You keep
He
changing
doesn't
subject. Dude.
understand.
He doesn't. You haven't proved to me the Earth is flat. Well, I can show you that the Earth rotates. It's not staying on subject, Jared. Do you have a comprehension problem?
If the Earth is flat, can it rotate?
Hey, interesting how every one of your sentence starts with "if the Earth is flat." If the Earth is flat. Jared, you live in a belief system. You live in a mathematical construct. You need to understand that. We've already been through what you've been through. Okay? So don't
know
think
what
that
you guys
I was
drink.
You fucking kidding me? Don't think that anyone else in this server or in this room was taught anything different to you at school. Okay? We're all taught the same bullshit.
Okay, so you're not going to engage with the aircraft carry ring laser. Okay, nice. They're highly
So,
sensitive
what do you
instruments
got?
that can
Aircraft?
precisely measure
Aircraft
the Earth's
what?
rotation.
Jared, aircraft what?
Carry ring laser.
Well, you've got a problem.
Zero.
If the Earth is spinning underneath a ring laser gyroscope,
Yeah.
Earth would also be spinning underneath pendulums. It would also be spinning under hot air balloons. It would also be spinning under helicopters and aeroplanes.
Nope, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong. Nuh-uh, doesn't cut it in here.
Okay, well, cite your source to how it'll do that for everything.
Well, obviously, dumb shit. If it spins under one thing, it'd spin under everything. You
Right,
can't be that
so why is
stupid,
Earth
surely.
spinning?
You
Why
cannot
is the
be
tool
that
showing us Earth is
stupid.
spinning? Why does the
You
tool
can't
show us
be
Earth is
stupid
spinning?
enough
It's
to
not spinning.
believe that it spins only under one specific device.
Sure,
Surely
so
you
why does
can't
the
be that
tool
brain
show
dead.
that it- Why does the tool show that the Earth is spinning if the Earth's not spinning?
It's
Is it
probably
just a
been
lying tool?
constructed to do that for dumb fuckwits like you, so you've got something to believe in. You're laughing
Damn
because you've got
conspiracy.
nothing.
Such a conspiracy, dude.
It's a conspiracy. Walk outside, fuckknuckle. It's that simple. You don't see curvature. You don't feel spin. So why do you believe these things are happening? You're laughing because you know it's true. You're yet to show proof of curvature. You're yet to show proof of spin. And you're sitting in text chat claiming how you've had this massive win over these flat earthers.
So you think that planes, that every plane has this tool installed on it just to keep us believing that the Earth
Okay,
is
hold on.
round?
You want to talk about aeroplanes? We can do this the professional way. Fuck this. Let's have some fun. Where is plane? Plane. That's
I'll go
what
on
I'm after.
Microsoft Flight
Hold on, right
Simulator
there.
right now.
Shut
and
up.
tell you that the Earth isn't flat.
Where's the pitch data?
Okay. Check this out, Jared. In text chat, I've just posted up some telemetry data, you wouldn't believe it, from a plane. Now, from 5 minutes past 8 through to about 6 or
That
7
stuff's
minutes
been
past 10.
manipulated. I'm not trusting it.
Well, it's actual airplane data. It's telemetry data from a proper flight, not one of your flight sims, mate. So, a 2-hour period of straight, flat, level flight. Now, the problem with this is there's a little orange line that says pitch data. Now, pitch is the nose of the plane being up or down. That's pitch, yeah? Now, if you live on a ball, which you claim you are, the pitch data would have to go below horizontal to fly around the ball. Now, you've got a problem. Here we have
Well,
telemetry
you believe the
data
Earth is flat, you have a
showing
problem.
2 hours of straight, flat, level flight with the nose up about 3 degrees. So you might want to start looking into this, mate. You've been lied to. The world is not what it seems. Have a nice day.
The Earth would flat and shadows would be the same length.
No, they wouldn't. That would depend on the position of the sun above the horizon.
Regardless of the
Yeah,
location,
what-
they would be
sorry.
the same fucking length.
Excuse me, dumb fuck. This is what Aristophanes did. Measured shadows. It's
We've
like,
already
hold on. I'm going to have to explain this to you like a 5-year-old. You know the light in your kitchen? You know when you stand under it, you don't cast any shadow unless you lift your feet up. But then you walk away from being underneath that light and you watch the shadow grow in front of you. Was that impossible because the kitchen surface was flat? Or was you moving away from being underneath a light? I really need to know the answer here, Sunshine. Because you're saying
moving away from anything.
Yeah. Don't seem to understand how shadows and light work, do you? If the Earth was flat, all shadow lengths would be the same?
We've already casted satellites out that show the Earth is round. I don't really know how you're still arguing it.
Sorry, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Say again?
How do you have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press against?
What are you talking about?
How do you have gas pressure in an open system?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you were to claim that you could, that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics because gas expands, right?
Yeah.
Good. So if the Earth has got atmosphere on it, that's gas, oxygen and nitrogen, and it's not expanding into the vacuum of space as per the second law of thermodynamics, that would be a violation of the law of nature demonstrating that the place called the vacuum of space where you took your pictures from cannot be real.
But they are real.
No, they've just come from a place like Narnia. It cannot
I've
exist.
been up there. I've seen it.
Sorry.
My own eyes.
Sorry. Is this
he's
gonna,
trolling.
hold on. Is this going to happen now where you declare that you've been to the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're not going to have a conversation with you then.
Yeah, you're done.
You're obviously lying now.
Not lying.
Interesting. Yeah. No one's been to the vacuum of space, especially not you.
Okay, well, how about the guy who skydived from outer space?
That wasn't outer space. That was 120,000 feet. Wasn't the outer space.
He did jump from space. It was a supersonic free fall.
Space. Sorry, what space? The vacuum of space, the place where you said that you'd gone no less than a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're lying though.
But from his
But you're
view,
lying though, aren't you?
from
Just
his
admit that you're
GoPro,
lying.
You could literally
Just-
see that
Just
the
admit
Earth
that you're
was
lying.
round, bro.
Jared, just admit that you're lying. You're having to lie to flat earthers now to make your story sound good. Does that feel good, does it? You have to
He
lie
already
about
proved-
going
he
to a
already
place.
He already proved the Earth is round.
Okay,
No,
Jared, I want
Yeah,
you to be a big boy now. Shut up for 30 seconds and listen carefully. In the text chat, now we know you know how to use that. There's a couple of pictures. The last 3 pictures that I've posted are to do with the Red Bull jump. So, the very first one, let's have a look at the camera angle compared to the full size of the Earth. Oh my god, Jared must be the biggest motherfucker ever.
Just watch the video. You can literally see the Earth is round.
Yeah, literally. I love how you kids come in and say everything's literal. Here I've posted images above your
So now you're saying
video. Shut up!
You're
Here
saying-
I've posted. If fucking,
Why is it
that's-
with you and I think?
Shut up. Right. Why the fuck do you and stay out? About time it happened.
You were so rude. That's so
Thank you.
rude. He kept interrupting.
Oh my god, he must have been on here for more than an hour because I've been here for about, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes.
He
Even
just
if
ticked you off
disagree
right
with
away,
someone,
Matrix.
You should always be polite.
Fuck off.
Oh man. And this is the worst part. He's going to go and stroke his dick in front of all his friends and go, you have no idea how much I tailed up them flat earthers. They didn't answer any of my questions.
Yeah, but he's not going to show him the live stream that was recorded, is he? He's going to hide that.
Oh man.
What depth have you reached when you have to turn around and lie about going to space? At what point is that a valid piece of argumentation?
Does watching
yeah.
Star Wars count as being in space?
Yeah, right. Does looking up at
Awesome.
the night star being I'm in space? Oh well.
And as Necros has pointed out in text, I see a concave Earth. Particular parts of that video where it's wobbling and when it's flying up. Yep, there we go. DJ's put it up. Awesome. That's gold.
I want Jared to come back and see his picture. He won't though. It's a shame.
What was interesting was he came in when I was talking about NASA fakery with another guy, and he agreed. He's like, yeah, I completely agree. NASA faked the moon landing. That's completely fake. And then he started asking questions and started gish galloping from there.
Oh,
But
wow.
that was strange that he did say that. Yeah, he said, oh, NASA, I agree that NASA faked the moon.
Yeah, people on the globe side, it's best to talk about it with with themselves. Because it's about becoming 50-50. People who think globe and think moon fake or real. So like just pushing that topic on their side until they can sort it out.
So now that we've got some order out of all that chaos, did you have any questions, Will?
What's beyond the ionosphere?
What's beyond the ionosphere? Don't know. I've never been up there.
Pretty honest answer. I don't know either. No, I mean, I've been discerning between the two, so I would like to see just more evidence of flat Earth, more evidence of a deception as well. You know, negative and positive evidence for your point.
I can show you an observation that's pretty decent. I was trying to explain it to Jared, but he gish galloped. But I'm not sure if you've seen some of these long distance observations before.
Well, I just sort of, I've done my own experiments. I've used my camera and like lenses to like just look, see if there's a curvature on planes and stuff like this. I've never seen a curvature.
No, me neither. I've been in a ton of planes. When we get people coming in here saying they thought they saw the curve from a plane, I really don't get it, because I've been on countless long flights all around, the Earth, and never seen any curvature. But yeah, have a look at this observation in the side chat. You see it?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now.
Right, so basically on a globe, right, they tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, so there should be a geometric horizon at a specific distance if the Earth's a globe, right? And everything beyond that should be hidden by a certain amount, right? Right, so in this observation, we have these oil platforms, right? And if the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't be able to see how far we were looking out at that horizon. It would be impossible to tell. Yeah, they're like distance markers or reference points, exactly. So this is just a clip from a full video, but in the full video, he shows the location and he shows the distance from the shoreline on Google Maps to validate that it is 10.1 miles away. The furthest one on the right is 10.1 miles from the shoreline. Okay, so he's approximately 8 foot off the surface of the water, just up the beach a little bit, and he's zooming out, and you can clearly see the horizon is behind the oil platform, which is interesting because on a globe it should be at 3.46 miles away. 5 or 6 miles in front of the furthest oil platform. So the furthest oil platform should actually be hidden by around 30 foot. We can actually see the horizon behind the oil platforms, way beyond them. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think that one, I'm not smart enough fully, at least not yet. I'm only 18, I'm too young. But it is really fishy. It's really suspicious. And I'll tell you what, the previous, like the screenshot of that guy who jumped from space, with like the Earth's curvature is reversed, is really interesting as well. But
yeah, that's just like a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens, and you'll notice that people will say, "Oh, we sent a garlic bread to space, or we sent a Big Mac to space, or we jumped from space," blah blah blah. But then when you look through the footage, you'll notice the horizon will be distorting, right? It'll look curved, and then it'll look flat, and then it'll look concave, right? It's jumping all over the place because of the lens. You'll see that on a lot of high-altitude footage. But when you send up a weather balloon that doesn't have a wide angle or a fisheye lens, you'll see a perfectly flat horizon. In the video just above that observation I just posted, you can see astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? And this was after the jump from space, the Red Bull jump that we were just talking about then. And he actually goes out and explains how deceptive it was, He brings a beach ball out on stage, which is like a globe Earth map beach ball. And he explains how it's just completely deceptive. He didn't jump from space. It's just a fisheye lens creating that effect. And he explains why. But yeah, a lot of people, think they see stuff like that and they're like, oh, this proves the Earth's a globe. But it definitely doesn't.
It makes me wonder, just where has all of these American taxpayer dollars gone to? Russian taxpayer dollars, Chinese taxpayer dollars. I mean, just recently, like in the last couple of years, India released quite possibly one of the worst CGI videos of apparently the moon that I've ever seen, and they try to convince me it was real. It's crazy. Bollywood
isn't it?
upgrade their CGI, but I mean, I saw as well. It's Spielberg or one of like the famous film directors. He had a deathbed confession to his son, saying that he faked the moon landing as well.
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick, yeah, and he did all sorts of other, unrelated things as well. But which was very interesting. Not only the evidence, which is, in my opinion, like largely in favor of the biblical account of the Earth with a firmament flat, but just the amount of symbolism and clear deception and lies present within every aspect of our lives when it comes to this almost false mythology. It's like an attack on our senses.
Oh.
You're a wise man, Will. You're a wise man.
It's in the British blood, trust me.
Yeah, big difference talking to you than talking to Jared.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, I believe, unless you're like you have a really evil ideology, you should always be respectful to people you disagree with, especially just on logical stuff. I mean, this is literally just a logical discussion on the shape of the plane we're living on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're not even trying to convince anyone. We're just showing people evidence and encouraging them to do their own research and to maybe go and even repeat some of these experiments and maybe not trust everything that government feeds them.
Even to the point of don't trust us. Go and do the experiments yourself. Go and do the observations yourself. Like, crazy, man. Anyways, thank you, Will. You're a lot nicer than the other one.
I'll add one more thing. The only curvature I see is in the hills of Britain, the everlasting hills. That's the only curvature I've seen.
Yep, that's about all you'll see. You've seen the ancient depictions of what ancient cultures depicted this realm to be. Posted an image in the side chat. Not sure if you've seen that before.
Yeah, I have. I mean, not to mention NASA, and I'm an Orthodox Christian, so I know like a little bit of Greek Hebrew. Nashar in the Septuagint, the Greek, the Hellenic Hebrew, is to deceive or to beguile. Nashar.
Yeah.
So
I've heard that. Yeah, some of the NASA defenders get really upset when you try to suggest that and try to look up different definitions and say, oh, it's not true, it's not true. Sorry. And DJ Particle Board, welcome back, man.
What's up, Mr. Furry?
Hello.
Oh,
I saw on your profile you had like a YouTube video of how throwing hot dogs proves pie.
Yes, how to measure pie by throwing hot dogs.
So I'm assuming you're a Glober, correct?
Because of the hot dog throwing video.
Yeah, I don't know. That was my little hint that you're a Glober. So what's up, brother? What are you here? You here to learn? You here to ask questions? What's going on, buddy?
I just here to listen.
Oh, cool. Do you have any globe proofs?
No.
about questions about flat Earth that don't make sense to you.
What do you think of the flat Earth?
I don't know.
All right, let's hear it for DJ Particle Board. Round of applause.
Thank you.
I just watched that getting pie from hot dogs, tossing hot dogs. I wish I hadn't have.
Yep, I watched 3 seconds of it, and that's all I could handle. You know it's going to be a good video when it's made by Wiki.
Such a useful skill to have.
Tossing hot dogs.
Yeah, such a useful skill.
I really don't want to support Elon Musk, but I might have to buy Starlink, unfortunately. The other phone companies are just giving it to me up the butt with their prices and BS rule places plans.
Has he got phone plans over there, has he?
Internet plans.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, my parents are on Starlink. I don't remember them being able to get phone plans.
Yeah, no. Oh, did I say phone plans? Sorry, I was getting it mixed up.
Well, because I was going to say, the advantages are you can switch your phone over to, was it Wi-Fi calling? And, yeah, if you have got decent internet and shit phone, then it sort of fixes that problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the one provider here, they'll give me. The problem is they cap the data. It's like, bro, if I'm paying for internet, like, I should get unlimited. That's
See,
stupid.
years and years ago in the States, I used to play a lot of online games. I still do a bit. But all my mates over in the States were, yeah, we get unlimited internet. We get unlimited internet. We get no caps. We just pay for internet. That is it. What you pay for is the difference in speed. And I'm thinking, man, that is awesome. Because at the time, I was getting capped. And that's how our plans work. You get speed plus a capped limit. And it was a nightmare. You'd go over your capped limit and your internet bill would be a couple of $100 over without even
That's
trying.
mine. That's my phone bill for data. I got. That's why I can't watch the QE fucking live stream right now because I can't watch YouTube. I can't click his live stream to like see what he's saying because it just drains the data. But I learned I can go on Discord and it charges like a day. It charges me like maybe a gig a day if I go on Discord, maybe 2.
Yep.
But yeah, as soon as I click a stream, oh man. And I only got 5 gigs left to last me 6 days, so I'm kind of screwed right now. But yeah, so how? Okay, if they capped it at 500 gigabytes, how long would that last, or how much would I get?
Depends what you're doing. That's the hard bit. It's all well and good to say how long will it ask how long it'll last. I get what you're trying to go to, but if you said to me, all I ever do is watch Stan or Netflix 4K videos, normally the given rate is about you need speeds of 5 meg minimum.
So
to
you
run
know
a
what's
4K
crazy
video.
for this one? They're only allowing up to 720p.
Right, because of the data levels. When you jump up to that next level, it's like 4 times as much.
Yeah, so they capped it at 720.
Wow.
Yeah, that's welcome to Canada. That's a joke. That's why I said sorry, but I might have to go with Elon.
If you don't mind me asking, what are you paying per month, or what's your payment cycle? Is it monthly?
Monthly.
Yep.
I don't have internet right now. For phone bill or internet?
Oh, so you're just using your phone to hotspot?
Yeah, well, like I said, I've been living at this freaking compound for the last like 4 months, and I haven't had internet. I just use data on my phone for my phone. I don't even have my computer here.
Right, so that's slightly different.
Yeah, but I want to bring my computer here because I'm getting bored as shit, and I want to play video games because that's what I do. I go and play one video game, shooter game, and go on Discord. So I was looking at internet, and I only get rural here, and yeah, that one I was talking about, you get for $50 a month, you get 500 gigabytes of data, up to 100 gigs upload or download, and then 10 gigabytes upload. And you only get 720p maximum resolution.
Well, they can't cap that. Data's data. It doesn't matter what you do with it. What they're using that is an example of what data levels you'll have. So they'll say, yeah, we've only calculated up to 720p. So as soon as you jump up to 4K, if you compare 720p to 4K on the same movie, so just pick a random movie, watch it once on 720p, you'll use X amount of data. Do it on 4K, you'll use 4 times as much.
Yeah, you're explaining it better than the fucking phone companies. I was getting angry. I was getting frustrated.
Yeah, it's because they haven't done any testing to verify the next level up, which would be nice if they did. But with Starlink over here, it's pretty tidy. Speed-wise, the lowest I've seen is about 48, 49 meg download. The fastest we've seen is 280.
Wow.
So it
That's
gets
good.
along quite well. Yeah. But it varies in between. Upload speeds are not that crash hot, but the issue is normally the people that are purchasing Starlink are out in the hills or out in the sticks somewhere where they don't have internet anyways. So they're going from basically dial-up to satellite. And yeah, it's pretty bloody fast. So
that's good to know. Because there's one more service, but they want me to commit to a 2-year plan. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. And it's pretty good. Like you get unlimited, you get 50 gigabytes of upload. And it's unlimited. That's the big thing.
Something to think about. If you're working away or staying away, Starlink isn't pegged to a location like home internet normally is. So you can pick your little Starlink dish up as long as you continue to pay your bill and go somewhere else. So you can purchase it at home and then go, oh, look, I'm traveling away. Pick your little dish up, take it away.
That's sick. So if you're traveling, like go on big like road trip.
Yep.
Hook it up to your car.
Yep. There's actually, if you jump online and have a look at all the Starlink stuff, there's very specific plans for people that travel. So if you're like a caravanner that only goes away every summertime, then you can say, I'd like to use it between this period and this period. That's all you pay for. So you pay for that period. The only downside of Starlink, from what I've seen, pretty pricey. So in Australia, I think it's $140 a month.
That's what it is here, 150, and then you got to
Right.
pay 500 for the thing.
Yes, correct. Yep. So you pay for the device, then you pay for your monthly plan, but it's uncapped.
I know
Unless you go through Telstra.
they had it on sale like for $200 last month, and I didn't jump on it like an idiot.
Yeah, those sales come and go, so just keep an eye out.
Yeah, we'll see. I might try this little $50 a month thing for 1 month just to see how it works and see how much I use, etc., etc.
Yep.
Go from there.
Who was that just dropped in? Plumus. How's it going?
Nice face.
Hello.
Oh. What brings you here?
Just here to listen in to the whatever arguments are passing through this channel.
That's cool. Do you have one for the flat Earth topic?
Sure. One thing did cross my mind recently. I was looking up. Someone had mentioned about a wicked nation will receive no sign other than the sign of Jonah, right? So biblical reference. So I started looking up some scripture about the sign of Jonah, right? And there seems to be a position that it's probably could be an astrological sign, right? The stars, that's a sign in the Bible. So I started doing some research into that, and I wanted to see if there was any record of Nineveh having an eclipse around that time. Oh, hold on one second. Yeah, thank you. All right, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know they're going to come talk to me. Okay, so long story short, from that I found out that some archaeologists did find Nineveh, the city of Syria, right? And they had recorded a big eclipse around 760 something BC. And so that got me thinking that eclipse would have been confirmed by astronomers today. Like, we could predict eclipses pretty good, right? In the future. We could also retroactively look back to eclipses that would have happened in the past. So all this to say, I was curious what, if there was a flat Earth explanation for how eclipses could be predicted with such accuracy in the future and in the past.
Easy. There's a thing called the Saros cycle. That's how they predict eclipses. Next question.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you say that's easy. How was it?
The Saros cycle.
Yeah, it was created well before people thought the Earth was a globe, right? And it's still what NASA uses, right, when they predict eclipses. It's called the Saros cycle. Look it up.
Okay. Yeah. I was just kind of looking at a brief description of that. So I guess that was my question, because that cycle, it is a cycle about the Earth's orbit. So I guess there's a disconnect. I don't understand. That's the part I was wondering. How would you predict these without something like the orbit of the moon, right? Because what's your terms for how the moon goes around the plane of the Earth? It's not an orbit. What do we call that?
That would still be an orbit, yes, because it goes around.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. We still call that an orbit. Okay.
So yeah, technically it still is. But the thing is though, that Saros cycle, it's based off a flat plane, not off balls in space.
What I miss, Matrix? Anything exciting?
No, it's actually been quite peaceful while you've been gone. It's a shame you weren't here. You would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Yeah, we were just having a chat just then to Plumas, who was asking us about the Saros cycle. I mean, well, he was asking us about how eclipses used to be predicted and how we predict them now, and how that would relate to a flat Earth. And then we explained to him about the Saros cycle, and we were just going over that. And he said he was assuming that the Saros cycle still accounts that the Earth is orbiting the sun or something. Filling him in that wasn't the case. They assumed a flat plane. Yeah, it caught up.
thanks, mate.
Yeah, Plumas. There's a little bit of text if you want to have a look at it in the side chat there about it, in relation to flat Earth.
Unserver mute me right now. Okay, I'm unserver muted. Thank you.
Good day, brothers. Hope all is well. Going well down here.
Hello, brother. What are you? Flat earther?
Oh yes, brother.
Me too, brother. Could you add me, brother? I want to be your friend, brother.
How is the discussion going with our friend, our brother Reap here, brother DJ?
Oh, I just joined, brother.
Yeah, you joined when he joined.
Oh,
Yes,
very
brother.
cool. So, what's your, if I may ask, what is your evidence that you're basing your observation upon?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually I'm agnostic to flat Earth, pretty much, brother.
Okay, but like, and I'm appealing to your particular system and like how you see the world, and asking you like, what do you see in front of you that tells you about it being what it is?
Oh, I see the Earth to be flat in front of me with my bare eyes, brother.
Very cool.
Feel me, brother?
I hear you.
Are you good? Why do you think the Earth is flat? What science evidence? What you say?
I don't appeal to science.
So what do you appeal to?
Construction.
So evidence there.
Level.
Like what?
Every single building built is built level.
And that means the Earth is flat?
That means the Earth is observably level.
Okay. Well, brother, you ever heard the saying? You ever heard the saying, "I love you"?
I have love for every single person that I
Has
engage.
anybody ever told you they love you?
I have love for every single brother and sister that I engage with because we are of one human race, fellow brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I love you, brother. I love you as a brother, all right? As a
think,
brother.
but
Brotherly
I'm
love. Brotherly
with
love.
right on, and that's fine. I can respect that, but I'm asking you from the title of the room. You said that you're a flat earther, right? Now that's a trendy title.
No, I'm agnostic to flat earth. Agnostic.
Okay, so from the standpoint of how you observe the world, I'm asking you what else tells you that you're on a stationary topographical plane.
What else tells me is probably the fact that I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any evidence.
What are your thoughts on star trail photography? At this point, I'm going to just ask you about different subjects at this point. What are your thoughts about star trail photography?
My thoughts on that is I don't know what that is.
Do you have the advantage of using a computer right now?
I don't have the advantage of using a computer right now.
Are you speaking to me on some kind of a smart device?
I'm speaking on my phone.
Alright. Bet.
I wouldn't say it's smart though. I would say it's pretty dumb.
Can you open up Google?
Yeah.
Well, you have
Yeah, I can open up Google.
Alright, bet. So open up
Wait, I'm downloading something. It's almost done.
Oy vey, make the conversation difficult.
Huh?
I said, oy vey, you make this conversation difficult.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I apologize for that, brother.
Oh, great response.
I apologize for that. Brotherly love, of course.
It's all good.
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
I can tell. Listen,
Have you ever had a girlfriend, brother?
Why are you asking him? It's not relevant to the subject of the room, dude. These questions
My
are
bad. I
getting a little
apologize,
bit
brother.
weird. If you don't mind me saying so, brother.
I apologize with my brotherly love, brother.
Well, no, and here's how I can say to you, right? You can tell them by their fruits. And from that point, I can tell that you're just being disingenuous.
Wait, do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
This is, if I've just quoted scripture to you, I definitely believe in the Father, the author of nature.
Why? Why do you believe in God? I'm also Christian, but I don't think I have evidence for it, I would say.
Again, I'm going to tell you from a trolling standpoint, this is where I'm going to start to say to you, you're here to troll somebody for information.
I'm not here to troll. I'm here to learn. I just wanted to ask you why you believe the earth is flat. Genuinely. I need evidence because I want to disprove people. I want to debate people on flat earth. And how will I do that if I don't have evidence? I want to debate people on God. How will I do that if I don't have evidence, you know?
So you're contrarian, is that correct?
I don't know what that means.
Contrarian is the position of opposition to the point that's on the table being talked about. So I'm here pro this, you're going to be here against that.
I guess, brother. I don't know what that means, though.
Like to talk to me about the fact that the sky moves, the fact that we observe gas pressure, the fact that we're in a closed electromagnetic system, the fact that the moon, oh no, we're not speculation Sundays just yet, but what is it exactly that you want to talk about with respect to the brother?
I would say I want to talk about flat earth and why you believe in God, and I think God would be easier.
I gave you point of attack. Can you pick one? Is there something that you're familiar with that you'd like
flat
to?
Earth, brother. Flat Earth. Flat Earth.
I'm gonna withdraw.
I'm just gonna go with Flat Earth because that's the name of the channel name.
What do you want to know about the flat Earth?
I want to know why does the Earth have to be flat?
Because it's measured that way.
So observable, like that's pretty much your experience.
Whoa! So that means because it was observed and because it's measured as flat, it has to be flat. Really? That's what that means. Really? You sure?
Yeah, if it looks like it, and we demonstrate it to have the constituent parts of a surface, that surface laying horizontally and for all intents and purposes being flat, then when we observe it and measure it, and then we practically use it like that, then yes, it is.
Add me. I'm gonna have you debate my friend later on in my life.
Are you?
Are you okay with that, brother?
Yeah, you can bring them here.
later on in my life. Okay.
I guess that'll be later on in both of our lives, right?
Like 5 minutes later, an hour. What kind of stipulation of later is this?
Might be talking a few days. It depends how fast I respond, brother.
Yeah, you could say later on. Your life in our life doesn't matter later.
Right now, I just need you to add me back. You never added me back, JD.
It's Jedi and
We've got a home server.
I'm busy. I will at you back when I've got hands free. Sorry,
That's fine. Well, I appreciate you for speaking and letting me know. Thank you, brother.
Dude, we've got a home server too. Like, got our own server. We're just borrowing this channel in this server, just because there's a bit more traffic. But
Yeah, I'm
we've
in
got a
that
home
server. I'm in the Flat Earth 24/7. I'm in that.
You're
server.
in. You're in it. Oh, sorry, I didn't even check your profile. Yeah, right. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, there's a lot of information there. If you're part of that server, just scroll down to additional information in the channels list, and you'll see alphabetized A to Z, all different topics related to Flat Earth. And
Really, you think that's possible? You think I can? You think I can do that?
Yeah.
So do I have confidence?
I might have to check that out, brother. Right here, I'm gonna add you as well. You seem like a good guy. I added you as well, brother. You know what? I'm gonna add AE Star Grass as well, just for being a good guy. Okay.
Still there?
I'm always here, brother. Never leaving.
Thank you for the Soros cycle. I was just doing a bit of reading on that. That is interesting, and yeah, it looks like it's still used today as kind of a
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
an indicator of like when these eclipses will happen every 18 years and whatever it is. But the
Okay.
precise predictions for eclipses.
Okay.
So
Okay. I understand.
Hold on, my friend. Let him speak.
What are you talking about? You understand what? You didn't send him any shit. He didn't talk to you even. The fuck are you talking about? Why are you answering him?
Sorry.
The
Man's
heck
got-
is that?
yeah, I was just asking, like, the recent eclipse that went through North America, it was a big deal here and could pretty much be seen from every place in North America. The best sites, there was a path around Texas that went up north to northeastern America, United States. That was the best path to be on to see the full eclipse. But
Okay.
that level of precision is, I guess, what I was talking about earlier. The Soros cycle, I wasn't aware of that. So that was really cool information. I knew ancient civilizations observed the stars and knew a lot about the stars, but the precision is where of modern calculations is kind of where I was interested in.
What do you think
Because
has changed between 2,500 years ago and now with regards to precision? What makes us now more precise, do you think?
so the claim would be by astronomers, right, that something like the solar cycle could be put together and it's valid through enough years of observation that you can see a pattern. That's a given. I don't think anyone's challenging that there is a pattern to the cycles. But the precision of saying there will be an eclipse that could be seen from North America at this time of day on this date, and the best place to see it is going to be in this state from these times to this time. Like the level of detail about predicting a future eclipse far surpasses that which is within the Saros cycle. The Saros cycle is a good general indicator, but it doesn't give you like precise latitude, longitude, and time of day for an observable eclipse.
Okay. So the reason why I asked you that question is because the main reason why we've got more precise with the predictions of these things is because we've got a more accurate with telling time as opposed to 2,500 years ago. Now, the other thing on top of that as well is because we see these things happen over and over again, and we understand that we're going to call this a seasonal variance. And we have things like supermoons, right? For example, when the moon is said to be larger in the sky and closer to the Earth. So we also have a 3 million mile difference within the model where the sun is further away. This is just understanding geometry a little bit better with regards to how big the sun is and how big the moon is at this particular time of year. This is why we have things like annular eclipses, right? An annular eclipse is where the moon is smaller than the disk of the sun, so we see a circle, a circle of the sun's light around the darkness of the moon. That's an annular eclipse. We've gotten better at predicting those as well because we understand the seasonal cycles. But that doesn't require any geometry apart from a flat plane to make the measurements from. There's no geometry involved in doing this, apart from when the moon's a little bit bigger and composed to a little bit smaller at a certain time of year. And relevance to location to where you're going to see the eclipse depending on the time of year. There's no, like I said, there's no ball orbiting another ball where one ball is casting light upon another ball. But it's not that within predicting eclipses. It's just better understanding of the cycle.
Well, I guess that's where my hang-up is, because when I go to try to look at now, look, admittedly, the calculations for how the astronomers claim to predict with such precision future and past eclipses, it's over my head, like admittedly, right?
Yeah.
But I can at least look at it, and there is this source code essentially of here's how the calculations would be made.
Yeah.
And this complements something like the Saros cycle, but where the Saros cycle lacks precision, these calculations, and you could see how they're done, which involve things like Kepler's law and Newton's law of right?
Okay. Do you think today, like over the last few years, when we've observed like the eclipse that you're talking about, do you think that we are 100% correct with our predictions? Do you think we understand what time exactly it's going to take place and finish, and the area of totality where the moon's shadow is going to be on the Earth? Do you think we're 100% accurate with that stuff?
Pretty close. I mean, I don't like to say anything 100%, but I'll say extraordinarily accurate. So accurate, in fact, that I think it's, if the calculations are as accurate as they have been, it's hard to say that they're not valid. I mean,
they work, but when you say pretty much, I mean, they've got most things right. The crescendo to this point is no, they don't always get the start time and finish time of the eclipse and how long it's going to take place. They don't always get that right. Yeah, I mean, they might only be a few seconds out, but that's still not 100% correct. And the area of totality as well, that can move depending on how close we get to the eclipse. So the predictions from, say, a year ago, well, closer to the event, they'll get more accurate. But they won't always be 100% accurate where they talk about times and areas of totality on the Earth. It's not 100%, dude.
I don't need 100% for anything in my life. But
Well,
you know,
yeah, it works.
extraordinarily accurate is pretty
Yeah.
darn good.
Yeah, it is, and this methodology works. But there's no balls in space with regards to making the prediction, as in within the model. The only
But
geometry that's
getting at.
involved,
That's what you do claim, though.
yeah, because the only geometry that is involved, because there's no geometry within the solar cycle, apart from how we obtain the measurements. The measurements are going to be elevation angles above the horizon and times of year. That's what we're going to be measuring. So the only geometry is going to be a flat plane to take the measurements from.
So okay, and thank you for all the information. And you gave me the Soros cycle, but the Soros cycle alone seems to be insufficient for coming anywhere near the accuracy of modern calculations for predicting eclipses. Like not even close to being as accurate. So that's what I was trying to ask you earlier. My original question is there some other chart or table that is more detailed, has more nuance to the Soros cycle?
I mean, no.
What have you tested with the Soros cycle? Just to know how far you went with it. What did you test with the Soros cycle? Just tell me. Did you compare the last eclipses that happened and see if it is accurate or not? Did you test anything on it? Do you know what is the amount of time between the repetition of the cycle? How much time the cycle takes to repeat itself? Did you verify that? Did you take that number and use it with the old eclipses? Compared it, you add that number of time and compared it with the eclipses that will happen, for example? I guess not.
That's a good question. Is that question to me, by the way, to Plumas?
No. The question is just to the person who said that it's not accurate and compared it to the accuracy of what
I'm
they
not
are giving us.
Oh, sorry, I'm not the Soros cycle person. I thought that was to the other person that brought up the Soros cycle. I only recently found out about the Soros cycle on this call. Maybe someone else could answer.
I was talking to the person who just said that it's not accurate and compared it to the postdictions that NASA gives to the people. So to compare it to that, I think that person just should test the Soros cycle, verify the dates of for example, old eclipses, and that number of the 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours, if I remember it correctly, and you see if that date correspond to that cycle that happened 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours after that, and see if it is accurate. Because I think that person didn't even verify.
Maybe someone else could take that question because I don't know. Does anyone else have a response?
He's actually talking to you, dude. That's the thing.
Oh, I'm not a Soros cycle person. You all brought that up.
Sorry, again, you're the one who said that it's not that accurate within your last statement when we were speaking. You wanted to table on the chart or something.
Are you refuting that it's not as accurate as modern predictions?
There you go. So he's talking to you then. So he's definitely talking to you. He's asking you. He's asking you. He's asking you. Have you verified this for yourself?
No, I just found out about it, but I read. I was reading. He brought it up, and in nowhere did anyone claim at any point in time that it could predict eclipses with the level of accuracy of modern calculations.
Nice.
I don't think in history it's ever had the ability to calculate geographical locations for observable eclipses. Only that there is a regular pattern to the eclipses, but not where you could observe these eclipses and how they might be seen from different places on the Earth.
In the Soros cycle, did you find how they are predicting? in the zero cycle itself, did you find how they are predicting or post-dicting the location of the eclipse? Because I don't think that it will tell you that in the zero cycle.
Yeah, you have to. Sorry, you have to understand that this was developed by the Babylonians and Chaldeans, who only observed their visible sky. They didn't go to North America, for example. What they noticed was the pattern. This pattern, like information, was spread around the known worlds as they moved around, right, as they shared their knowledge with other people. And as we used this pattern, we realized that in different locations, the utilage of this method still worked. So again, we've only got more accurate because we've discovered the known worlds. We've noticed that the eclipses happened at this time, at this place, as compared to over here, where they don't happen for another 8.888 years or whatever. So it's just a method of understanding there's a pattern in the sky. That's all it is.
No, I hear you. And look, it's fair enough. I'll go back and do some more research on it, and maybe there is a more detailed, right? Because the solar cycle is based on observations, like you said, originally by the Babylonians. I don't think that is the measure by which current astronomers are predicting eclipses. The process has refined. Oh, okay.
It is. Okay, so when you go to NASA, yes, they still use this method. Yes, the methods and the prediction and the being accurate has gotten better over time, but they still use this methodology. It's a post-diction, right? So this pattern happens and will continue to happen in this format off into extended time. They just use this method. Yes,
Yeah,
a little bit
it's
better.
a regular cycle. It looks like it shifts a certain number of degrees west every year as it cycles through. But if you want to say, for an astronomer to have the best view of the eclipse that they know is going to happen, it requires additional calculations to determine what latitude and longitude would be the best place to view that eclipse.
Well, it's
Okay,
based off the last. It's based off your location. So you're trying to look at the world as a whole. No, it's based off specific locations. So, for example, where I live in Australia, if we have an eclipse today, they then use the Saros cycle to go, the next eclipse at my location will be at X amount of time.
So do you have a link to that? Because I don't know how you all get, if you want to observe an eclipse, where do you all go to determine
You're
that?
trying to view the world as a whole. Don't view it as a whole. Base it off your specific location. The last eclipse was when, and then you add put into the Saros cycle. So 6,832 days plus 4 hours or whatever the time frame is. There's very specific numbers, days, hours, the whole lot. And that's when the next eclipse will happen at your location.
So the eclipse that passed through North America does not happen every 18 years. There might be eclipses happening every 18 years that are similar, but they're not the exact path.
Exactly. Exactly.
Go ahead, Jeddah.
Yeah, no, you are 100% correct. You're not going to see exactly the same eclipse again. It's not going to happen. You're going to get similar eclipses. You're going to get eclipses that are close to that location. But again, it's just a methodology of noticing that there's a pattern, and we observe this pattern and make post-dictions upon the thing that's always happened and always will happen. No geometry involved, apart from the measurement of them above the horizon requiring an angle of elevation above a horizontal plane, and time.
I want to say something, but I don't want to the Globers to just take it on me, because it's just something that I did read in Arab servers and articles. So unfortunately, it's in Arabic. If someone wants, I can share the video and the article. So for the position, what I heard, you take something like the AE map. I'm not saying that the AE map is correct. So it's just for the understanding of the method how you can post-dict the location of that of the eclipse. So you take an AE map and you cut that AE map like you cut a pizza in 3 equal sections. So the eclipse that happened in one of those sections, it will happen in the next section. So when you do the Saros cycle, that eclipse will repeat itself after 18 years, 10 days, 8 hours. But in the next third of that circle, you cut the circle on 3 equal sizes. So if it happens in 1/3, the next time it will happen in the second third, same position in the second third of that circle, going clockwise.
I get you.
Like,
I understand that.
like
Can-
for
can you guys hear
example,
me?
it happened in US last time. So after 18 years, 10 hours, and 8 days, it will
I can
happen
hear you. I can hear you.
in the next third of that circle. So it will be next to Asia, Japan, and those places.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hello,
Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So there's this thing in your GPS they do to basically they configure it as if the Earth is geocentric, as if the geocentric model works. So I briefly heard it in Robertson Genesis debate with James White, but it was a while ago. I just want to throw that out there. The GPS doesn't follow the heliocentric model. So how's everyone doing?
Why is everyone going quiet? Speak up.
My voice isn't very phonogenic or whatever. Maybe I think.
So what's up? What's going on?
Don't know. Some kids mumbling into the microphone.
You say something about listening something? Listening.
Yo, Jedi, ever tested the Saros cycle?
Sorry, buddy. What did you say?
Have you ever tested Saros cycle?
Have I ever tested the Seracycle? I've used it when people have said there's going to be an eclipse. I wouldn't say I've tested it down to like the absolute second or anything like that. No. Have you?
Yeah, me too. I tested it. Me too. I didn't went precisely to the minutes and seconds, but yeah, I could predict the day, the hour, the location where it will happen. So that wasn't really a big deal with it. I could repeat it with many observations, old eclipses that already happened and future ones. The last one that happened in USA, I predicted it long time before. Not prediction, post-diction, to be accurate.
Yeah. Like I was telling the gentleman earlier, the only reason why it's got more accurate is primarily because we're more accurate with telling the time. So if you want the seconds and the minutes value, basically, and exactly and how long, exactly where it's going to be and how long the eclipse is going to last. You're a little bit better at predicting that. That's only because we've studied it more. It's not a major issue. And like I was also telling the gentleman, it's not 100% accurate. You're still going to have a variance even with the eclipse that he was talking about, the Great American Eclipse that passed over North America this year or whenever it was. I think it was a bit late and didn't last as long as it was supposed to, and the latitude moved by not even a degree, but enough for it to not be 100% accurate. Oh, longitude and latitude. Again, understanding where it's going to be with regards to longitude and latitude. Yeah, we've got more accurate with that, but the longitude and latitude is going to require a flat Earth to measure and compose. So I guess the only geometry that's involved is a flat Earth coordinate system. If that's actually geometry.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
TJ?
Particle poop. We can hear you. That's a joke, guys.
Wants to say something, board, or you just like checking your mic?
He was just trolling.
All right, thanks for the
I'm talking
information.
to
I'll
you.
keep looking up the Soros cycle thing. So maybe I'll talk to you again another time. Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, cool, man. See ya.
So, yo, right quick, just want to double check on something. An eclipse always occurs 14 days after a full moon, correct?
Yep.
Bet. Thank you so very much for confirming that, brother.
A solar eclipse, yeah. All right.
Solar eclipse is when the moon has to be new. Lunar eclipse, moon has to be full.
So
Yeah.
wait, 14. You said 14 days after a full moon. Wait, is that what you said?
Yeah, it's so here's what it is. And brothers, I'm just going to be completely transparent with this theory. That if we have this observation of the moon in its full capacity in one side of the sky, right, literally opposition to the sun, and then 14 days later we have this thing that apparently eclipses, or sorry, something eclipses the sun. Well, I'm gonna just by default put forward the proposition that in fact the moon fronts the sun and vice versa occurs. Just with that consistent observation that we have that full moon, right? Again, the moon is at its full capacity, and then 14 days later, this happens. So it's just that consistent observation that at some point, they're again on that racetrack. they interact with one another. They literally, one car passes in front of the other race car, and it overtakes. And that was. I appreciate the confirm. Thank you.
You've heard the story of the tortoise and the hare. The story of the tortoise and the hare is the story of the sun and the moon throughout the year.
Yeah, and I appeal to Enoch with respects to the sun leads the charge, but at some point, right, the moon catches up to the sun. By no stretch of the imagination, by saying that the moon overrules the sun, but the sun always leads the charge, and at some point in time, the moon catches up to the sun, and that's an awesome observation from the standpoint of the tortoise and the hare.
Yeah, and normally the moon it's always doing that with the sun. They are going in cycle because that cycle of the moon in one single month. So you see that full moon in the night side, and then the new moon is always in the day side. So meaning that the moon every month passes next to the sun, but because the moon is traveling between the tropics faster than the sun, so the moon and the sun they don't catch during they don't hide each other. So the moon will not hide the sun. If we claim that that eclipse of the sun is just the moon hiding the sun, so the moon won't hide the sun every month, even if it passes next to the sun every month. But it won't hide it. It won't make an eclipse. Only when they are just they coincide in the same tropic and the same position.
Yeah, I mean, we can even walk further with what we spoke about yesterday in the presentation. That like around June 21st, the sun and the moon are traversing the inner tropic, and then around December 21st, 6 months later, the sun and the moon are traversing the outer tropic.
Why is Rich Evans muted?
Repeat offender. Ask Crit.
Is it just Rich Evans?
Dude, hearing his response is actually legendary. You have to ask him. I would actually almost ask you to wait until you can ask him in person. Not in person, sorry, via audio. Versus text.
Why is Rich Evans muted? Can he get the unmute?
Oh no, Rich Evans is muted because he constantly causes shit in the server, and he's been permanently muted for a long time, but he still comes in here every day. Listen.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a bit sad.
Actually, it's a good thing that he pops in regularly. At least we know he's all right.
I think mean alive. It's not all right.
Okay, so are you all like flat earthers? You believe the earth is like
Yes,
not a
we're all flat earthers. No, we don't all believe the earth is flat.
Oh, okay. It's interesting.
We know the earth's flat.
Oh, you know the earth.
Yeah, no
How do
belief
you know
required.
the earth?
Because it's measured that way.
Oh, okay. But how do you know? How do you measure the earth is flat?
You take water as a horizontal datum, and extend that horizontal datum over distance. So the water means sea level is a horizontal datum.
Also, you look at the horizon and you see it's straight.
No, we measure the surface of water, and we understand that water upon the surface, when contained, is level. We use water as a horizontal datum. We extend this horizontal datum over miles. This is why mean sea level is used as a horizontal datum. When I say a horizontal datum, it's the zero from which we take measurements from. So elevation above zero and depth below zero. So it's all taken from a horizontal reference, mean sea level. This is how we begin navigation and charting, mapping.
Oh, okay. So, do you think the sun is flat?
I don't know. I can't measure the sun with water.
But you can see the sun.
Yes, but I can't go to the sun like I can go to the earth and measure the sun like I can measure the earth. I'm on the earth. I'm not on the sun.
Yeah, I know, but when you look at the sun, do you think it's like a flat circle?
What, the disk of the sun? It looks like it, and it also looks like it could be a three-dimensional sphere. But it looks like it. I don't know.
So you're agnostic on whether the sun is flat?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so you're agnostic whether the sun
Yeah.
is flat?
Yeah, I don't know. Yes.
Okay. Do you think the moon is flat?
It's the same answer with the sun.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember what that answer was?
Yeah, you're agnostic.
Do you know why I'm agnostic?
Because you can't measure it with water.
Bingo, because I can't go to the moon like I can't go to the sun and measure the surface of the moon or the sun, much like I can with the earth. I'm on the earth, not on the moon, not on the sun.
Oh, okay. So,
Cool.
do you think that, like, everything is being, like, pushed down? Like, if we went to the edge of the flat earth, we'd, like, fall off or something? Like, do you think we're in a perpetual state of, like, falling? Like, where are we falling if we are falling?
Oh,
And if we were falling, wouldn't we, like, lift up? Sorry?
I don't think we're in motion, so I don't think we're falling. I don't think we're going upwards.
Wait, if we're not falling, why do we go back down to the ground when we jump?
Okay. So that would be the Earth rising. It's kind of it's Einstein's equivalence principle, right?
Wait, so you think the Earth, the flat Earth, is perpetually going up?
No.
What?
No, I don't think the Earth is perpetually going up. I'm just correcting you when you said the reason why things fall down is because the Earth is going downwards. No, it's going upwards within that principle.
What?
But no,
Wait,
the Earth isn't moving. The Earth isn't moving when you drop an object. That's the object going to the Earth. Or if you let go of a balloon, that's an object going away from the Earth. The Earth is stationary. Everything else is in reference to this stationary Earth.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So, when I jump up, I then come back down to the ground.
Yeah.
Why does that happen?
Because you jumped up, removed yourself from a state of equilibrium at rest, added force and propelled yourself upwards. That force ran out. You generated kinetic energy because you weren't in a state of equilibrium. And that kinetic energy took you to a state of equilibrium, put you back on the floor.
I know, but like, okay, so I get that. I use my muscles to push myself above the ground. But why didn't I just stay there? Why do I like fall back down?
Because, did you understand a bit when I said kinetic energy?
Not really, because I don't understand why that would
You
make
should have asked then, shouldn't you? No worries.
I don't
So
understand why that would bring me down back to the ground. Why wouldn't I just stay there? Like, what force is bringing me back down to the ground?
Oh, apart from your, and let's use the term weight, then there's no force pulling you down. I mean, if that would be your claim that there is a force pulling you down, would you be able to scientifically verify that? I can only make things go up and down within the system that exists. You're saying there's a cause for this, you have to scientifically verify it.
So you're saying there's no cause as to why?
No, what I'm
not
saying,
like a cause. I'm saying like an
What?
explanation. An explanation is different from a
for
cause.
why. Yeah, the explanation for why. What causes this to happen? So outside of me being able to make things go up or down, like you described with jumping, me letting go of a balloon, me taking the ball down to the bottom of a body of water and letting it go and watching it rise. Apart from doing all of this, I can't scientifically verify any other claim as to why. Can you?
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
It's
So
a situation we all find out.
I'm just trying to understand. So, what happens when we get to the edge of the flat Earth and we walk off?
Okay. You're not going to like this answer, but I'll let you have an edge. I definitely haven't been there to let you know what had happened. So I don't know.
Does anybody else want to have a guess?
Did I have a question?
Sorry. Yeah. So what's gonna happen if I go to the edge of the flat Earth and I walk off? Will I? So the question is, will I fall? And if I'm falling,
You need to ask
where am I
someone.
falling to?
Find it and
You
report
need
back.
to ask. You need to ask someone who already did it. If you don't find, go ahead and do it. We will be the
Well,
first
I'm
one, and
asking
come
you.
ahead and tell us what
If you
will
don't
happen.
know, you can just say that. You can just
I
say
like
that.
how there's
'cause
built-in assumptions that you believe you're going to fall off the edge. Since it's
No, I'm saying-
speculation
I'm
Sunday,
asking.
before you get to the edge, there's these invisible trolls that punch you in the nose so that you stop and don't fall off the edge.
Yeah.
Well, what
an
if you like beat
Figure
up the invisible trolls?
Or
I'm
you
just asking what's gonna. I didn't.
this,
Also,
it's
I
just
didn't.
what
Why?
if,
Why is this guy
brother?
never talking?
No,
Well,
I'm
can
Just
you
ask an
chill?
internet
That's like-
for you 1 sec.
consider something. I'm asking you to consider an option as well, right? Is we could just be land in the middle of a puddle. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
I
the
didn't
Earth
actually
is
say
How do you
that
fall
you're
out of
gonna
a-
fall off, so I'm not assuming that. Hold on a second. Just shut your little mouth. I'm sorry. That was a bit rude. That was me.
Please, so before answering your question, I want you to answer my question because I was wondering since I was young.
For fuck's sake, can I just
You-
answer this guy's question like I've been trying to for like 2 minutes? The Earth is contained, so there's nowhere you can fall out of. We have gas pressure, which tells you that there's containment, so you're not falling off of the Earth or out of it or any of that. Okay, everybody, go ahead.
Okay, so if you walk off the edge of the flat Earth, you'll just like float.
No, that's not what he said. What? How did you get? You're going to walk off the flat Earth and float? From he said it's contained.
Well, I'm very confused because
Well, I'll explain it then. What my friend said is, if you go to the limitation of the Earth, you're going to find a container. Because we've got gas pressure, there must be a container. So you should be able to reach the limitation, that being a container. If you reach a container, you're going to not walk through the container and start falling into something. You're going to reach a limitation to the environment.
sorry, I was just
not paying attention.
So oh, okay. So we're in a container. So is there like a wall?
Yeah, there's like a container, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, how far does the wall extend up?
You're not going to like this answer. Can you guess what it's going to be?
You don't know.
Well done. Yeah, don't know, mate. And I'm not being obtuse. It's just something that I've not personally experienced, so can't give you a knowledge claim. I don't know, mate.
Okay. Does anyone want to take a guess?
What's the point in guessing?
Well, I'm just trying to understand it. I
Okay,
don't understand.
Have you tried to understand the globe before becoming a glober? What will happen if you go to the edge of space? Do you have a guess?
I think that might be a category error.
No. There is no category error there. You're just asking
It's a
for some
category
bunch of
error.
assumptions. People are telling you we never verified that, and you are asking them, "Can you guess?" So,
What's a
what will happen
category
if you
error?
go to the edge of space? If you just
What's a
leave
category
that
error?
cosmos that is created by that Big Bang? What will
What's a
happen if you
category
go to
error?
the meaning that I am talking
category?
about a topic that is not the topic that we were talking about? No.
That's not what I meant by a category error.
What do you mean about the category error?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a category error in the same sense. It's a little bit hard to define, but if I say green is my favorite number, that would be a category error because green doesn't really, it's not a number. It can't be my favorite number because green isn't a number. So when you say what happens when you go to the edge of the universe, and I said I think that might be a category error.
There is no
I mean-
category error. Where is the category error? If you talk about the edge, falling from an
category error
edge,
is
quitting the reality that you are living in, and going to a hypothetical edge that you created in your mind. No one knows if there is an edge or there is not. Do you have any proof that there is an edge,
category
or
error.
is unlimited Earth, infinite Earth, that there is no edge? Did you verify that? Yeah, I know that
Exactly.
there is
I'm
no
saying that-
category error.
Dude, can you just okay, so there's this really great invention, it's called a dildo. Just put it in your mouth every once in a while, just to stop
Now
speaking.
you will
Like,
put it
just
now
put-
in your mouth and you shut up.
That
Here
took
the
a weird-
dildo.
It took a weird turn. That was weird.
It got
Quite often it gets weird and gay when these people
Yeah.
start to spiral. It's happened a bunch of times today.
quick emotional appeal to this crazy personal stuff. Wow. So land in the middle of a puddle. Again, I propose that idea.
Right, should we try again with Bellop? Maybe he's learned his lesson. Let's not bring sexual devices into the conversation. Try again.
Okay, I'll change the dildo to banana. So if Necros can just...
Instead of a banana, I'm just going to use the mute button.
It's funny how they're like different objects, but like the end result is still the same.
No, the mute button's the same object, same result.
No, my son!
I don't know why I do this. All right, so Bellop, have you learnt your lesson yet?
Oh, of course.
Good. Right, don't make me act like that again, dude, please. Just have the conversation. Don't have to be a dick.
I'm never a dick. Okay, so the reason I said it was a category error is that, or it might be a category error, is that I'm not really sure that space has an edge. So to ask what happens when you go to the edge of space, I think that might be a category error.
It's, sorry, before I just dip out quickly, it's the same category because we're talking about the limitation to an environment. So your ask is limitation to the Earth. What happens at the edge of reality? So we asked this question back to you. We've asked this question before. Well, if we're told that the universe is expanding, it has a limitation to its volume, its size, so an edge by definition. What happens when you go beyond the edge of the universe? Same type of question, dude. It's kind of on category.
Okay, well, there's a few responses to that. First of all, if you think the universe is unbounded, that means that there's no edge. But secondly,
So what part of expansion do you think doesn't involve the limitation to the volume?
there might be there's not really a place where the universe stops.
Yeah, because it's expanding. There is a limitation to the volume, so there is most definitely a place where the universe stops because it hasn't fully expanded and filled all the space yet.
No, you're not quite understanding. So like the universe might not be infinitely old, but it doesn't necessarily follow from that it had a beginning, right?
Sorry,
because
that's what the Big Bang is. Space and time created.
It might not have a beginning.
Okay.
It might.
We're not talking about time.
Unbounded. Yeah, but I'm using an analogy.
A bad one. We're talking about it expanding, right? Like a balloon.
Yeah, it might not have an edge. Even if
like a balloon expands.
Yeah, even if it had a beginning, even if it was smaller in the past than it is now, that doesn't follow from that it has an edge.
So a limitation to the environment. Would that be how you would term it?
Look, I'll try and explain. Look, it might be asking like, what's the smallest real number before 0? Well, there isn't an answer to that question. And the reason there isn't an answer to that question is because for each number n, you can count n minus 1.
Why are you bringing up abstract mathematics when we're trying to talk about physical reality?
Because it's relating to physical reality.
No, physical reality.
Well, when you have 1 pen and 2 pens, why are you talking about numbers? Well,
would be the category error right here, right now. Dude, this would be the category error right now. We're talking about physical reality and you're bringing up abstract mathematics to try and speak about physical reality. No, we're trying to talk about physical reality. Don't bring up abstraction.
What? It's not abstract.
It is mathematics.
Numbers by
What?
definition are abstract.
Wait,
But
a number's
like,
physical.
if I ask you,
Physical.
how many bananas do you eat a day?
Okay,
Right?
so the bananas would be
And-
physical then, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but are there 3 bananas? Let's say you put 3
But the bananas
in
would be
your
physical,
mouth
wouldn't they?
each day.
The mathematics you're using to describe it wouldn't be physical, but the bananas would be physical.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's what I'm.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
Look,
so
just
you
eat your
can talk about
banana
the
and
physical bit.
listen
So
for a second.
why are you talking? You don't need to talk about the abstraction, just talk about the physicality, because the subject is about the limitation to physicality.
I'm talking about the physical.
Good. So why are you talking about what the closest number to 0 is?
Because it's directly analogous
It's
to
not.
how it doesn't make
When's
sense
that
to
out?
say there's an edge of the universe if it's unbounded.
Would that be physical limitation? Would that be a physical thing?
Sorry, what?
Would that be a physical thing? The
The
limitation
universe
to
is at least in part physical, yeah.
yeah, so it would be physical then, wouldn't it?
Look, rather than talking about this, do you want to just eat a banana and listen?
You're not that smart.
Okay, thank you.
Never learn his lesson.
So look, the point is that if the universe is unbounded, right?
Okay, what does that mean?
In increasing size, the universe being unbounded means that there's sort of a limit to how big it is.
A limit to how big it is.
there's
Is
no-
anybody else catching this? All right, I'm going to go for 5 minutes. I can't go round in a circle again, being he's now using the words that I used. Fucking hell.
Okay. So he's gone to eat his banana. So I'll try and explain to the rest of you. So there's a limit to how big it is, right? But at the same time, there's no edge of the universe in the same sense.
So
that
what would the limit be?
the height.
Would that
Hold
be a
on a
physical
second.
limit?
You need to eat it. Jedi, you were eating a banana. Continue.
Philip, if you mention bananas
No.
again, I'm going to fucking boot you out of here. You claimed the universe would have a limit. What would that limit be? The edge?
Would that be the limitation of physical space? Because the physical space hasn't extended beyond this point. So an edge of physical
Look,
space.
can you just eat your eggplant and just
Can
let me
you
try and
try and engage your brain? Stop trying to be smart and going for really pathetic insults and engage your brain.
Oh, he's not smart. He's showing that he is bricked. I had the clips, and they are really funny. And bounded.
Oh, Trump's done something dumb. I really hope someone kills Trump. Oh my gosh. No, I don't want someone to kill Trump. I want Trump.
Are you an idiot?
He's stupid. I told
I
you he's
don't know.
bricked.
Stupid people like this. Come on, man.
Question: how does the moon work?
Meaning?
Assuming
How
the Earth
does
is
the
flat.
moon work?
Assuming like the Earth is flat, how does the moon work?
Go test it for us.
No, I'm asking. I'm just asking a question.
I don't know. Can't build a moon and show you how one works. I didn't design it.
Is it in the firmament, outside? How does that work?
I don't know. I've never been to it.
I mean, neither.
Well, tell me how it works then. You know as much as I do.
Okay. Anyone knows how the? Does anyone know how the moon works?
No, not you. That's why you're
That's
asking.
why I'm asking.
Not us either. So we're all in the same boat.
That's why I'm asking.
Why asking a bunch of other people who know as much about it as you do?
Okay, never mind then. I'm not asking questions anymore.
Try to ask intelligent questions that will have an answer that can make an impact at how the moon works. You know that no one went to the moon to see how it works.
You don't need to go to the moon to know how it works.
Oh, so you're gonna assume? Okay.
I mean, you can do
There is a
calculations.
little genie there. He's
I mean,
he's on.
Catholics assume there was a dragon there.
Yeah, that's what you will get if you just want bunch of assumptions
So the only way
that
to
are not verified.
So the only way to know how the moon works is going to it, because that you don't need to go everywhere to know how things work. For example, you wouldn't be able, even in a flat Earth, you wouldn't be able to go to the sun.
Yeah, that's why we don't claim to know what is the sun, what is made of, and how it works. I can tell you that it rises from the east. It sets in the west. Same thing that you see, I think.
But you know for a fact that the sun, it's it just irradiate heat, right? I think that's agreed upon even on the flat Earth, is it not?
Okay, that doesn't
So
tell
we
me
know
what.
one thing about it. We know it radiate heat, right?
It's not one thing. I just told you one. You forgot it. I think you have short memory. I told you that the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. That's another one.
Yeah. Sure. We do know that as well.
Of course.
Two things. Okay, so is it how does the sun work as well?
Yep. Go and check and tell us.
Go to the sun?
Check and tell us. Don't
Ask
assume
someone
and
who
tell us.
listens.
You can verify how it works, how it does work. Yeah, go ahead and tell us how it does work. But just don't assume, please. I hate stories. I like something verified.
But you know that assumptions based on evidence is not technically a story. It's educated guess, and that's being very, very generous.
Yeah, nice. Go ahead and use that and tell us how the sun works.
Look, we know that the sun has to be hot, right? That is something that we know. We know it goes from, well, it sets on the it sets and rises from different directions. We know both of those things. Those are things we know for sure because we can observe, right? Do you only take into consideration things you can observe, or do you then try to get evidence of how things work to then form a hypothesis of how it might work?
Yeah, just try and show me. I don't know how you are doing it, but I just want
But
to
I'm
see.
not doing it. I'm just asking.
But try. Who knows? If
Try
you
to
can get some answers. Yeah, use
educated as I am,
what.
try to guess how the sun works. Nah.
Yeah, you said that you can use that logic and
The
assume
way
things that you can. I don't know how you would just assume things that you didn't verify, and it's not considered as an assumption. I don't know.
So
Just
what you're
show
saying is
me the
that you
method.
can't know anything outside of your own experience.
Yeah, because I'm telling you that because you are showing me that you can't do it. You're not showing me that I'm wrong. You're showing me that I'm correct.
But
Go
given
ahead.
that
How
explanation,
the sun
I
works,
can
it
prove to
is
you that
out of
America
your.
exists.
Just show me how the sun works. It is out of your experience, but use what you just the things that you are questioning now on me. Use them and tell me how the sun works.
I could claim the sun is a ball of fire. Now I couldn't like it would be an assumption, not based on my own observation, because I know fire is hot, the sun is hot, therefore fire, right? That could be an explanation. Doesn't mean it's right,
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's right. You're correct. Plasma also
but it
is
does seem logical, doesn't it?
an arc with an anode and a cathode, high voltage. It's not fire.
I honestly
Can
don't know what we're
can
discussing.
appear. It can appear exactly like that. Like that. Remember that Batman sign? So if you open that sheet, it's just an anode and a cathode next to each other. They are not touching, but there is a little space between each other. And you turn on the high voltage, you will have an arc. Ionization of gas, intense heat. Yeah, but it's not fire, and it's not a ball of fire.
I mean, I'm not claiming that the sun is a ball of fire. I don't think anyone claims that. I mean, some people do,
Yeah.
but like, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that out of my observation, you want me to guess, I could just guess that because I'm not really educated in the sun. That's why I asked the question, how does the moon work? And then you brought it to the sun.
Yeah, like I told you, you can use those things just to guess, and you just throw on me a guess, trying to, hoping that I will just believe that guess, that it is the
I didn't
moon, in
throw any
fact,
guesses at
because
you.
you
I
told
just
me.
asked you, and you asked me to guess.
No, no.
You were the one who asked me to guess.
I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to use those things because you said if things that are you can't reach, you can't just say how it works. I told you that you can assume how it works, but it's not the reality. You did, and you just tried to teach me how you can do that, and I told you do it with the sun and tell me how the sun works. You just thrown on me something that you just.
So would we
It's
consider
an
all of
assumption.
history?
Literally, it's 100% an assumption. You told me that the sun is a ball of fire because you
Because
feel
fire
heat.
is hot.
Yeah, an arc using electricity. It's not fire. It's hotter. Sorry,
Mhm.
so much hotter.
So here's the thing, though. The reason I'm asking you those things is just to illustrate how it is important to see experiences outside of your own observation. You yourself will never be able to observe everything. So at one point or another, you're gonna have to agree with with like someone else, even because it is proven by studies that your own observation and your own memory can fail you. You can actually do tests like that, like watching things from when you were a child, videos of things that you did that you do not remember. So your memory can fail you. That is true. You can remember things wrong. That's true. So you're going to have to rely on other people and the people around you. That's how society works, right? So even though I can't go to the moon, I can rely on people who studied the moon. And that's why I'm asking you guys how the moon works.
You know that the people that are claimed to go to the moon are those people from NASA, and you know that no flat earther claim that we sent people to the moon. We, flat earthers, not NASA. So that question will be just waiting
I
for
understand.
an assumption or trying to push people to throw on your face an assumption.
Oh no, I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah, we
So
don't
I understand
assume
that you
shit.
did not send people to the moon. I understand that you do not um you haven't been to the moon. You don't even know if it's possible to step on the moon. I know you've claimed I know that's a claim that you've made. Not claim, sorry. I know that's not a claim that you've made. I'm not putting that claim on you. But it is human to try to understand things as we do, because you guys make the claim that the earth is flat. even though I think that is just a figure of speech, because no one really claimed that the Earth is flat. What was claimed before was that we don't know the shape of the Earth. You just don't believe it's a ball.
Understand things, how things works using assumptions. Oh, trust me, brother. I can
Math is not a.
guarantee to
It's math
you.
on
I
its.
can guarantee to you that it's not helpful. 1000% not helpful, because when you are using assumption, you are using your imagination, trying to plug some excuses to make that thing that you are imagining, that you watch and you want to complete. You don't understand. You want to complete that understanding by plugging something that you just brought from your imagination.
Okay, so
That's the
humor me.
assumption.
Okay, so humor me, other necros. How do I exactly live without at least putting my faith on something else that I cannot verify? Even if we're claiming that I have, like, for example, any beliefs at all, right? I'll eventually have to believe in something beside myself, even if
Completely
I'm.
understandable. I understand the question and I understand your point of view. For me personally, I live beliefs for the spiritual things, and for the reality, I talk about what I know. If I have, for example, some speculations, and I believe some speculations, so just an example, I believe that there is 7 domes, the earth is 7 earths, believe in God, those things. I can't push my belief on people and try to debate people using my belief. It's my belief. It's the thing that I believe in. It's not reality. It's not provable. It's just a belief. It's not knowledge. Something provable it will be considered from knowledge, because you verified that shit. It will be considered from knowledge. Like God say it in His scripture, believers, disbelievers, or unbelievers, or like something like that. So the opposite, believers and the opposite. So there is nothing as knowers, people who know God. You just have belief. You can't push your belief on people trying to use it as an argument. So when you believe that assumption that you plugged ball of fire, sun, you can't tell me that it is a ball of fire. You just believed it.
Oh no, yeah, you just told me to make an assumption there. That's what I did. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
believe
yeah,
the sun is a ball
nice.
of fire.
Not just that. For example, the moon. You believed a video that told you that people went on the moon, so you believe that the moon is a rock on the sky.
You
You can.
just put a claim onto something. I never said that.
No. I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm giving you an example.
Oh, okay.
I'm not telling you that you are now doing that shit. I'm just trying to find an example and give you that example. So, for example, you, the person, a glober, you believe satellites. You never had a satellite. You never made a satellite. You never sent a satellite to orbit. You don't have a satellite in orbit waiting for you in your name. So you never sent someone to the moon. You never went to the moon. You wasn't even there when they sent people to the moon. I think it's just an assumption. So you can't use those things trying to use them as an argument. It's just your belief.
Okay. Sure.
Nice.
So you're saying
What
that.
you can use when you are talking to me, what I can use when I'm talking to you, something fact, measurements,
But what about
things
people?
that
Okay,
were
so
verified.
given that that what you said, right? Given the thing you just said, it means that if you had an experience and you come to argue with me about that experience, and I have not had that experience, or I have had a different experience, it means that I cannot trust your experience because you're an outside party, and you cannot trust mine because you're an outside party. You see how that is conflicting?
If it is verifiable, it wouldn't be conflicting. If that thing is verifiable, what you just made up, let's say you made it up.
Yeah, I made up
So
that the
if
sun
it
is
is
a ball of fire. That was made
if
up.
it is verifiable,
we can make sure, even if you made that idea up, if you can verify it in reality, that idea that you made up would be a real one. You made it up, you didn't verify that, but when me and you will verify that, it will be real. But till that will be verified.
But what about the things we
If
can
it,
verify? Like,
it will, yeah, if you visit Narnia, it will be just you visiting Narnia.
no, but what about the
You can't
things we
make me
can
believe that.
verify though? Like, for example, the moon, right? The moon is observable. Do you agree that we can learn about something by observing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We know that the moon, just like the sun, it rises and it rises and it what's the other word?
It rises from the east and sets in the
Yeah,
west.
it
Yeah.
sets. Yeah. So it rises
Yeah.
and sets. We know that. We know that the
Yeah.
moon has phases. We know that like
Yeah.
sometimes of the year it's going to be full, then it's going to be not full. You could argue
Yeah.
from that the moon might not be solid, but sometimes you can see that there is a dark part. You can observe that even from where you are. So that's probably likely not the answer. So you can assume that the moon, because the dark part just covers part of the moon, because you can observe that from here. You could argue that the moon is solid, right? You could say that, or that
Yes.
you can also say that something is blocking the moon.
Yes. You can argue and you can say lots of things. You're only going to be asked at the end of the day to demonstrate it physically. Can you go to the moon? Can you go to the sun? All of these types of things. So yeah, you can assume all you like, but at the end of the day, you're going to need to verify your assumption, see if your assumption was correct.
So basically, you can't know something if you can't be there.
What can we do with the moon? Me, you, Necros. Oh, sorry, both Necroses and myself. We stand on the Earth and we observe the moon. We observe its patterns throughout the month, its phases, for example. We notice the repeating patterns over years. Okay, what next?
Well, we know that the phases of the moon have something to do with the way the sea behaves. Maybe
Okay.
correlation more than causation, but we do
Okay.
know that there are patterns related to that.
Okay, so I'm glad you used the word correlation. So yeah, there appears to be a correlation. What we're looking for is cause, though. And to determine cause, we're going to need to perform an experiment based on the hypothesis of what caused that to happen. That to happen being the tides, and your presumed cause being the moon somehow.
Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the moon is getting darker because the sea is getting more violent. We don't know.
Well, yeah. Whatever guess we make, we would have to test it. Cool. So there's again, what are we trying to discover about the moon? Because every single thing is going to come down to verification of that claim.
Oh no! I've been trying to get is a claim, but you don't seem to have a claim. So that
With regards to what?
Hmm?
With regards to what? We don't have a claim about what?
About how the moon works. That's the question I made.
What do you mean about how the moon works?
Let me rephrase that. What is the moon?
We don't know.
There we go. Okay, that is
okay. Okay, so do you know?
Me?
Yes.
I only know what I've been told, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, we all only know what we've been told. We can't verify because we've only ever been told. Can't go there, can we? For example, to say what the moon is actually made of, right?
There is one thing that we can verify, and that is the distance to combined with the size of the
No, you
moon.
can't.
Yes, you can by law of perspective.
Okay. So using an angular size, how something appears to be, how are you going to determine its actual size and actual distance?
You can't actually determine that, but you can verify whether or not NASA's numbers as to the distance to and size of the moon are correct. And I've actually done it myself.
That didn't make any sense.
With law, do you know what the law of perspective is?
Do you know how to prove whether you're right or wrong? So when one of you boys can prove your story, then we'll be able to verify that you were right or wrong. Other than that, you keep telling us a bunch of claims.
You can actually do it yourself,
No,
and I'll
I can't
explain
do no
it.
magic
I'll
shit.
explain it. I'll explain to you the process.
No, do it.
It's very
No,
easy.
do it. No, go do it
I
and
already,
verify it.
I already did do it.
Doing it.
I already did do it.
Yeah, let's
I've
let
done
him
it.
explain it.
Yeah.
You're not gonna let me explain. We'll just keep cutting me up. But
We're interested, so we're trying to stop the conversation because you can explain. Go on.
Okay.
Some of us are interested.
So the way to do law of perspective is when you reduce one factor, you have to reduce the other factor by the same amount. So distance to and size up. If you reduce miles into inches, you have to do it for both, right? And then you can reduce it and divide it by 2, and then you would measure it out, right? So distance to is what, 234,900 miles, I think it is, something like that. So you take that, and then you take the size of, which would be the diameter.
Why did you take that? Why did you take that number?
Well, that's what the official NASA numbers, right? So they give us these numbers. Everybody can Google it, and you can verify the numbers. And then what you do is you reduce it into inches from miles, and then you can divide that by 1,000, and then you can map it out in your house. Take a ruler and you do a cutout. You do a round cutout of the moon
In your house.
Yeah,
Are you
in your
okay,
house.
dude?
You reduce miles to inches, and then you reduce the inches by 1,000, right? So you divide by 1,000 for both. This is keeping in line with law of perspective. So it would come out to what I do?
Whose
Divided by, I
perspective is
think, 2,000.
238,000 miles? What the
The
fuck are you talking about?
NASA says this, right?
I don't care what NASA says. Where do you have 238,000 miles in your room?
Well, what I'm getting at is that when you actually do law of perspective on this, and you map everything out, and you do the cutout,
in what
and you
media?
take and what
Okay,
medium
my turn
through
for some
air, dude?
entertainment. Blind Rage. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to put in a given diameter of 32.4 miles. Your elevation. Yep. Diameter, 32.4 miles.
For what? The moon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want your distance to the moon to be 3,600 miles. And see if that lines up with your angular view.
I'm sure it probably would.
So we've got a problem there. So now I've just verified that the moon is 3,600 miles away. Congratulations. Mathematics proves nothing.
Right. No. What I'm saying is
Not
by
no.
law of
Yes.
perspective, if the number. Hold on.
I'm
hold
using
on.
your law of perspective, mate. Use the numbers and go and do it.
No, I've already used mine. I've used NASA numbers, and I did.
Yeah,
it,
I
right?
want you to use my numbers and do it again and watch
Where
what
did you get
happens.
the number from, though?
The number is from NASA. Everybody.
We
can
don't care
Google
where the
it.
numbers are from.
Not you,
Stop.
not you, the other guy. Where did you get
We
those
don't
numbers?
care where the numbers are from. Just do it with the numbers I just gave you and watch what happens.
But where did you get those numbers
Necros, it's got nothing to do with anything. I will tell you after he does it.
No, you don't even know what I was about to say. The moon in the sky is 10 times larger than the cutout, which means that NASA is wrong. So that means they don't know the distance to or the size of the moon, or a combination of both.
The only measurement you have is angular size. You don't have a distance.
I know that because they guessed the distance to Venus to triangulate the distance to the moon. I get it. But what I'm telling you is that based off their own numbers, you can verify or not verify using law of perspective.
Yeah.
It
What are you
proves or
verifying?
disproves. It's either one. It's either correct or it's not correct.
We don't
And when
care
you
about
actually plug it
cartoons.
in, it's
We don't
incorrect.
care about verifying cartoons. Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. You okay?
Why would we care about verifying Snuffleupagus, dude?
Just understand the mathematics.
I'm saying it disproves what they say.
Brother, a third grader knows they're wrong. We didn't have to say all that to say these dudes are fucking liars and what they told you was wrong, and there's no way for them to prove it and back up their claim. That's all you got to say. You and I can't back their
Everybody can
claim.
say that, but this is actually verifiable proof that they're wrong.
Hey, what's up? So is everyone
Yeah,
here like
so is a tape
retarded?
measure.
You guys all think Earth
A
is flat?
tape measurer.
I'm just kind of surprised this channel exists. Feel like
Yeah, a
everyone-
thing that really measures stuff, man.
No,
I know
yeah,
it sounds
does,
surprising.
it does, but are you? How the heck do you prove?
I don't
they're
know. It's
wrong?
better than Looky Loo. Looky Looer. I don't know how the fuck you're measuring something by just looking and hoping.
I mean, yeah, it is just looking. You could literally just see the Earth as a like the 24/7 live stream. Stream
my-
Earth.
Oh my
But
god.
like you do understand that you need specific tools to measure specific things, right? You wouldn't use a tape measure to measure the surface.
100% you would.
You can use
100%
a
you
tape
would.
measure if you reduce it enough.
100% you would. If you want to make sure that's what you use, if you want to be a liar, you can go do what you want to do and just make shit up. Brother, if you want to use a tape measure, you can be in my camp and you can verify shit. If you don't, push on.
So you can use a tape measure to measure the surface of a lake.
No, we're going to use your verifying stuff. Look up there and hope something and use a number somebody gave you from something else that they hoped was right.
Wait,
And
what
then
are the
hope some
sides
more.
here?
And then don't verify anything. There you go. That's how you
Wait.
do math, right?
Wait, who's tape measure and who's anti-tape measure here? I'm kind of confused.
The box for the tape
I
measure.
honestly don't understand because like tape measures.
You
yeah,
don't understand a tape measure? If I said measure your house, what would you use? Your eyeballs and don't touch nothing? Would you just get the angular size of your house, brother?
If you want to measure your house, you're literally told the
Sorry,
square
gentlemen, please.
square footage. So it's
Excuse me. So, what are the two constituent parts of a ruler or a tape measure? Two constituent parts. What are they?
Mm-hmm. So
well, I mean, a ruler it measures in it's literally 12 foot. Like there's only so much you
Good.
can measure with that.
Good.
And
So
the tape measure goes pretty far.
Inches and feet. Distance is one of them. Well done. Distance is one of them. What's the other one?
The fact that it's straight.
Bingo. So
The
a
fact
straight
that's
edge
what?
over-
Wait,
over
what did you
distance.
say?
A straight edge. A ruler.
That's straight.
Yeah, straight edge. Over distance, right? Between 2 points along a line.
Well,
Straight
what
edge.
are we measuring? Like you said, measuring a lake. You're not going to measure a lake with a ruler. That's not
No, but we're going to use the same principle. So we're going to use the straight edge over distance, right?
okay.
And and see if there's a deviation from that straight edge of the water. Over distance, the water should diverge.
Well, I mean, it's not like a lake is like a straight square. Like it's not uniform, you know. If
we can go from
well, I
one
mean, if you're
point-
measuring the perimeter, like it's not gonna. There's probably like a circumference.
Well,
to it.
one
It's not, like-
statistic would be the
Sorry, gentlemen, please.
diameter, right, of the lake at the maximum diameter.
Not interested in diameter.
Well, I mean, there's gonna be different diameters based on.
Not interested in a diameter. I'm interested in a deviation from horizontal. That's why we're using a straight edge. That's the horizontal. Over distance, we want to look for the deviation of that straight edge over distance.
Wait,
Curve.
where is this stemming from? Though I'm kind of confused. What is this trying to relate to? In
If
the end?
the surface of the Earth is curving, then it should deviate from a straight edge. The ruler. The surface of the Earth is primarily water. That's why we're going to be using a
So are
lake.
you a flat earther?
You know where you are.
I know where I am, but I didn't think everyone in here was flat earth.
No, I mean I'm not, but like still.
Well, I mean, if you're flat earth, you're just objectively retarded.
Me, I'm just here to ask.
No,
them
yeah,
what-
not you. Whoever thinks that the earth is flat, you're fucking retarded.
Sorry, you're speaking to somebody who thinks the Earth is flat, and I'm educating you on what would be a deviation from horizontal to denote curvature, which would mean a ball.
Well, there will be curvature. It's just that it's for every like few miles, it's like a point like 27-degree curvature. It's not that. It's not like. It's not that like you can't. It's not really seeable to the eye, or like measurable unless you have a very, very long, like measuring tool.
Yeah, like a laser. So what you're saying is we wouldn't be able to see curvature then?
There are points where you can see curvature.
So there are points where we could. Sorry, you said that we couldn't. Now you're saying that there are.
I mean, I know there's one lake. That's what you guys were talking about. Lakes actually. Yeah, Salt Lake. You can like if you're able to like see boats go over the curvature or then disappear.
So we can see it then.
Yeah. Well, at some point.
So what point would that be?
I'm not sure how to explain it. I mean, I'll just say if you
would it be, for example, a mathematical equation, a way to figure out where that point would be? If, for
I'm
example,
not sure, bro. I'm not like a physics.
They're going to use the
or anything.
not physics. This is geometry. So if we know the size of the circle, it could be a sphere, but we're only going in 2 dimensions for this example. But if we know the radius, the diameter, or the circumference, then it's just a mathematical equation, a way to figure out where the tangent would intersect if it was taken from an observer's eye height in feet. How tall you are, what altitude you occupy above the surface, and where the horizon would be for things to disappear beyond it, like your boat example, right?
Yeah.
It's just a mathematical calculation away. According to this mathematical calculation, we should most definitely see the curvature of the Earth to block things at distance. The calculation that we use is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So if you're 6 foot, using that calculation, the geometric horizon for the boat to disappear over is at 2.8 miles away. The geometric horizon when you lay down in your eye height is 1 foot above the surface of that.
Well, I mean, now you're just not considering the factors that you even mentioned before, like which altitude you're at and stuff.
What do you think eye height in feet means?
He just told you that.
Can you
So,
get the
I'll
order
explain
rig?
again. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So my example, and I was trying to give you 2 before you were too impatient and you had to interrupt. 6 foot observer, 2.8 miles away. 1 foot observer, 1.225 miles away. 32,000 feet, 229 miles away.
Okay.
Cool. So when we try to measure to the horizon, we find that the horizon is much, much further than that. Would you like an example?
Sure.
Okay, give me a minute and I'll try and find one for you.
Do you know
All
what
right.
the horizon is?
Ask him again. I'll be back in a
The
second.
horizon is not a physical line. The horizon does move back.
On a globe, there's a geometrical, physical fucking horizon line. It's
There
supposed
is.
to be
There is, yes.
measurable and provable.
There
Okay,
is.
so where's that at?
Okay, so if you take into consideration, like the boats disappearing over the horizon, you use
Ain't no boats going over no
hold on,
horizon.
Let me finish. You use a camera, and you can most likely bring them back into view, right? That is something that has been done multiple times, and you can see them. But eventually, there will be a point in which, no matter how powerful your camera or telescope, whatever you're using is, the boat will not come back into view. There are
That didn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
Even with
If you
reflection,
if you go over a hill in my backyard the first time and you're halfway hidden by the hill, stupid, no matter what the fuck I get out, I'm not going to be able to bring any more than half of you around the hill back.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
No, do you understand?
No. Don't cut me
The
off.
boat, when you thought it was first past the curve, right?
I'm attacking.
Then you got your binoculars, dude.
Let me finish.
Then you got your binoculars out and brought it back, dummy. How can you bring something back to a fucking curve?
There's more than one thing.
Yeah, one thing at a time. There's a boat on the other side of a curved water.
Is that hard?
Supposedly.
No, it's not yet.
How are you bringing that back? So it's not on the other side of a curve.
You have brought it back.
So now it's not on the other side of a curve.
I never said it was.
So what's making the boat hidden half of the boat?
I'm getting there. Give me a
So
second.
the boat being hid, half of it is not because of a
I
curve.
haven't finished my explanation. You are attacking.
So it's not. But listen to what I'm saying, stupid. I can help you.
You are attacking a point that hasn't been finished yet.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb and you don't
you
listen.
are, because you can hear. You can
Brother,
discuss that whatever
If
whenever
there,
you want.
it, brother,
When
what's the
I
boat
make
hid
the
behind?
claim, I still have it.
Brother, what's the boat hid behind? Why do you need binoculars?
You know, I'm still agree.
Why do you need binoculars?
Hello.
Where did the boat go? Why do you need binoculars in the
Can
first
you hear
place?
me? I'm not saying that it went over the curvature.
I'm
okay?
asking you a question. Why
Hold
do you
on.
need binoculars if the boat's gone?
Hold on. I never said that. And
I'm asking you a question.
Let me rephrase.
Why do you need the binoculars if the boat's gone?
I said the boat wasn't gone. I never said
The
that.
boat's
You are
not
attacking
gone.
a
Then
point
why
that-
do you need binoculars?
You are attacking a point that wasn't made.
Why do you need binoculars if the boat is visible?
Because distance does play a role.
Point of convergence.
So not a
Very easy.
curve.
Things do look smaller.
So
from
not a
distance.
curve.
Hold on. Do you know that more than one thing can play a role at the same time?
I don't know
Do you
anything
know that
without
is
a side
possible?
view.
Like, are you
Do you
aware
have a
that that's
side view?
possible?
You'll need a side view. Looky loo boy.
No, let me finish. Jesus Christ! Apparently, like you
Quit
start
looking
hoping when you
forward and
don't.
saying you did something. Looking forward's
I
not
never
enough.
finished
But
saying
go
my
ahead and
claim.
finish.
You never let me finish my claim. You just started attacking it before it was finished.
Your claim is no curve.
You haven't let me finish, because two things can be at play at once. Okay, so
I'm waiting for the curve.
Don't let me. Then let me finish. So distance, yes, it plays a role. Things do look smaller from a distance. That's true. That is indeed true. A boat will disappear from your point of view, even if it hasn't gone over the horizon. That has been observed multiple times. You just need to get a telescope, put it back into view, and voila, still not over the horizon, right? Even if you don't change your attitude, that is true. That is 100% verifiable, right? You can do that. I did that recently, okay? But it doesn't matter how powerful your equipment is.
Doesn't matter how powerful it is.
Even if you take your
Okay, Necros, your example is very poor. Necros, your example is very poor. We want you to go to the beach, watch a boat disappear over the
Oh, I have
horizon
done
with
that.
your
That's why I'm
naked
saying that.
eyes. With your naked eyes, without assistance. It disappears over the curve.
But
now grab your telescope and watch what happens. It comes back. Now,
Yeah, true,
if
but-
if it has gone behind said curvature, you can't use your telescope. Full stop. It's behind something.
But I never claimed it has. I never claimed it has.
The fucking math
That
claims
eventually
it.
you're going
The
to be able
globe
to
claims
observe
it.
Hold on.
You're
Hold on.
dumb,
Let me
dude.
finish. Let me finish.
If you believe in math, you should not be believing the Earth's flat,
For you
buddy.
to get to that point, you have to use a tool to observe. You cannot observe it with a naked eye because it is going to disappear. It is clear to everyone here that it's going to disappear, but it's not because it went over the curvature yet. But if you get a powerful enough like telescope, eventually you're going to see that parts of the boat are going to start disappearing, and no matter how much you zoom, they're never coming back. The boat might show up as floating, but the part of it that was showing up before will never come back, no matter how close you get to it, because that part is over the curvature now, and that will never come back.
Two things. One, you said yet. That's going to imply distance. What is the distance to horizon formula? Do you know?
And that's how you can actually do the math.
So
that's what you can
must
actually
do the math. Yeah. So what is the math?
Well,
do you know?
After you measure it yourself, then you can actually do the math.
Dude. So the math is pretty basic. It's just
And then you have
geometry.
to see if it's consistent.
Necros, trying to talk to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So you said yet, invoking distance to the horizon. That you don't see the horizon yet. So there must be a distance to it, right? Now, this calculation to figure out the distance to the horizon based on the altitude of an optic, the eye height of the observer, is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, using that mathematical formula, the geometric horizon for the boat to disappear behind should be at 2.8 miles. 1 foot observer, using that mathematical formula, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225, and you get 1.225. So the horizon should be 1.25 miles away from a 1 foot observer. You understand?
What? Yo, what is this math? Are you dumb? What the fuck?
That's the fucking math for your globe. Is the globe dumb?
But even if you do get the, even
hello?
if you ignore the
Hello?
NASA's math, right?
No, it's based on the radius of the Earth and where a tangent intersects the curvature based on the observer's eye height.
Those are the numbers.
So
yes.
far, the math is just gibberish. They haven't made a point.
Yeah. Wait. What? Can you tell me where's this equation? I like to know what this equation
No,
is.
you need to get the
They'll
globe
just made up
equation and
on the
bring it to
spot.
us.
The globe
Since
is
you
not
got
the
a
Earth,
magic
though.
one.
It's a model of the Earth. Do you
It's a
not
geometric
understand that?
plane.
It is a model. It's not a 1-to-1 representation.
Awesome, dude. Awesome, dude. If you live on a ball, there would be associated mathematics with said ball. The circumference, the radius, the diameter. Do you agree with this?
Sphere.
Do you agree with this? Yes. or
Yeah,
no?
but that's like on a 2D
Excellent.
level.
So, Jedi was explaining the mathematics. At 1 foot of observer height, your geometric horizon, based on that mathematics that we're given, the geometric horizon would be 1.22 miles. Okay?
Where are you considering 1 foot? Because the Earth's elevation is
Stop. The 1 foot is the observer's height in feet, or actually the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay? So if you get your camera, hold it 1 foot above the water, the horizon or geometric horizon, based on the given mathematics, should be 1.22 miles.
Where's the 1.2 coming from?
The radius.
I get the square root of 1. Where's the 1.2 coming from? I want to see what this math equation is. I don't know what the equation is in the first
Okay,
place.
Dude, you can just hold on a second. You can just look up any Earth curve calculator and validate what Jedi and Matrix are giving to you, right? So depending on your height above sea level, you are able to work out how far away the geometric horizon is, right? Based on the formula that they gave you. There's other formulas that you can use to work it out, but you can just check what they're saying. Like they've been looking into this for 8-10 years. You know exactly what the math is that they're talking.
See, the video Jedi sent us of like the oil rigs is exactly what I claimed before. Go back when it zooms out, you cannot see the oil rigs.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. 1.23 times the square root of height in feet.
Right.
And that is a... I don't think you understand. This is a formula to calculate the Earth's curvature, not the ability for the human eye to see on
The
the curvature.
curvature is based on a triangulation from where your eye is to the ground to the distance. Basically, those 3 points would make a triangle. So the horizon line would be where the top line of the triangle from where your field of view is, where your eyes are, to the horizon, to the Earth.
Wait, no. This isn't claiming any. No, this equation does not claim anything about the ability to see this distance.
It does. Because we're talking about the things that are beyond that geometric obstruction. That's the Earth curvature. Remember, I can't see the bottom of that boat because the Earth curvature is in the way.
Yeah.
That's because, so that will be a distance based on the observer's eye height. That calculation is 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. So for the observation that I posted in the chat, based on the observer's eye height of 8 foot, the horizon distance should be 3.46 miles away. Now, the oil rigs are interesting because we know how far away that they are. So we can assume a distance. If the horizon is beyond them, and the furthest one is like 10 miles away, then the horizon's beyond 10 miles, which is a problem for the mathematics that we've just stated. Because according to that mathematics, for things to start disappearing bottom up, that obstruction should be at 3 miles away, not 10.10.
Okay. It is, yeah, okay, so it is, okay, no, yeah, you guys are right. Okay, so it is the distance from your height. Okay, I get it now.
Good stuff.
I,
Well done.
I
Thank
wasn't
you.
understanding the equation.
That's fine. So what the other gentleman was pointing out, and he was kind of good to do so, is it's going to be the limitation of the optic and the atmosphere that you're looking through. Is going to be how far you're going to be able to see. So if you improve the optic from your eyes to binoculars, telescopes, high power zoom cameras, the horizon's just going to keep extended into distance like is demonstrated in the video. And depending on the atmospheric conditions, you may be able to see more or less.
Okay.
And the waves too play a big part. If you're 6 foot tall and you're trying to look through a 14-foot wave, that might be a problem.
Okay.
Which is what they call well, there's other atmospheric stuff called like photomorgana, which is a provable thing. You can actually take your camera and set it down on a verifiably flat surface, and you put it right down to the ground, and you walk away and you film it, and your feet, you'll start to disappear from your feet up, even on a flat surface. That's the problem with optics.
Yeah. No, I can totally see that. Eventually, there will be a point that you won't be able to see the boat, no matter how much you zoom on it. I'm not saying that proves a ball. It just
Why do
proves
you think that? Why do you think that is?
If you mix a dye,
Why? Sorry, the question was why do you think that is?
Well, there can be many claims. One of them can be optics. Another one could be the globe.
Okay, so this proved the globe where the horizon wasn't where it should be. So it's optical then. The limitation of the device, the atmospheric conditions of the day, and the boat is now too far away for you to resolve.
But what if you get something more powerful to bring it back and it doesn't come back though?
So we keep doing that, and we keep doing that, and the boat always comes back until you bring up the analogy. Until you bring up the analogy of we can't anymore.
No, but you can't anymore. It gets
when's that then? Would that be a limitation in the optical device? Would you be able to improve the optical device so it did come in? You'd have to do this and verify it for yourself.
No,
because so far, I haven't quite finished.
You get to a point that the return just don't
so
come back.
far, the problem is optical. It's not physical. It needs to be physical for you to claim Earth curvature.
Hold on. So even if you get the device better, when it gets to a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore because it's not going to get anything anymore.
Well, that depends on the device. See, if you use a traditional camera, you would have atmospheric interference, right?
Yeah.
Which means that it's obviously like, almost like foggy, right? And once you look through a certain amount of fog, you can no longer see past it. Just like if you were to mix dye in water, once you spread that out over a vertical surface far enough, you wouldn't be able to see past a certain point, right? So same thing applies here in the air. And then when you go and get an infrared camera, boom, now you can see it again.
Well stated.
Another way you can see the boat again as well, if you raise the observer height. Why does that work?
Because you've raised the observer height. You've increased the angle of view across the surface. So you can now angularly resolve more surface because you're further away from it.
Mm-hmm. And is that how the fact that the sun sets differently from different heights? Is that how that works as well?
What do you mean different heights?
If you're at the top of a building and if you're at the bottom of the building, the sun's setting first for the one in at the bottom of the building.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've changed your height. It's got nothing to do with the surface that you're looking across.
But with a clean view, if you get a magnifying device, will you be able to bring the sun back?
Yeah, sometimes we do.
Doing honestly, I'm going to try to do that one.
Sometimes that's happened.
Yeah, depends on the atmosphere that day versus obviously how bright the sun is and how far away it is from you.
Exactly. There's countless amounts of optical effects and illusions that are going to be taking place depending on the conditions and factors.
So this is all optical then, and by no means are we demonstrating curvature of the Earth.
Well, my claim is that eventually, no matter how powerful the the thing you're using is, eventually the boat will not reappear.
That's lovely.
What does that mean?
We've given you two reasons why. One, you've reached the limitation of the optic, and two, light attenuation. That was the light passing through the atmosphere. You know what diffusion is? So why are you talking? You're not going to learn if you're talking. You've come back and you've gone full circle like we haven't said anything. I'm having to reiterate what we've said, and now you're interrupting the reiteration.
So I understand that the atmosphere conditions can like interfere with how far a lens can see, but it's also right if it's clear days and skies, right? Let's say the tide is not very high on this day. You still will not see the boat after a certain distance because it will have gone over the curvature.
No,
what day?
Sorry. The curvature should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the video that I gave you, that means the observer at 8 foot, the horizon should be 3.46 miles away. But measurably, because of the oil rigs and we know the distance, the horizon is more than 10 miles away. So the curvature needs to happen before the optical resolution runs out. The optical resolution is the only thing that is running out based on the technology and the atmosphere. Because if we had that good enough technology, which we do, then the limitation always to how far we should see would be the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. I mean, I'm not really like I'm not experienced on like camera lens and all. So if a lens is not powerful enough to see this distance, then sure I can agree with you in that. I'll take your word for it because I'm not.
Let's just say we've got this magical lens that's infinite.
Yeah.
It's still only going to max out at about 300 mile.
Exactly. Thank you for finally pointing that out to them. You cannot see infinitely. There's no amount of things that makes you see infinitely any object to where you should think that, hey man, this thing's disappeared behind a curve now because I can't see it because it went away.
So hold on.
Well, it did also go away. Like it went over a curve. If your lens was able to see 300 miles.
Can you explain to me why?
All you got to do is have a side view. That's the explanation for both of you guys.
Why can't you see?
You know what a side view is?
I do know what a side view is.
Not really.
A side view. So if you look at the front of your car.
Okay, so you're like a side rear view mirror? Like are you talking like that?
No, hold on, stop. The front of your car is the headlights. The side of your car would be the doors where you get in. The back would be the trunk. So now if you're looking from the shore and you're looking out at the boat, you're looking at either the front or the back of the boat, right? Right?
Yeah.
The boat's going away from you. You're looking at the back tip of the boat. We need to see the side of the boat to make sure that it's down below that curved water.
Wait. No, it's not looking. You're not looking at the back of the road. You're looking at
So you're going to see a horizontal line, correct? So left and right in your view, you see a beautiful horizontal line as far as the eye can see. So now your side view is going to be what? The same thing?
No.
What do you mean by curved water?
Brother, listen. If your side view is a horizontal line, you said no, but I'd love to see your side view that's curved. And then your front of the view that you look out forward and you see left to right the whole way, that's horizontal. There's no curve in between anything in your view when you look out at the horizon. It's called the horizon. That means horizontal. So now if you think a boat's going over something this way, looking at you looking that way, and you think it's over that, then you have your buddy from the side and say, hey, Bob, can you see me? Yeah. Draw a horizontal line from my eyes or my feet to where the bottom of the boat would be. And if the boat lines up from the side view's observer, where the fuck is the curve you're talking about? You have a horizontal line you can use as reference all day, boys. Now do you understand? The side view will tell you whether there's a curve or not. Just not you looking forward and fucking just saying a bunch
I
of dumb
understood a
stuff.
little bit, but like, honestly, I think you guys are more experienced in this like this like camera lens and views. Like I think you guys are probably just more.
I'm
like,
just experienced
in that.
knowing that if you look at the front of a mountain that's 50 miles long that way, you can't see the rest of the fucking mountains. You're only seeing the first one. So don't tell me it's curved or anything else when you don't know. You got to get a side view, pals.
Let me ask you a question. Why can't you see infinitely?
Why can't you get a side view? Is the question? Is that what you're asking me? Why have you can? I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, look, so the reason you
Get
can't
a
see
side view.
infinitely is because you have an angle of view, right? Everything converges into a vanishing point. That's the way your eyes work. Like if you're standing in a really long hallway, everything's going to converge into the center. And that's what's called a vanishing point, because that's the limit of your angle of view due to perspective, right? And then when you're looking out over large bodies of water, you have the atmosphere as well to deal with. So over large distances, it becomes opaque. Just like if you were in a clear swimming pool and you draw a smiley face on the other end of the swimming pool, right? You're not going to be able to see the other end of the swimming pool, because even though the water's clear, over distance, it becomes opaque. Right? Same thing happens with the atmosphere as well. So those two things, you've got the angular limitations, which also apply to zoom lenses, right? So you're going to be able to increase the angle of view, but you're still eventually everything's going to fade out into the atmosphere. That was what blind RRR rage meaning before.
Okay. Like if
and I just wanted to just quickly touch
right?
on what Demok was saying. I just want to touch on what Demok was saying as well. He was saying, like, if you're standing at the shoreline of the ocean and you're looking at a boat appear to go over the curve right in front of you, and that's just 3 miles away, it's starting to disappear bottom up according to your globe model. But you can see much further left to right. So when you're looking at a much further distance left to right, it's a perfectly flat horizon. If you have a sphere, it must curve in all directions evenly. It's not like a paper towel roll. That's what he was getting at.
But
Partly with the side view thing.
Well, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat because of this view limitation from the atmosphere and like
we're not
your
using
land
this
and
as
vanishing point.
right. We're not using this as a flat Earth proof. We're just attacking the boats over the horizon claim. Also,
But you know, the only thing that attacks is that the math might not add up. The math might be wrong, but it doesn't mean that if you go further, maybe some of the numbers are higher than expected.
The math doesn't add up. This is based on the radius. It's based on the radius of the Earth and your eye height above that curved surface of 8 inches per mile squared. It's your claim. The math doesn't add up. Yeah,
It's based.
Damn right, it doesn't.
Right. It's based from the center of the ball out too. You understand that? From like the center of the sphere, the radius, and then 24,000 miles around, right? And 3959 for your radius, right? And the circumference 24,901 miles, right? That math is given to us like a regulation basketball. Now you guys are saying that math is wrong.
I'm not
So
saying
you guys
math is
must
wrong.
be the super mathematicians who know the Earth's size over everybody else, and I'd like to know how you verify your math versus their math. What math did you use to tell how big the Earth was, Necros?
No, you can actually calculate that by calculating the distance at which, and if you have a laser, right, you can calculate the distance at which you cannot bring the boat back into view. Then you can calculate that distance as the distance for the for the curvature.
Brother, you didn't even know that you can only see
Hold
1 mile.
on. That's going to depend very specifically on what type of optic that you're using. So the 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet is based on the human eye. It's not based on an optical device to conceive.
That's never going to work with the human eye because the human eye is limited.
Yeah, and this would be
So
the
you're
limitation.
making physics.
This would be the limitation of your view across a horizontal surface.
Do you agree with physics? I mean,
Yeah, then I agree with
This
you.
isn't. Hold on. This isn't physics. This is geometry and math.
I agree.
We're just doing geometry here, not
I
physics.
agree with that.
No, he's adding physics into it. Yeah.
That calculation.
But the funny thing about that is,
in your human eye, being able to see the boat forever, that is indeed bullshit. That calculation wouldn't work.
Well, with a standard 6-foot person, the point of convergence is about 3 miles, which oddly enough is the horizon line. So that's kind of a funny coinkydink.
Exactly. Isn't that the original math though? The one that was proposed like in the 1800s?
The original math, what based on
no,
the
that's modern day.
There's GPS, brother. There's a fucking satellite that rolls around the Earth supposedly every 90 minutes, and you're saying its math is wrong. I'm not getting
GPS
it.
is actually a ground positioning system, not it's not a
They
satellite.
don't have any satellites.
Oh no, satellites do exist. You can.
So I'm saying, so you guys are saying they have no way in 2024 to verify their own fucking numbers. You're saying you, Bob and Tom, know the
said that.
numbers. You're saying you know the fucking globe size over everybody who's giving it to you.
You know,
That's
you
exactly
know.
what the fuck you're saying.
No, it's not. It's not. Actually, you could actually verify the numbers if your calculations go right, and
How?
Well, do the experiment, right? Observe that, measure with a laser or with whatever you can measure.
Okay.
That is
we've
reliable.
done that. We've done that.
Compare the numbers. If
We've
they are
done-
the same, which they most likely are going to be, then you can assume, oh, the Earth is round or the Earth is flat, or at least you can say, okay.
Assume. Why would you be assuming if you had the measurement?
Hold on 2 seconds. So you think it would be a good idea to pass a laser across the body of water, right?
Well, that is then you're going to argue refraction, right?
No, I'm just asking you if you think that's the viable method that you're asserting at the moment. Is that what you're saying?
It is not 100% viable. I'm just using it as an example because of like humidity, like light distorts, so it's not going to be reliable. No.
But we could measure that distortion based upon the wavelength of light that we're using, right?
And that we get into other measurements that are more complex. Yes.
Well, more accurate, because what different wavelengths of light refract differently, right? Good. So we could use, say, an infrared laser, and we could pass it over, for example, a salt flat or a lake. And if we were to hit a target on the other side that was at the same altitude as the laser, say 6 foot, and the target was 6 foot, and the distance was, say, 30 to 35 miles, that would demonstrate that there wasn't any deviation and the Earth would be measured to be flat, right?
Yes and no. I think well, in that specific area, when you're on ground can grow to be perfectly level, and the ocean would actually be, well, I guess a body of water would be the only thing that you could accurately measure a curve, because it absolutely has to be curved over a body of water.
Cool. So I'm glad you're agreeing that's one of the primary reasons why all of us are here. Because when we measure salt lakes, bodies of water, frozen lakes, with devices that are supposed to do that, like surveying equipment, then we demonstrate that the water doesn't curve.
But you know what's funny though? The same claim that you made, that the results there show that they don't curve, is the same math that shows they can actually measure, because at one point the atmosphere gets all mucked up. So at one point the numbers are going to be wrong, no matter if the Earth is round or flat.
You understand that we use laser targeting devices for defense and attack, right?
And anyways,
But you understand this principle of using a laser to target something at distance, right?
Yes, I do.
You understand that this is going to be a straight line. Yep. Yes, you can measure for the deviation of the light through the atmosphere, but because you're forcing the line, then it's primarily going to be a straight line. Now, if the surface of the Earth was curved, there will be a limitation to how far away you could target something at distance, say from a vessel at sea, a boat. Now, that limitation will be at 1.225 times the square root of the device's height in feet. So that would be the geometric horizon.
Is that based on the device, or is that based on human?
No, that's based on the geometry of the Earth, where the Earth. Sorry, I'm going to explain it to you. Where the tangent line created by the laser would intersect the curvature of the Earth.
But
that would be. Why are you talking?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Continue.
Thank you. So the limitation would be the curvature of the Earth that would be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's where the curvature of the Earth would start, and things would be hidden behind. So that would be the limitation of range of the device. Unfortunately, the distances that we target things from vessels at sea are up to 100 kilometers away. Ground-based targets, straight line of sight required. We use this for all defense systems, line of sight targeting, radar systems, early warning systems. Every single one of them requires a horizontal plane to pass the equipment, the signal across. I've posted several laser tests in the side chat based upon that premise, demonstrating that the water lays horizontally. There's hundreds more.
Lays horizontally? Where? Oh, hold on. I can see it now. What? Are you telling me that laser is not bending?
Lasers aren't what?
You're telling me that laser is not being bent by the refraction?
Yeah, but they account for that. And there's also other methods of doing that where you can go up higher in the air and aim it downward towards your target and then do a intersect with another laser, which I think most oftentimes they actually do intersect the lasers.
No, fair enough. I'll take a look at this, at these videos. Okay, I gotta go now because I have I have an appointment. But I'll take a look at these videos and then I'll come back more informed because I did watch some of the videos you guys asked me to watch as well. So I
And
wanna watch a lot more.
one funny thing to note about that too is like the further inland you would be on a ball, the greater the actually angular distortion would be from the from pointing a laser out over the ocean.
You're awesome.
Okay, I gotta go. But y'all have fun with your discussion.
Good chatting with you, Necros. Cross number 2.
Have you guys ever thought about that? If you're on a ball, the further inland you would be, so if you're past the 3-mile mark, it would significantly impact the angular distortion by aiming it out over the ocean. Whereas if you're on a flat plane, the angular distortion would remain the same no matter how far back you go. Actually, I correct myself. It wouldn't be 3-mile mark. It's the horizon line. Or supposed horizon line.
I'm on deck. What's up? What's going on?
What's up?
We talking about that horizon? That pesky horizon?
Yeah, right. Horizon is a funny thing, funny topic for most. It also kind of, at a 6 foot tall person, the horizon line is actually pretty much equivalent with the point of convergence for most people.
Well, I was at the ocean, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away. I was at North Beach, Corpus Christi, right next to the USS Lexington. So that horizon wasn't where it's supposed to be. It was supposed to be obstructing 66.6 feet into the air, or the beach houses, over the beach houses, and it was not. So we're not talking about skyscrapers. We're not talking about, beach houses on a cliff. We're talking about beach houses with a, waterfront in their backyard, basically. So that's why we say, the Earth presents itself as flat. That's empirical. You can go to the ocean and do this yourself.
Oh, right, for sure. Matter of fact, I'm heading there in a couple days, going on a cruise from Fort Lauderdale. So I get some pictures while I'm out there too.
Good for you, sir. Have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Oh yeah, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, quite the shame they stopped selling the P1000 camera. Kind of hard to come by nowadays.
Yeah, I should have bought one when I had the chance, huh?
Yeah, I should have. But maybe a 950 or 900. I don't know. Might work as well, I guess. They aren't that bad, I guess. 80. What is it? Around 80 times zoom. 84.
Yeah, but that P1000 was a globe Earth killer.
Top killer, yeah, I know. Top. Globe killer. But yeah, I don't know.
I actually worked out math as well from somebody. They did a moon sync. You guys know what a moon sync is? So it's where you take a picture of a moon from two different places on the Earth at a pretty far distance. This was worked out to be, I think, a 10,500 mile distance, and they both took a picture of the moon at the same time. And that is a way you can actually triangulate the how high the moon is.
What'd they come up with?
I believe the math worked it out to be 76 miles up. And the funny.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the funny thing to note on that particular instance was, and these were taken with P900s. They had all the angular info as well, and then I plotted it on a globe Earth, and it was actually impossible that the lines intersect. So there was no way possible that it was done on a globe Earth.
Put that in a video?
I forget. I know there was a video about it. I just can't remember the guy's name. It's been like 7 years. But I think if you look up Moonsync, it should pop up there. And that may be on Facebook, but it may also be on YouTube. I'm not sure if he actually posted the video there.
I got one for you guys. I've talked about it a few times on here. How the inverse square law kills the heliocentric model.
There's a lot of things people don't really realize that they can observe, like for instance, if the solar system is heliocentric, and they say that 24 hours is one full rotation based on the sun and the Earth relation, right? Well, if you actually think about that and map it out, if it's one full rotation is exactly 24 hours, as they say, then in January, if the sun were to rise at 8 a.m., then in July, the sun should rise at 8 p.m. Because the Earth would, be on the opposite side of the sun, and per the rotation there of where you would be in the United States, it would be a 12-hour difference when you're exactly halfway on the other side.
Well, let's say that the Earth rotates 361 degrees per day.
Well, they say that now, but yeah.
Right, they say that now. But the problem with that, isn't there 365 days in a year?
Yeah, exactly.
How's that work out?
Doesn't really work either to their advantage because it would still be off. But even so, I mean, that would just, again, it would be different times per day, really. I think slightly different. And over the course of several years, it would definitely rear its head there.
So are there any Globers in here?
No, I think they all left.
Alright, so I'm going to go over this thing where they made it unfalsifiable, right? With the refraction. So if we can see this mountain from 273 miles away, then that means that the light is refracting down around the curve for 270 miles, right?
Yes, yeah, that's how they'd explain it.
Right, that's how they explain it away. But if that's happening, then we would have sunsets where it would be dark in Dallas but still lit up in Houston because there's an extreme refraction event happening. So there's a whole lot of refraction happening around Houston, and it's 9:30, 10 o'clock, and the sun hasn't set yet.
Well, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Does that ever happen in reality?
I'm not really certain.
No.
One thing.
Sunset and sunrise has a set time for each day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So these extreme refraction events, where it's 273 miles of refraction, we don't witness that.
Oh, you'd witness it. Not only that, like refraction actually creates distortion, so the sun would actually appear to be an oval at that point.
So not only would we have sunlight refraction, obviously there would also be starlight refraction. And if that was happening, we would not be able to triangulate our positions.
Right.
With the amount of refraction that they're talking about. Because 273 miles?
Well, that their refraction is a fallacy because they continue to compound the refraction on a ball, and that's kind of impossible because you got to think of it more of like a dome over the body of water that causes that. So like as you were to shoot a laser out, if you're inland, like once you get to the edge of the water, that's where the dome would kind of start, where the heavier air is. And that's why if the Earth was a globe, and let's say you went back 10 miles, pointed a laser out over the ocean, it would have a massive amount more refraction than if you were actually standing directly in front of the ocean and pointed it out.
I did put that inverse square law video in the side chat if anybody wanted to watch it later.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'm always interested in these things. Been fascinated by it for 8 years. That's kind of funny. I started out the same way probably everybody else did. I looked at a video and saw it said flat Earth on it, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be a great laugh." And by the end of the video, I'm like, "Well, there's too much fact in there for it to be a laughing matter anymore."
Yeah, it was Rob Skiba for me.
Yep, same here.
No shit.
Yeah. Such a shame that he had passed.
Yeah. I believe he was a good man.
Yeah. I'd like to think so. Always seemed awfully genuine and nice. And I had watched several of his videos and stuff, and I was trying to have a conversation with my mom about that, and because she was like hardcore believer in God, and I was like, well, do you believe what God says in the Bible? Because in my opinion, if you believe in God, you really should take the Bible as literally, unless it's actually, use what they call biblical hermeneutics. So it's taken literally unless it's expressly explained that it, or pointed out that it should be taken, into context or whatever.
Right.
He sounds like a deep voice Matthew learned.
He does. I thought Matthew was sick when I first came on. So, if you look at the Bible, it's like the most hate-filled, treacherous, backstabbing, sinful book. But yet they call it the Holy Bible, right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of a loose quote from somebody else. And it's because anybody who studies history, that's what history's like. Just pages are soaked in blood and treachery and betrayal and war and murder and genocides. That's what history actually shows us happened in the past. So anybody who's a Bible literalist, I'm like, if you don't get how the earth could just stop spinning for about a day and you think everybody's still here just chilling, smoking a cigarette on the earth while everything just stopped,
Yeah.
and you still believe in the heliocentric model, I can't really take you serious after that. But I usually don't go that route. But you said your mom was a fundamental Christian. She fundamentally believes in the Word of God.
Yeah. Yeah, fundamentally, yes. Literally, no.
Okay,
and I
so
tried
she's not
to.
a biblical literalist then.
Nope.
So she doesn't believe
No.
he literally died and rose from the dead 3 days later. That's just a metaphor for sweet nothings.
Oh, no, she believed that part. She
Oh,
believed that
that
part.
part. Oh, that part.
But
Okay.
she tried telling me that the way that everything was created in the Bible, you can translate that into what modern science teaches. And I said, no, it's literally 100% the opposite. The Bible says that the earth was created before the sun and the moon, and the science says 100% the opposite of that, because they say the sun was created first, then the earth. And then, what else? Pretty much everything to do with that, And then I like to point out the fact that, they say that they're not supposed to teach religion in school, and yet I would have to think that when you combine the Big Bang Theory with evolution, that effectively becomes a religion and is probably the leading cause of atheism in the world.
Yeah, I think it's a religion. The Big Bang creation myth.
Right. And if you were to actually sit there and, you come up with all this stuff and then you forcefully teach this to kids. So like kids in school actually have to learn this by a certain age based on their framework. And so you're basically indoctrinating them all, and then everybody's like, well, what's the point of that? Well, the point is that this is the number one way to kind of put doubt in people's mind that there is a God. Because if the earth was flat or it was stationary or both, that means 100% that there is a creator that we would obviously recognize as God.
I don't disagree.
And I tried to, work out other things with her. It's kind of fun. So I told her, when you make pizza, the people, they throw the dough up and then, they twist it and whatever, and that's causing the pizza dough to expand and become flat when it actually starts as a ball. And I was like, so if the earth is molten lava and it's spinning in space, why doesn't it become a disc?
And she didn't have an answer.
Of course not. Of course not. No one seems to have an answer to that one. I've asked that to a lot of people.
Well, I guess the official narrative is that the earth would not be malleable enough like pizza dough. So its crust is slightly malleable. So that's why it's an oblate spheroid.
Well, at one point it would have been that malleable if it was actually all molten at one point.
Agreed.
But then when you get into, vacuum chambers, you realize that, how can gravity, which is a severely weak force by comparison to negative pressure, right? So, or what we would know as vacuum pressure here on Earth, right? So if you take I was telling the moderator here that, I worked with ones at Tyson Foods that could lift people up off the ground and rip your arm off. I've seen it happen once, actually. And so that overcomes the force of gravity. And that one would have been, at least 1 million times weaker than what they say space would be. So how is it even possible that anything coalesces to begin with when it's all being, what we would observe as being pulled apart?
It's interesting.
Yeah, because they use these things because when they marinate chicken, they want to pull the meat apart, right? So it actually literally pulls it all apart and expands it, and that's how they get the marination and the salt in there to preserve the meat better. Yeah. Yeah, so I've learned a lot about vacuums and how they operate, and it really made me question a lot of things like that too. Not to mention the fact that you can't exactly burn things in a vacuum because you got to have ready supply of oxygen that's right there and readily available to burn. And if it's in a vacuum, it would be very violently pulled apart and evenly distributed, which wouldn't leave time for it to burn.
So how long you been a flat earther?
For about, I want to say 7 to 8 years now.
And what's your name? Or what's your handle?
Handle's Blind Rage.
Blind Rage. You sound like a stoic. Blind Rage.
Yeah, I've actually looked into some of the Stoic stuff recently, and yeah, I gotta say I resonate with a lot of that.
I almost want to say Christ was a stoic, but he got pretty pissed off when he went to church.
Well, that was what, the one time in the temple, and I think he had every right to be.
Remember that one time at the temple?
But I mean, I'm the same way.
Dude, he took like the banksters like coin changers and just like flipped it over. Just like completely ruined their little game that they had going on in there.
Yeah, it's sad when, priests and stuff, and they still do this in modern day, like Billy Brim, for example. He does a thing called Prayer Mountain, and that's over in Branson there. And I just so happened to work at the place, and one of my friends was delivering some room service to them, and overheard her talking about, well, I wonder how much we took these suckers for this time, as they were sitting back there with the money counting machines. But sad when you see priests and preachers and stuff who don't really believe in that anymore, even though that's what they're sitting there teaching. But a lot of people, I guess, really have fallen victim to the brainwashing of their childhood, that being school.
That's pretty rough, dude. Wonder how much we got them for this time, huh?
Yeah, right.
Should have recorded that. But
Yeah, I know, right?
Say it. You know they're gonna say it.
And for a lot of them out that particular direction, it really is all about money, but there's, for everyone that it's all about money, there's, one that it's actually about God and teaching people proper things.
It'd be ran like a book club.
Mm-hmm. What about you? How long you been a flat earther?
I did have a little off and on period for about 1.5 years where I was on the fence. But I guess the correct answer would be 8 years, 9 years. So in 2015, I saw that Flat Earth video by Rob Skiba, and I was just kind of, what the hell? Like, is this serious? Like, am I being trolled right now? And I heard this really terrible debate on Stefan Molyneux's channel, and I thought, well, I could do better than this guy. Like, this guy had to be coached into actually making the argument. I can actually repeat the arguments because I'm a talented parrot. So I thought I could do better than that. And I started talking shit on YouTube, and somebody noticed it and gave me an invite to do the Google Hangouts, which I had no idea how to do. So
Cool.
started debating.
I guess mine really, stemmed from childhood too. I went to church and stuff, and went to Awana and all that, and I was poor, and so I didn't get candy as a kid. But they gave you one piece of candy for every Bible verse you memorized, and I always got about 20 pieces of candy every week. And so, I mean, I believed, as well, and got baptized and all that as a kid. But then once I got into like middle school, where they start all the pretty much brainwashing about your origins as a human, I realized very quickly that in that model, there's no room for a god. And so I kind of struggled with that for a bit and eventually went on the atheist side of the fence for a while. But then, with the flat earth stuff, that got me back into, believing in God more and more. And so, yep, wholehearted believer now.
As a lifelong believer in Christ, I never would have thought that, preaching door to door or street preaching is completely useless. It's actually better to show his creation. And that actually gets people to read his Bible, because people claim they're Christian all day long, but how often do they read the Bible?
Yeah, right. Not often.
But then
people,
you convince them to go look at the earth. Next thing you know, they're cracking open their Bible and learning shit. And God says his people perish for lack of wisdom. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and then you feel good when you repeat the stuff in school on your tests and you score high and whatever. And like, I was kind of an overachiever, I suppose, in that regard, because I was very good at memorizing things and scored perfect in state testing for all 4 years of my high school career there in math and science. And like, science teacher got mad at me for correcting him a few times until he realized I was that guy who was going to correct him every time if he was wrong on something. And then he's like, well, I guess I know who to ask if I got any questions. And, that, I think that's one of the things there too, is that lead to that is that, the more you feel good about scoring high on things, the more you tend to score high on things, and so then you start to believe it more and more, and then it was just kind of a downhill spiral in regard to religion from there. And then I've watched like every space, thing on TV, like on Discovery Channel and all that. I was a big old science nerd, and then that one video just changed it all for me, and I kind of seen it from both sides and realized that every single thing could be explained from both sides. And the one that actually made more sense is Flat Earth model. And I like to use the analogy here for people because everybody who believes in the scientific model has to believe in the math. And so one very funny thing about math is I can literally write out an equation of the likelihood that there is a planet out there that is a giant cupcake. And it would very much so surprise people that it is several billion times more likely that there is a giant cupcake planet out there rather than an Earth as it sits.
Wow. So you're a math guy.
I'm a math guy.
Where have you been this whole time I've been needing you, bro?
Oh, I've been around.
Yeah, not in the hangouts that I've been in.
Right. No, I've actually been fighting my own personal struggle. About 6 years ago, I rendered myself nearly blind, so that was a rather large undertaking.
How did you render yourself blind?
Well, I was working, like I said, at Tyson Foods there for a bit, and just kind of taking a break from the fast life because I had owned a restaurant before that, got divorced, and really just needed a mental break. So I figured, well, manual labor can't be that mentally exhausting. So went and did that for a bit, and wound up getting a bleach and soap mixture in my eye that will eat your skin off in a matter of seconds. And yeah, so that knocked out about 90% of my vision.
That's rough, bro.
Oh yeah, it definitely sucked. But on the plus side of that, I straightened out a lot of things in my life. I have had a lot of time to learn a lot of things, and actually, believe it or not, have become a lot more wealthy. Not able to have a traditional job as opposed to what I would have been had I been able to keep a traditional job or even keep going in the restaurant. So,
Well, I'm glad that you worked out a way to be prosperous. That's good.
oh yeah. And that's when I really sat down too, and I was like, well, surely, like, I should be able to prove, at some point whether or not there is a God. Like, I really wanted to work that question out, and wound up working it out. So, but it's never the easy road. None of my friends believe in flat Earth, but the funny thing is, they won't debate me anymore. They'll point it out to other strangers and stuff, or other people who I haven't met yet, to get a laugh out of them or something. But they will never debate me on it anymore after the first time.
Oh, wow. That's wild.
The things I come up with for them, it really tends to hit them, and then their whole perception of reality starts to fall apart, and that's when they start getting mad.
Oh, I can see that. No doubt. Yeah, I kind of experience the same thing.
Mhm.
I don't really talk about it too much in my real life. Somebody brings it up, I will.
Yeah. Usually during large gatherings or, holidays or something, somebody will just have to mention it and stuff. And I'm just like, hey, I'd rather not, unless you can agree to keep your calm and not freak out. It was a lot of people seem to have the same kind of reaction as. Do you remember? I forget what his name is, but he's pretty famous. They called him Big Bear, but I forget what the heck his actual name was. But he actually wound up like having a meltdown on, like, he did it on YouTube about flat Earth.
Big Bear, huh? Never heard of him.
They called him Big Bear, but I cannot, for the name of me, think what his actual name is. I'll have to look that up sometime, I guess. But there's just certain things that they can't prove, and things that you can disprove very easily. And once you start doing that and knocking down the walls, then they really start getting defensive about it.
So you've been
Have
doing
you
this
seen
for a
that?
long time, and
Hey, Flat Earther. Hey, do you want to debate my Globetard friend?
yes,
Sure,
Okay,
bring him on in.
he's in the VC. He's ready to debate you in the other VC. He's in the VC called he's in the VC called Gaining Knowledge. He's ready. Just join it, brother.
gaming knowledge, huh?
Yep. Just scroll down. It says Gaining Knowledge, brother.
Gaining knowledge. Okay.
Yep.
Hello. Let me guess, you're gonna leave the room and come back again?
Don't tell me you guys still think the Earth is flat.
Hey, buddy, you're so original.
Yeah, well, how's the Earth flat?
I like your brain and your personality. Flat.
Oh, so you can't answer it. Okay.
It measures flat.
Say again?
It measures flat.
No, it doesn't.
All right, buddy, whatever you say.
That's a really good argument, you know, actually. Yeah, good job.
Oh, yeah, there we go. There we
Oh,
go.
you're a truther that's not going to prove it. You're not going to show us
Wait,
any
hold on,
fucking
hold on,
lava.
hold on. What level do I gotta be to post? Oh, okay. Never mind.
So, can you give me the money? Then I'll dig an even deeper hole. I'll like.
Hell no, it ain't my story, dummy. I'm not fucking telling Bible stories about lava. You are. So
So
if you
you
want us
don't
to
think
believe your
lava
lava
exists?
dragon, your lava tooth
you don't-
fairy, then that would be your claim to prove. I could give a fuck
So-
less about your lava tooth
So
fairy.
you don't think lava exists? So you don't think lava exists?
Brother, I'm asking you to fucking get some and you won't
Answer the
do
question.
it.
Answer the question. Do
It
you?
doesn't matter about my religious beliefs. I want to see what you got.
Okay. Let me just type this in chat. Let me just type this.
Type what? Your religious lava belief? Are you going to make it real or keep it a religion? Keep it secret. Don't keep your lava secret from all of us, Xanthem. Please let us see it.
So here we have a claim. Oh well, this is truth because you deny the existence of lava.
You're keeping it a secret.
Lava exists, but the fact that you deny it.
I don't deny that you have.
You just denied
magic
it.
lava.
The fact that you deny the existence of lava leads me to
Where did
believe.
lava
Lava is real. I saw it in Minecraft once. Trust.
Listen.
I
Where
raided
did you
Molten
make it at?
Core. I know what lava is.
What'd you
I
make
The
it
killed
fact that you deny
Ragnaros.
the existence of lava leads me to believe
What's it made
that
from? Your
that
magic lava.
the flat Earth is all some kind of delusion
So
that
you
you're
don't know
seeing.
what lava is, do you? It's crazy.
Do you think lava comes from the core?
Lava's just underground. I never said it comes from the
He
core.
doesn't know
Why you
what
guys
it
Any
is.
lava deniers? Lava deniers in the chat?
Why are you guys putting words in my mouth?
What's lava, brother?
Was just
Lava's just
clarifying, dude. I was just asking.
Lava's just super hot stuff.
From 10
In
foot down.
in the name terms.
Lava.
I never claimed it
Lava
was
is
10
the
foot.
power that Akainu has in One Piece.
I never said it was 10 feet down. What are you saying?
Where is the lava at?
Molten rock is no fucking secret, dude. Molten rock is no secret. Okay. It's
Lava's
fucking
like, I don't know,
phenomenal.
super
I
deep
know
down,
that.
way further than 10 foot deep. What are you talking about? Demok, you're literally like some kind of delusion activated or something.
Well, no, I'm saying like volcanoes go off every once in a while, right? And then you see it from
But
the
you deny
top
the
of a...
existence of lava.
Are you
You
listening
deny the
or not? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You
I'm
see it come from the top of the volcano, right? And it comes from somewhere, of course. But I'm asking you, without a volcano, where the fuck's it at?
So you don't deny the existence of lava?
Brother, they dug 8 miles down and they didn't find any lava. Where's your lava?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You deny the existence of lava, gotcha.
Brother, I'm asking you where the fuck it's at. Why do you keep...
If you keep digging deep enough, you'll find it.
Hold on. Real shit, I got a question. I know we dug 8 miles deep, but I know there's another thing that they did a dig. I don't know if this is real or not, but they did a dig and they found this like cavern. They lowered a microphone into the cavern and they heard the screams of hell. I don't know if it's real or not, but like,
oh fuck!
What do you guys think of that?
This guys,
Did you hear about that?
on your religious delusion of belief.
That's bullshit.
Wait, why is that bullshit? Why are you denying his claim?
You have to go prove it.
He did. He proved it. Someone else proved it.
No, you got to go take a microphone or him live and go down there and stick it down wherever fucking hole you're talking about. Listen to the voice.
It could be just like some. I didn't do it. Some other guys in like Europe did it.
Right.
Exactly.
Some other guy supposedly dug 8 miles and didn't find no lava either.
Yeah,
You believe them?
and some Demok did an experiment to prove that the Earth is flat.
on TikTok.
Demok did a video like, how do you prove that the Earth is flat?
I made a video. You can look it up.
I don't know, a video. Oh, TikTok video, AI generated video.
Yeah, I show you how a ball works and a flat thing works next to each
Why
other.
do you go to this? Why do you always try to prove that the Earth is a globe? I just don't get it.
I don't know why your brain's scrambled.
The Earth is not a globe.
Well, he keeps saying stuff that I've never even... He just thinks I need to believe in all this weird stuff. I mean, maybe these other guys might believe in lava and the way what you're talking about. I understand stuff gets hot and you can get rocks hot and get it fucking red hot and molten lava comes up out of a volcano. But I'm asking you where the fuck it's from in your model.
Wait. Wait. Hang on a minute. You said magma is like hot rocks, but like, where is it heating up from?
I'm not the one heating it up, brother.
You said it. You said there's someone heating up.
I'm telling you, I see volcanoes. They spew hot shit. Do they not?
I don't know. I haven't seen a video, so and I
You tell
don't.
us how they work.
I don't trust. I don't trust third-party sources from Google. That's funded by the government.
Well, why don't you tell us how they work and how you know that's how they work?
I don't know. I don't know if.
Oh, you know Google's funded by the government.
Why the fuck
I
are we
don't know.
talking about it then?
Yeah, I don't know. Demok is the one who like put it in. I don't know. You guys don't trust.
Where's this live stream at?
You don't know, and he doesn't know. So what the
No
fuck?
one knows.
Where's this going?
No one knows.
Where's
Yeah,
this
no one knows.
going then?
Nowhere.
Oh, he said he had a core. He said he believed we lived on a cube, and he knows where the core is by digging 10
I
foot
never
down.
said that. You're putting words in my mouth.
And I said, "Where's your core?" And then when he said lava, that's all. Sorry.
I never said that. Anyway, so we're all on the consensus that we don't believe third-party sources, correct? So third-party sources like NASA, YouTube, Google's, the researchers, anything. We don't believe in those things. Our
Depends.
only thing.
Depends. It depends.
No. They cannot be depends. There cannot be depends here.
Why?
Because once we distrust third-party sources, all third-party
You
sources.
stand on that.
is in
I'm not joining you on that sinking ship, dude.
No, but that's
You
every
go
flat
for it.
Earth. No, I argued with
You go for it. No,
flat earther.
you stand. No, that's your stance. You stand by that.
That's the stand of
Don't drag
flat
me.
earthers.
Don't drag me into it. Don't drag others into your
You're a
bullshit.
flat earther. Are you not? Are you a flat earther?
Drag others into your bullshit.
No, this is.
You
I'm a
can't be
flat
clear
earther.
about something. If you can't be clear about it, you know.
Are you a flat earther or not? Yes or no? Seems like we're all in that same consensus here.
No,
Yes.
I'm not in a fucking club, dude. I'm not in
Do
a
you believe in
fucking
NASA?
cult or
Do you
religion.
believe what NASA say? Do you believe what
Own
NASA say?
mind, dude.
Do you believe what NASA says?
I don't believe what fucking NASA says.
Exactly. We are the
Except
same.
when they're right. Except when they're right. Like gas
When are
pressure
they right?
requires a container. Yeah. You need to
When are
believe
they
that.
right?
That's demonstrable.
No, I don't want to believe that. Why do I have to believe
Hold on.
this?
I got a question. Xantan,
Go ahead.
what 3 components do you need to make a rainbow?
I have not seen rainbow, so I don't know if it exists or not. I've only seen pictures.
Okay. Well, first of all, the first one you need is lava. No, I'm just kidding.
Demok, that was all you.
How old are you?
I'm 59. I'm going to be 60.
It doesn't matter who says something, right? If it's not verifiable or if it's not falsifiable, then I don't have to take notice of it. I can dismiss it. But if someone says something, and it doesn't matter if they've already said something that wasn't true or that can't be verified, if they say something next that's different and it can be verified or it can be falsified or it can be demonstrated, then that's good. Go with that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't make a rainbow in a basement.
Talking to you about your fucking NASA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't trust the rainbow. Because you can't make it.
You don't know what you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know shit, dude.
Do you believe in NASA? Yes or no? Do you believe in NASA? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Do you believe in NASA? Yes or no? When they're right, yeah. When they're right, I agree with them. And when they tell bullshit, I call it out.
So when are they right?
You know
When are
NASA
they
says
right?
the Earth is flat.
When are they right? So they must be always right or always wrong? No, sorry. Someone can say something wrong and then also say something
when are
right.
they right?
That's not
Okay,
beyond the
tell me one
capability
thing you're
of
right.
people. And what is NASA anyway? Does NASA have a mouth? Who are you talking about specifically? What claim?
So-
Address it.
You said about gas container, right? So you said NASA's right there in that one sentence called claim, right? Why do you believe that?
Because it's just demonstrable, and they're not the only one to say it. They're just they put it on their website as information of something that occurs in reality always.
So NASA didn't make it up.
No, it's not just taught by NASA. It's been a long held view of reality. It's before NASA.
So long held view reality. So NASA didn't come up with it. So what you said about NASA, right? It's not
you're
them.
a bitch. A gay nigga's basically telling you what to do. You're getting a hold, nigga. You don't even know about Earth.
It's not NASA that came up with it. The NASA just copied someone who demonstrated it. It's not NASA.
So if they publish something on their website that is correct, I can agree with it, right? If they
but it's not
publish
them.
something that's
It's not them.
incorrect, I can disagree with it. I don't need to be held accountable or expected to believe everything they say or nothing they say. The false dichotomy.
To be honest, what you're saying to me is basically
All or nothing fallacy.
But what you're saying to me is I dictate which is right and which is wrong based on.
So it doesn't matter who says it. Could be NASA, could have been fucking Hitler.
As
Doesn't
long as it
matter
follows
who
your,
says something
as long
that
as
is
it follows
correct.
your
If it's
idea.
correct, I'll agree with it.
Off. Those two aren't far off. Operation Paperclip.
So what you're saying to me is,
I'm saying to you is, if someone says something that's correct, I'll fucking agree with it. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to reinterpret it.
Bungie.
sorry, I was coughing. Oh, out of breath. Anyway. So T, what you're saying that you only believe NASA when it comes to your ideals.
No, when it comes to what is observable and demonstrable and testable and measurable and repeatable and falsifiable. How's that?
Have you done the experiment?
I've done experiments.
It doesn't take a fucking Einstein to know that when you put gas into a container, it causes pressure.
That's not observable reality, though.
Yeah, it is.
What?
Have you got lungs?
This guy's trolling.
I mean, it's not observable reality.
You don't have lungs. You don't have lungs. How are you breathing then?
I can't see cells.
It makes me wonder how the fuck you are breathing. Obviously, it's not a voluntary process
I can see
for you.
skin. I can't see cells, though. I can't see cells.
This guy's never seen a rainbow. If he said he's never seen a rainbow, you're arguing with a troll.
Observable reality.
He's either a troll or he's literally never left his bedroom.
LC Exbeck, you're a globalist, yet you are agreeing with the flat earth ideology.
I'm not a globalist.
Hey, gentlemen,
what are you?
May I chime in quickly?
I'm a flat earther.
May I chime in quickly?
Yeah, milk.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say to the gentleman who said we can't see cells, right? What's your premise on it? I only just chimed in, so I missed half of it, but it sounds kind of stupid. So what are you saying that for?
So can you see cells right now with your naked eye?
With the naked eye, no. I can see flakes of them. Right? If I have dry skin or something like that.
Talking about cells here. Minuscule cells.
With your naked eye, no. Individually, no.
But I can't see skin.
You can, when it's all bunched together either in flakes or fully intact.
Exactly.
So what's your point?
So my point is, if you have not done your experiment, your own experiment, everything you say is false.
But that's not true.
Why is that not true?
That's not true though, because no one's saying that. Nobody's saying. Nobody. Let's check this out. Nobody's saying if you don't do the experiment yourself, it's not true.
Demok literally said that. What are you talking about?
Who said that?
Demok.
Okay,
So
I missed that.
MIK, let me ask you. MIK, do you believe space exists over the vacuum?
Hang on. Don't spin off here. Let's stay on track, okay? Because this type of thing is important.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Check this out. Doing the experiment yourself only further reinforces it for you. Now, first and foremost, for you to be able to actually do the experiment, there needs to be a methodology in place. They're discovered by you or by somebody else who has done it that can present to you means by which you can do it yourself and the means that they did themselves, right? Repeatability is critical. So if you don't do it yourself, you do have to trust that somebody has done it in the first place. Now that puts you one step.
Does not fly by here.
Hang on. It does put you one step removed from the reality wholeheartedly, okay? But you're still in tune with it to some degree if you can scrutinize their stuff at all, right? So there's a bit of a distinction between that and, there is no experiment that no one really has done and can do, and you just gotta trust me, bro, because you can't do it yourself, even if you wanted to. Those are very distinct categories that I think you're unfortunately conflating.
So, do you believe the space exists? I hear what you said.
Do I believe space exists?
Yeah, or vacuum, whatever you call it.
Vacuum. Hold on. Are you saying the vacuum of outer space, or are you talking about space as in XYZ coordinate system?
Okay, vacuum of outer space. Let's go with that.
No.
Let's get specific.
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Because it's in contradiction with the known laws that we do operate by down here.
And that law is?
That law is the second law of thermodynamics, where you cannot have a pressurized system directly adjacent to a non-pressurized system without some sort of physical barrier.
Physical. So, have you seen this physical container?
No, but it's logically deduced.
No. I said, have you seen it? You can't just tell me logically this and that. Have you seen it?
Hang on. Did you hear what I fucking said? I said, no, I have not. This is logically deduced. I answered your question and tacked on some reasoning for it. Can you not be a glorified asshole and listen to my goddamn
I've not seen it. Yeah, okay, fine.
Thank you for confirming.
How do you not exist? How do you not exist? If you've not seen it.
Thank you. So thank you for repeating what I just said to you. Thank you. Next.
So, how do you know it exists?
How does what? Repeat that?
How do you know the container exists?
Because according to the laws that we know, right, and
according to the laws, have you seen it? I don't want to hear according to laws.
Let me ask you this.
This is what globalists do. You're not a globalist, so don't copy their...
Let me ask you this, sir. Are you aware of any experimentation or demonstration showing that you can actually have pressurized gas without some sort of physical isolated environment?
I don't trust third-party sources.
Are you aware of any at all? Whether you trust them or not, is there even anything out there suggesting this is a possibility?
There probably is, but I don't trust it.
Okay, so if you're just going to suggest this to be the case, you got nothing to stand on.
This is pretty weird because you're doing what globalists do.
But what am I doing, sir? Can you not be an asshole and just answer the question?
I'm not. You're doing what a globalist does. You're literally saying this because due to the laws, I have not seen a container, but due to the laws, it must exist.
Hang on.
That's what globalists do.
Hang on. There's experimentation, and there's loads of applicability to this, and then you extrapolate this outwards, and then you make an inference. Okay, that's very different than what you're supposing by you have a theory, no practical implementation of it, no practical evidence of it, and then no basis for the extrapolation. Do you see the stark contrast between the two scenarios here, sir?
Yeah, I see the contrast. When a globalist comes in with all of those, listen. When a globalist comes in with those, you disagree because
you see the stark contrast, yet you don't concede that your point is relatively moot compared to my point.
Because you're being a hypocrite.
Why am I being a hypocrite?
Because you're saying if a globalist comes with all these experiments...
You can call me names all you want, but you don't have anything to stand on. This is called an ad hominem.
You're interrupting.
Then you can fuck off.
See, do you see what I mean? Like, you're getting angry. You're getting angry because I'm proving
I'm not getting angry. Hang on. I'm not angry, sir. I'm just pointing out that you can be all ad hominem as you want. You've got nothing to stand on.
I do have something to stand on.
What do you have to stand on, sir?
What? First of all, let's talk about this. Your belief is, I've not seen a container, but due to the laws, there must be. And there have been experiments done. Right? That's pretty much the dumbed down version of what you said. And when a globalist comes here with their experiments in the practicality, that's somehow wrong because of third party sources. And you know,
Hang on. No. I gotta cut you off right there.
Again.
I do have to cut you off right there because you're saying loads of wrong shit. Okay,
no,
nobody has come in here. I've been in here orders of magnitude longer than you have. I've heard so many people say the same thing over and over again, most of which you're actually repeating right now. Nobody has brought jack shit to the room in terms of experimentation and evidence to support their claims. It's only this.
He doesn't know what a rainbow is.
No, listen, it's only this theory, that theory, according to this person who thinks it's the other thing and who has done this but has no evidence to support it, yada, yada, yada. I'm telling you, it's not what you just said. If there was evidence, we would look at it.
What was your evidence of a container?
Of a container, I just told you. You need a container. You need a pressurized, you need containment for a pressurized system. And if you're disputing that, then you can cite something. Well, it sounds like you are.
Disputing it. I'm just asking you for evidence. I'm asking you for the physical container evidence.
Hang on. The evidence that I'm talking about here right now, I'm not even talking about quote unquote evidence of a container.
Technically, the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah,
he said a physical container. The burden of proof is on him.
Listen, we got to start small when we're building out these concepts and these principles. Okay? Here we have, and it is well known that you need physical containment to support a pressurized system. To have distinct pressurized systems, right? I have this little pocket over here that is 20 psi, and I have this other one that is 40 psi. I have to have physical structures to maintain that, otherwise they balance out and equilibrate. I was redundant. Okay, this is a known fact. Now, if you have something to contrast that, that's a good place to start from which we can build out to the things that we don't know fully. So if we start there, can you cite something that would suggest that you don't need this sort of physical setup?
I never disagreed with you on that fact. I just asked you for an evidence of a physical container.
Hang on. Well, this is the point. This is the extrapolation part, but starting from first principles. Now, this is valid until something comes forth that suggests it cannot be, and this is where your job is, and everybody else's job.
I never disagreed with you. You said there's a physical container. I'm just curious. I'm curious. I'm a human being who's curious, so I want to know where is the evidence of a container?
I already
A
told you.
physical container.
I already told you, sir. There must be, according to what we know.
No. You said this is what you're saying. Based on
I
the
know what I
laws of thermodynamic,
Sir,
you're
sir,
saying that there must exist a container.
Sir. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. And now you're trying to twist it to suggest that it's not correct. And I'm asking you why.
I never said it was not correct. I never said it's not correct.
Okay,
I never said it's not correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Can you? Does my question?
Okay,
where is your evidence of a physical container?
Okay, physical. Okay,
Where is it?
okay. This is where I can say I don't know. This is inferred.
There we go.
I'm not.
I got this.
Okay, thank you. So this is not disputed. Okay, this is not. No, I don't think anybody here is going to say, "Here, I've got a sample of this." Special, physical substance that we've never seen before. Nobody's going to say that. Okay, nobody's going to say that.
Yep. There we go. That's what I wanted. I just wanted to hear that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a given. That's a given. And if somebody in here can speak with the sir, can you not interrupt?
Operation Fishbowl Dominic.
Hang on. Well, there you go. So there's a lot of stuff to. Hang on. We got 3 fucking people talking right now. Number 3, shut up. You just got here, right? Please.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mike, mute up, please. All right. So that part, that's not unless I'm incorrect and somebody in here can correct me. If so, okay, that part's not in dispute. Okay. It is an inference based on known physical principles. Now it's your job and other people's job who come in here and dispute this inference. It's your job to bring forth reason why that cannot be the case. Okay? So you got what you wanted. That was not in dispute. That was not a problem right from the get-go, but you just wanted to hear the words because, okay, great. So now it's confirmed.
The reason why I wanted to hear those words was because I was testing you, that you would be an honest person. And you finally had to say it so many times for you to give your answer. Because quite frankly, we don't know. We've never seen this container.
Oh, granted.
But we know that.
Okay.
But we know that the laws of thermodynamics is real, right?
Absolutely.
And based on that consensus, we know that there is a container, but we have not seen this container. That's see, we would never have to have this extended conversation. Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you, Mike.
That's fine. That's fine. Here's the problem. It took you about 10-15 minutes to actually articulate that part of the question. That's your problem. Yeah, you asked me that.
Ooh, he said you ain't got no nipples.
Hang on. And you asked me that up front. Where's the physical evidence for it? I think you did actually ask that, and I said there's no evidence. It's an inference based on laws.
No, that's not what I wanted to hear.
Okay. Well, you can go check on
You
the
don't know.
on
You don't know.
recording if you
That's
want
it.
to hear that. But that's what I kind of took away from it. And I do apologize.
You gotta say you don't know.
Hang on. And I did jump in halfway. Hang on. And I did jump in about 10 minutes ago. Maybe you had an extended conversation with somebody else in which you actually worded it like that. I forgot. If so, that's my apology. But this is the position, or at least this is the position that I've understood it to be ever since I've been in here, which is a lot longer than you have.
Mike, I hope you learned a valuable lesson today.
So all along, unfortunately, the onus has been on you, individuals such as yourself, or other people who come in here spazzing about this whole thing. Okay, that you guys bring forth evidence to suggest that you don't need a physical barrier to isolate individual pressurized systems.
We have
Period.
evidence.
What's your evidence?
No.
You ever heard of
Alright,
desert glass?
let's see number 2. Let's go.
Evidence. I love evidence.
Pressure gauge.
You ever heard of desert glass?
I love evidence.
Okay, who's talking? Because
Hold on. Real shit. Hold on. It's me, Zebek. Xanthem, real shit. You've never seen a rainbow real talk, like for real?
I don't trust third-party sources.
The evidence.
And this is the way it's just going to keep going.
That's not a yes. This is a yes or no question. Have you seen a rainbow?
A waste of time. And
Wait. Someone was talking, so I'll let them finish.
You keep bringing up rainbows.
No, someone was talking, so I'll let them finish. I think. Euro, go ahead.
Yes. So
real shit. Have you seen a rainbow? Yes or no, Xanthem?
Jesus Christ, this guy is a fucking idiot.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you keep talking over me. Shut the fuck up for a second.
Why, thank you. Okay.
Wow,
Angry
relax.
motherfucker.
Relax. Chill.
if I may ask, who was the guy who said we do have the evidence about 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, I was, and I was going to answer. What the
Oh, you want to
evidence was.
continue on that?
Yes.
By all means.
Grab the bottom one. Fuck, man. Are you guys done?
I'm waiting.
We're waiting.
Okay, so I'm going to mute T-Dub for myself. And
Don't you do that?
LC, whatever.
Don't you do that, sir? Do not do that. You're talking about.
See that red mic? That's what happens if you mute me. Tell him if he mutes me, he gets a red mic.
Yeah, so you
No,
cannot
but,
mute.
no, but he was being interrupted like constantly. He was trying to prove it evidence.
Hang on. Yeah.
Well, he's going to be interrupted permanently if he mutes a mod, so he's pretty stupid if that's what he thinks he's going to do.
No, I think he was meant to mute LC Expect because he kept interrupting him. But he didn't know who is who.
Hey guys, there's mods in here. Don't mute people individually. You don't know who the mod is. Okay? And keep in mind that, you got to understand, we're speaking over the internet. People have various internet connections and live in different regions of the world. So there's going to be lag, okay? And you can't really predict it. So factor that into your, buffer, as to how well you're going to tolerate people maybe interrupting you. Okay? It's only normal for things to cross over sometimes.
Okay, please mute T-Dub and the guy at the bottom, and I will continue.
First of all, I don't have mute powers. Okay? Just let them do their thing. If they're going to interrupt, they'll, hopefully they'll do it respectfully, like we all try to interject from time to time. Okay? That's not up to anyone to control. So unmute them, because if they have something to say, they're going to say it, hopefully cordially, like everybody, and quit being a dick.
What is the issue here?
But do we
But
unmute him?
LC Expect was interrupting him when he was talking.
LC?
Yeah, it was at the
If it
bottom.
continues to interrupt, I'll mute LC then. Go on, Uriel.
Go ahead,
I will
Uriel.
But
keep
unmute them.
These two guys muted until they are muted by
No,
server mod.
you don't decide.
They are the mods.
I just gave you a fair chance here. Come on.
You're just going to get banned, Uriel. Take him off
Euro,
mute now.
just say it. Just say it. Just say your evidence.
Just take him off mute right now.
So if I'm going to start talking again and I get interrupted, I will mute them again.
No, you won't. You'll get banned the second you do that.
I do not care.
Okay, well then, that's what you're going to do is get banned.
You may as well leave now then.
Well, if you do not want to moderate the channel, then...
Okay, goodbye. See you later. You're gone. We're not negotiating with you about how we mod it. So get the fuck out of here, you asshole. Moderated
Oh, here I see a hypocrisy here. So when I was talking about,
you don't. You also don't run the channel, so we don't need your concern trolling or your moderation tips.
Sent them. You're a
Hey, guys.
yelper, man.
Yeah, guys, come on, man. Like you gotta, like I said before, keep in mind sometimes there's going to be some crossover. Okay, it doesn't warrant you manually muting them because that's going to even make it worse. Because people are going to talk because they don't know you're muted or they don't know they're muted from your side. Okay, like come on, we can all be adults and be respectful of each other's speech time. Do we give him one more chance? I want to hear the evidence. He says he has it. You know, that could be
Seems
cool.
too emotional at the moment. I don't know.
Okay, I'll maybe give him a minute there to cool off there. Go take a walk.
I was clearing the floor. I gave him the floor. I said, "Go ahead, Uriel."
Yeah, sounded like that.
I was ready.
It
I was
it
ready
just so
to mute
happens to be while he was-
interrupters.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, like other people aside from mods will take care of them. You don't have to worry about it. But the mods themselves, it's a bit of an ask, man. So yeah, go cool off and come back and whatever.
Get a chance to be not interrupted. All they do is complain about having previously been interrupted. Well, that's just a waste of your time.
Not so productive.
Sorry for stealing the floor, gentlemen. I just couldn't help but chime in with that other guy. But TW were sort of under control there, but I stepped in. So sorry about that.
I suspect they're both just trolling clowns anyway. Then they're not here to have a serious discussion.
Oh.
So what I find interesting is Uriel is still in the VC. Sir, might I put forward that if you have the evidence that you were talking about before, that is substantiated, maybe put it in the chat so it can be reviewed ahead of time before you open up the mic again if it's allowed. Might give everybody a little bit of a precursor into what would be discussed if and when that happens. So, if you would, that would be great. So you said no? Okay. Well, fuck off then.
Alpha Virtuous. Come on, VC, buddy boy.
Alpha Veritas has been challenged.
Just get to answer the question. This guy just taking screenshots. Screenshots galore. This is what I mean. I answer your questions, but you don't answer mine. This is a form of losing, Alpha. It makes you a beta male, and I'm the Alpha. Do you understand, Alpha?
I destroyed you in the text channel, you fucking weenie.
No, you didn't answer the question. I asked you a question, answer it. I asked you a question, answer it, buddy boy. Lol, ha 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 ha. That's what you said. Again, that's 2-0 to me. Alpha, change your name to Beta.
Do you care to summarize?
Yeah, just here it says, yeah, clown. I ask. Oh, sorry. Let me go to the top.
Could you, summarize the context?
Basically, he just asked what's the definition of gas pressure, and I just gave him the definition, and then he just laughed.
So what's that definition?
A force that a gas particle exerts on the wall of container.
Okay.
And then he says, "Have you got evidence of the container?"
And then he laughed. So 2-0 to me.
Yeah, you're a complete moron, dude. Just a crayon munching fucking idiot. You invoked a
Dude,
container.
crayon
with that
munching, this munching. You're
Shut
literally
up.
munching on
Shut
your own
up.
tongue.
I'm not gonna steamroll your mouth past me. You already defeated yourself by invoking a container within the definition of what you claimed. You are claiming a container already. You moron. Yeah.
Where's the evidence of this container? I'm giving a globalist container definition, by the way.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of a necessary antecedent? Oh, I don't know.
I'm giving a globalist.
It's in
Have
the
you
fact
seen an
that you're
evidence of a
breathing?
container?
You're
Have you got
breathing,
the
right?
physical evidence? Do you know where it is? Heretic? Alpha? Do you know where it is?
Sir, it's in the definition. So here's the problem, right? I think most people here would agree with that at this point, this is an inference based off of the definition. I said it earlier, I don't think anyone's got a sample of the physical substance itself.
So why is this guy laughing then? Why is this guy laughing? Oh, why did MIK get muted?
That's none of your business. Ask those questions again and you'll be muted for the rest of the day. Actually, I don't know who muted him.
Anyway, no one has the evidence of a container. That's pretty much it. Sums down.
You do. You already invoked it. You invoked the container with what you posted there.
You don't have the evidence. You don't have a physical evidence or proof of this container.
Didn't you just invoke a force that acts on a container?
Wait, hang on a minute.
There you go.
Hang on a
Tell me
minute.
how you're gonna get a force
So
on a
there are
container.
two different things now. There are two different things.
Okay, listen, you dumb shit. Tell me how you're going to get a container. Sorry, tell me how you're going to get a force on a container without a container.
So you are a globalist?
Yeah, so I'll just set it back again. Not going to move from this until you answer. Where do you get a force on a container without a container?
What are you even talking about? Asked you, what are you talking about? I'm waiting. I don't know what you're talking about here. You gotta explain it.
I had to step away. Did you find any possible way that you can have a force on a container without the container? Tell me what it is.
Yeah, and I said, what are you talking about?
Okay, you're obviously done. Just shut up. Stop talking now.
You haven't answered my question.
I don't have to answer it. You've already invoked a force on a container. You can't answer how it could possibly exist without a container itself. It's over for you. Move to your next cope. We're done with that.
So you're taking
At
globally.
this point, you're just going to try to spin our wheels because you obviously don't have the answer. You obviously can't provide an answer. It obviously isn't possible to provide an answer. So you're going to try to waste my time now without giving the answer and without conceding. That's all you're going to do from this point on. I don't have time for it, and I don't care. So move to your next code.
Can I start the next debate topic?
Yeah, choose the next one because you're cooked there. You cooked yourself.
Curvature.
Go ahead.
I didn't cook myself.
Yeah, you did, and you're not going to. Yeah, you're not going to sit here
Why?
and chant your denial about it either. I said we're moving forward.
Why don't planes dip downward to account for curvature when they fly?
How's he expect? You're a flat earther. What are you talking about?
Is there no more globies in here?
Anyway, heretic, don't mute me. But let's have a civil discussion.
That's a good way to get muted right there. Don't tell me what to do.
I said let's have a civil discussion.
You're not capable of that.
Yes, I am. I'm asking basic questions.
No, you're not. If you wanted to have one, you'd just start it instead of saying this.
Well,
and you keep
I'm
diverting and
basically
pivoting and red herringing and not answering questions at all and trying to reverse the burden and all kinds of stupid shit. So you're not civil.
Okay. So my definition here. This is the definition I posted. The full.
Oh, we're done. I don't need you to go over it again. You give me your concession on that, and that's all you. That's all I need to hear from you on that from this point on.
Come on, please.
No.
That means I won.
Yeah, you're just doing no.
I just won. I just won.
Yeah, you can declare as many victories for yourself as you want. Guess what? Only fucking losers have to do that. Your victory would be self-evident to everybody else. You wouldn't have to say a word about it if it really were one. You are a crayon-munchingly stupid moron who posted a definition for gas pressure which invokes a container, thereby necessitates a container. You absolutely cannot answer the question how you can have a force on a container with no container. So that's the end of that, obviously. You want to try to spin my wheels like I'm just going to forget your blunder here? And you're going to somehow talk your way out of it, out of needing a container when you've already necessitated it within the very definition you posted? All you have left to give me is your concession on that. Anything else? Yeah, I'll just mute you. And just being an obfuscating slimeball weasel is not civilized. Prick.
Eric, when you talk, you have a lot of click clacks.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing, but do you have the evidence of a container? Because saying things is not evidence.
Yeah, you posted it. What does that say?
Saying and text is not.
What does that say that you posted?
Do you have physical evidence?
What does that say that you posted?
Do you have physical evidence?
What does that say that you posted, you prick?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, what? Why did you post it if you don't want to admit what it says? You're hiding from your very own claim now?
Say the line.
Have you got the evidence?
Say it.
What did you post?
Say it.
Have
Say
you
the
got
word,
the
man.
evidence? Sorry. Have you got
Say
the
the word.
evidence? Here, take.
Say the word.
Okay.
Say it.
Yeah, you're done. That's it.
Just playing games, man. Can't even say
Yeah, I
it.
know. Thinks he's just going to derail his way out of this.
He's trying to make us make a claim about something we didn't claim. Interesting.
Yo, repost my gift because it didn't show up.
Unless you can answer how you can have a force on a container with no container, then you have claimed that there's a container, Xanthem. I'm going to take you off mute to answer how that can be done. If you go absolutely anywhere else, guess what happens? You get muted. This is your chance to tell me how you can have... Yeah, just so you're really clear on the terms so you don't fuck it up right away. All I need to hear from you is how you can have a force on a container without the container.
I never said there was no container.
So that's not what I said to say.
But I agree with you. There is a container.
You agree with container of gas pressure?
Yeah. There is a container.
So welcome to Flat Earth, then. What's the problem?
Yeah, no. That's the problem. I don't know why I'm being muted here. There is a container. Listen, there is a container.
Man. Unless you have...
let me finish. There is a container. I agree. Yeah, I agree. There is a container.
Yeah. So what's the container in your model?
What model?
The model you
What are you talking about?
The
I don't
one you
know.
believe in? You don't know? What do you mean you don't know?
I'm so confused. What are you talking about here?
Which model do you subscribe to?
Flat Earther doesn't have a model.
Are you a flat earther now?
Heliocentric is a...
Are you claiming to be a flat earther now? Is that it?
Why are you interrupting me? Can I finish?
I just want a straight answer. Are you a flat earther now? Are you claiming that?
I'll ask first. Based on alpha...
say yes or no. It's a simple answer, man.
Okay, fine. I'll answer your question. Okay, go ahead.
Question.
Okay, go ahead. I'll answer it.
Go ahead, answer.
Okay, what was the question?
Less than 10 seconds. You're a goldfish, man.
Can I just have the question, please?
Man, you're literally a goldfish.
Dude, are you going to ask the question or not? Question?
Yo, T-Dub, check the DM I sent you.
Anyway, so there is a
container. I don't even know if he's here. He might be AFK.
So
there is
you
a
agree
container.
with the definition, but you don't agree with the reality. So which one is it?
I have no idea what you just said, but let me make it clear for you.
Really?
There is a container, but I'm asking where the evidence is. Like, where is it? Like,
No.
No. You can't say. I need a physical. Is there a physical evidence?
No. Don't play this game, man. Come on.
Don't play this game. Is there a physical evidence? Yes or no?
Yeah. You're doing acts, man. Come on.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm not answering.
If you don't want to answer my question, I answered your question.
There's nothing to answer about it. Nobody made a claim.
So do you believe in a container? I believe in a container.
You're forcing out a claim.
I believe in a container. I believe there's a container. Do you believe there's a container? Oh, sorry. There is a container.
Oh, so you're playing that game now.
Is there a container? Yes or no?
Does gas pressure require?
Yeah. So then there is a container. Yeah, we can agree here.
Mm-hmm. Gas pressure requires a container, right? That's it.
Yes.
So
we agree. I stand with you. So I'm saying.
So what now?
I don't know. Listen.
So what now?
So I don't know where the physical evidence is. Do you know where the physical evidence is?
So you know there's
Do you know where the physical evidence is? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where the physical evidence is. Do you know where the physical evidence is of a container?
For what?
Nobody made a claim of it. That's the point.
What do you mean?
Pushing
Is there a
something that
container?
nobody
Yes
wants
or
to
no?
answer?
Is there a container? Yes or no? Is there a container? Yes or no?
What does gas pressure require?
A container. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay. So
that's it.
Yeah, and I don't know where the physical evidence of a container is. Where is the physical evidence of a container?
Go out and look for it then.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Is there one?
You can go out and look for it. Since you want that answer, you go out and look for it. And then come back and tell us where it is.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I just said I don't know. And I'm asking you.
Look at.
All right, cool.
Zantan, look at the side chat.
What can I answer it? Yeah, what's the side chat? Let me see. Which one?
Look at what Tito is posting.
Yeah, that's a container. So what does that matter?
Yeah. You seem to agree with it.
All right, so what's your question?
My question is, where is the physical evidence?
I still don't get why you're still a glober, though. What, if you agree with the
I'm not a glober.
definition?
Who said I'm a globalist?
Well, so you don't answer the question.
What? Oh, that was your question. No, I'm not a globalist.
No?
Are you a flat earther?
Nope.
What are you then? What position do you hold?
I hold the rectangular prism.
Rectangular
centric,
prism.
All right.
Okay.
Centric model.
Concept?
No, I answered all your questions. I've answered every single one of your questions. No hesitation too. So I'm asking you, where's the physical evidence of a
You
container?
already received your answer. I don't know why you keep pushing.
You didn't answer. You just said no. That's it.
If I'm not answering
Libyan
it, then I
desert
have
glass
no
is
answer for it.
rumored
What's
to be
the-
believed as
what's the
pieces
big
of the
deal there?
firmament that lies above our heads.
Oh, so this guy's saying firmament here.
Well, I don't know. I don't speak for him.
So you don't know. That's all. You don't know. Just that's what I'm getting at. So you don't know.
I just said multiple times, I'm not claiming, and I don't think anyone here from our crew claiming. I mean, these are the people, I don't know what they keep claiming something, they don't know where it
This
is.
guy's a flat earther, though.
So
LC expert is a flat earther.
Yeah, but then ask him for the proof.
Yo,
where it
can you
is.
speak
I don't know.
slowly, XQC? Thank you.
So LC expert, you're a flat earther. You know where the physical evidence of a container is, right?
Ask him then.
Libyan desert glass, or you can look up and investigate the Operation Fishbowl Dominic. Fishbowl Dominic means of the Lord, so Fishbowl of the Lord. They mapped out the firmament above our heads. Many different politicians claim to know what it is. Google.
Why is he muted? He's a flat earther.
I don't know. First time seeing this guy.
So we all agree.
He is legit. No joke.
But he didn't give you any proof, though. That was just fairy tales.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Proof. We
Basically,
definitely need
concept.
proof.
It gave you concepts.
We definitely need proof. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what Alpha. Are you there?
Operation is real.
Alpha. Are you there? Like you're just talking side chat. Come on, VC.
He's probably working. There's too much background noise. I don't think he's able to mic up at the moment. Yeah.
That.
Lucy, this was insult. He's too scared. Anyway, Alpha, I'll ask you the question here. So we agree in the consensus that there is a container, Alpha. So why do you keep posting it on side chat? I don't understand. Your Quads, do you understand why he keeps posting a screenshot? I just don't get it.
I don't know. Maybe to keep you. Maybe a reminder. I don't know.
I mean, I agree there's a container. I mean, I've not disagreed at all.
All right. That's it. Now
If
you
you
have
agree,
another question
yeah.
about where
Yeah.
the physicality of it is located. Nobody claimed that. No one here.
No.
of us
Hang on.
that we know of.
I'm asking Alpha this time
What do you
because you
know?
don't know. You just said you don't know. Because you said you don't know, right?
From our community, nobody claims where it is or where it is
Oh,
located.
let me hear it from Alpha. Because there's loads of flat earthers. Like, for example, LC expert.
As far as I know. But these new people talking about some other concepts or references from books, that's something else. That's not the physical.
So there's like a flat Earth, and then there's like it stems off to like other flat Earths. Like there's like subsettings.
Like I said, I don't really speak for new people. Like I've never seen before. I mean, I know Alpha and others. We're on the same page when it comes about this.
So Alpha, do you know where the physical evidence of the container is?
You keep asking the same question. Are you gonna keep asking like 100 times? Maybe eventually someone's gonna say something just to say for the sake of it. Maybe just to make you happy. I guess I don't know. Is that what you're looking for?
The thing is, right? It's all about not being an
You want to
hypocrite.
hear
You know what I'm
something,
saying?
like anything. Maybe
It's about being honest. And when we're having civil discussion, it's all about honest.
I've been honest so far. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That's
I don't
right.
know.
Exactly.
What
You said you
else? I
don't
haven't
know, and that's fine. But I want to hear from Alpha.
I'm gonna make up anything that I don't know of it. In that sense, that you're looking for the physicality. I didn't say where it's located. No one said there.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to get across to here, Tick. But he kept muting me.
We just go by the definition. That's it. We stick with it.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
thing
to
is,
see
right?
them.
Philosophy is all about diving deeper into stuff, right? So this is more of a philosophical approach. We can't just leave at one point and then be like, "Yeah, That's it. Dunzo. You gotta type deep.
Yeah, I get it. You want to explore, but like
You
I
gotta
said,
start asking questions.
maybe you or someone else can go out there and look for it. I don't know. Wherever you need to go. Maybe eventually
that's what I mean. We can't just leave it at this.
With the barrier somewhere.
Like for example, what if the physical container breaks? You know what I mean? There's also that factor, right? There's a lot of things to consider, you know? Like, who is operating this? Like, is it the government? Like, there's so many questions that stems off from this, right? And that's the great thing about
I fully agree. You want to explore. I understand. But we're not here to speculate, though.
Yeah, but there could be someone here, you know, who
here
is
doing what?
Yeah, like flat earthers. I mean, you guys are flat earthers, right? We all believe in containers. There could be someone out there searching, and it could be on Discord, you know, one day.
No, it's not a belief.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying believe, but it's
we go by the definition.
Yeah, the definition. Sorry, definition.
No.
So, try this for a thought. If you were adopted, you ended up finding out that you were adopted. These parents that raised you aren't actually your parents, and you start investigating where your original parents came from, right? And then suddenly, like, everyone around you is telling you you can't go looking for your original parents, right? Does this mean that your original parents don't exist? Or does that just mean that you lack the information of your original parents?
Yeah, that's why we start asking questions.
Yeah. So if your original parents are known by somebody but not you, does that mean your original parents don't exist? Does that automatically mean that your adoptive parents are actually your biological parents? Does that make them that?
Your original parents does exist, yeah.
Okay, so does that necessitate that your, adopted parents are your now biological parents because you don't know who your biological parents are?
I mean, in terms of emotions, they could be. You could just say they're biological, but they're not your biological parents.
Right. The black and white is still there. They're not your biological parents, but you consider them your parents, right? It's analogous to what you're doing right now. You have the belief that gravity is holding you down, and that
where is this coming from? You're literally putting words in my mouth.
You actually exist inside of a gas pressured environment, in a vacuumed environment, without a container separating the two. And then because we say, well, we have gas pressure, and every example I can make of gas pressure, I would need a container, right? You're saying, oh, you don't know who your biological parents are. Well, you don't know where the container is. So it must be this thing that I believe in. It must be my adoptive parents. That's what you're doing.
Is that what I'm doing?
Yep.
But I believe in container, though. So.
You believe in the container. So show us the container.
Oh, shit. I keep saying it. The definition of a container.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same thing, though. You believe in the definition and, like, the definition. Same thing.
Well.
See what I mean? You're very, like. You're very, like, specific when it comes to wording.
Oh, well, we have to, man. We have to. That's the only way to deal with Globers. And what else?
That's good.
You people are out there.
I just simply asked for the evidence. That's all I asked.
Fair enough. I gave you an answer. I don't know. I'm not going to make any claims. Then if I make a claim, I have to show exactly what it is, at what height, etc., or whatever, I'm not going to do that since I don't have that information. I don't have that. But you have this guy now in the chat, LC. He just told you where it is. Maybe you can ask him. Maybe he can show you some information.
So tactical. Why did you think I didn't? How do you say this? I didn't not definition. What the? Why did you think I didn't agree with the definition of a container.
I didn't say that. I was just
I'm talking
asking.
tactical.
Tactical.
Yeah, tactical droid. I don't know where he came from. I don't know why he talked about gravity. I don't know. So LC expect. Let's go with you. It's a barrier given to us by God post-flood. It's speculated that the Great Rift is where the water came from. Okay. Quran talks about the flat Earth plus the firmament too. I mean, like I said, flat. There's a flat earthers, and then there's like
Well,
sort of like
you have Biblists as well, when it comes to flat Earth. And
you got the religion.
This is the thing. We have to distinguish these parts, unfortunately. So, he goes by that. We don't go by that as observable, natural evidence. Like we can prove for ourselves that anyone can go and test for themselves and verify. Basically, this is just claims without any actual evidence. And the real world.
What's the expect? Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence?
I mean, surely, yeah, Bibles and whatever religions, they talk about certain stuff that correlates with flat Earth. I mean, that's fine. But we don't go by that as first-hand evidence.
Else you expect? Just say you don't know. Simple. You got no evidence.
He gave you a number if you scroll up when he posted first to type there.
Yeah, approximately 150,000 miles up.
Right.
That's a claim, not an evidence.
Yep. Yeah. So now ask him for the evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Where's the evidence? Else you expect? Yeah, I don't know why they mute you. I don't know.
Xanthem, if I may ask, why are you so staunch on this? Why is this so necessary for you?
Well, the evidence?
Physical evidence of this thing that we're talking about, yeah.
Like I said earlier, it's about diving deep. It's about philosophy. It's about how the world works. Like, for example, what if the container broke? End of the world. Like, come on. Like, shouldn't we be able to fix it? You know what I'm saying? Just like how the government hides secrets.
Hang on, though. It's not do you really think it's your responsibility to fix something that you didn't create in the first place?
We can learn.
That wasn't an answer to my question.
Okay, I'll answer the question. I'll answer it so you're satisfied with it. As a human being, we're all responsible for taking care of this planet or Earth. I'm not going to say planet, Earth. So if this is destroyed, right, we're all going to die.
Well, here's the problem.
I do feel responsibility.
If it's destroyed by something that is in a direct consequence of our action, there's an argument there. But something that supposedly doesn't even really exist according to your logic, if it breaks, how is that really our responsibility if it's not something that we had an effect on?
It could lead to the endanger of our human species.
Okay.
I do agree with the container.
So I'm just entertaining your thought, right? Pointlessly, I think. But for the purpose of argumentation, right, when trying to discover the true nature of where we are, do you recognize? Nigger! You do for the purpose of
Who the hell was that?
Some Sonic guy. So for the purpose of this argument, there he is. He's right there.
Mr. Ron.
Get him. Get him.
You gotta get whoop ass here, man. Look at that.
So Xanthem, you do you recognize that for the purpose of this argument, this is not necessary?
What do you mean?
Do you understand that?
No, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean?
For the purpose of the argument, whether there is a container or not, knowing this physical, what this substance is made of, is not necessary for the argument.
It is. It is
Also,
necessary. The reason it's necessary is to learn.
but I told you, the argument has been made. There must be some physical container for there to be gas pressure. Thus, the argument of whether it's a globe next to it with a gas into a vacuum, that cannot be the case. Period. End of story. Whether it's made of glass, whether it's made of plastic, God knows, right? It doesn't matter.
I'm so confused now. Yeah, okay. I have a question then. So, based on what you're saying, because it's not a
it's not a requirement. It's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement. But the thing is, right, a globus can just say, well, this container can just be a sphere as well.
Can be a what?
A sphere shape. That traps the gas.
Okay, well then that's on them. Then that's on them to prove, right? And now, if they do claim that you could, they're basically.
Wait. Hang on.
Check this out, right? If they do claim that, then they're also insinuating that we're living on a sphere to begin with, thus requiring them to demonstrate that with some sort of measurement of curvature.
So that's a different argument right there.
I know, but
because we're talking about just gas pressure here.
Yeah. I get that, and that's fine. They can claim that all they want, but to substantiate that, they would fall into the trap of, oh, well, it means I'm, living on some sort of curved surface. It doesn't matter. You don't have to think for them. Let them put forth their argument, and you deal with it as it comes.
So
follow?
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, if the definition is given, you don't need to see the physical container. That's irrelevant to the argument. And then I said, if a globaler comes in and say, well, the container is a sphere. It's like surrounding us, right? Okay? So this is just talking about the gas pressure. But then you would say to him, well, proof, give me evidence of this container. That's pretty much what I said to you. And you said you don't know.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, what did you say?
What I was talking about, the curvature of the thing that you're standing on. Not of the thing that would be surrounding the supposed thing that you're standing on.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, then I would say what you said. Yeah, then I would say what you said. It's irrelevant to the argument.
It's very simple. It's very simple, dude.
Yeah, you're moving the goalpost. Like, you're just gonna switch to like the curvature. That's pretty much it. Next thing you're gonna talk about is curvature.
Well, yeah, because the argument is formalized that indeed, you need some sort of contained environment. But then, if they propose that, then they're basically throwing everything else in the supposed heliocentric model out the window. So they're basically conceding without saying they concede. And then they also put themselves in a trap that, then now they have to prove curvature. They do it like a double-edged, double-pronged, harakiri.
Well, that's the thing, because they can just say, like, we don't know this material of this container, so it's surrounded. It's a sphere-like because they believe this, right? Their heliocentric model, the shape of the Earth, right? They don't know the material of this, so it could be anything. We don't know, right? And then we would move the goalpost to, well, then you would say, right, so now we're going to talk about the curvature. So that's a different argument. That's what I'm trying to say, basically.
Whatever the case may be, man.
Yeah,
they're putting forth claims. It's up to them to substantiate it. For an hour and a half now, it's been about gas pressure.
Yep.
And it's like, well, it needs a container. Oh no, it doesn't.
Yep.
Yes, it does. Well, what's the thing made out of? Who cares? It's a container.
Exactly.
There needs to be.
I'm moving the goalpost. Like, yeah. Just like how you would say to the globalist, right? So what's the curvature? Where's the curvature? I'm just saying, what's the evidence? That's pretty much it.
Well, it's because at that point they're conceding that indeed it does need gas pressure. Period.
What are you talking about?
It's not that you're moving the goalpost. It's that they're closing the argument, but invoking a new one implicitly, and that's where. So they've moved the goalpost in a way by closing the argument and leaving room open for more argumentation on what they claimed. So it's on them.
Well, Globus. Well, let me just like break this down. So, Globus would give the definition of the gas pressure, and then you would say, and then they say, yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I'm not here to chart out a flow chart for you. Okay, you got to do that kind of on the fly, knowing the material.
Yeah, but you're moving the goalpost. That's what I'm saying. That you're just moving the goalpost. To the next argument.
If you want to call it that, sure. And only if you really want to continue an argument. Because they've shot themselves in the foot by conceding that it does need a container. They're sabotaging their entire worldview, effectively. Yet it might take them 10, 15, 20 minutes for them to realize it.
How would they be sabotaging it? Just having a container?
Because the heliocentric model suggests you don't need a container. That it's gravity or whatever. And then if they say, oh, well, fine, you do need one. Like, that's a nail in their entire worldview. It goes against the standard model.
I'm so confused. Let me bring up the definition. Force of gas particle exerts on the wall of a container.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the definition. So why would the globalists not agree with this definition?
Jupiter.
Because the claim is, from their side, that gravity acts like one.
Yeah, but okay, that's fine. So they think it's gravity that acts like a container. But you didn't. Yeah, that's fine. But you don't even know the evidence of what the container of your thing looks like, or like the material.
Doesn't matter. All that's needed is that physical.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's physical, right? It's physical, so you don't know what the material is. We don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Does gravity have walls?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the globalists could be like, oh, it's like gravity, but they actually mean a material gravity. I don't know.
Gravity doesn't have walls, as far as I know, so that rebuttal by them is nonsense.
No, but like, I'm just saying, gravity could be like a material. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then prove it.
In gravity.
I said it could be like. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
The standard model to date is basically Einsteinian's bendy warpy spacetime, which they claim to be a quote unquote fabric, but it's not like a physical thing you can touch and all that stuff. You know?
Maybe
they're like, required for.
Yeah, so this definition is right. There is a container. Even globalists should say they don't know this container.
Yeah, but people can't admit that they're wrong.
You don't know this container.
Well, now you do. Most people don't.
I don't know this container. Could be made out of anything.
Yeah, I guess so.
Exactly. So let's just say a globalist goes like, the container is feel like that's what keeping the gas, right? Then you would say, well, explain curvature, right? Because the whole premise of this argument we're having is me saying I want an evidence of this container is invalid to the original argument of gas pressure. So when you talk about curvature after, it's the same thing. I'm just going to say that's completely invalid.
No, man. Well, to them, yeah.
It is.
To them, yeah. If they're going to try to attribute it some sort of physical specification, well, that the onus is on them to own that, to substantiate it, right?
And
that's what we're getting at you. And I think I inferred that myself earlier. Nobody's making the claim of the nature of this thing, except that it's got to be physical to contain the gas.
Exactly, and then me asking the evidence is not. It's still relevant to the original argument, you know.
You're allowed to ask that, right? And people are allowed to say they don't know. It doesn't mean that they're wrong on the main point.
Yeah, I never said they're wrong. I never said that.
Right. So then you're cool with that, right? I would say I don't know. I haven't heard of anything.
Yeah, I'm cool with
that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I don't know.
Cool, then it doesn't matter. But you realize that this argument
it's still relevant. It's still relevant. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's very interesting. If you want to maintain that, maybe continue your research, fine. But recognize that, this room has been occupied with this back and forth for about 45 minutes, only finally to come to the conclusion that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it is relevant to the original argument, and that's what I wanted to say. It doesn't mean that the original argument is wrong.
No, but it's not. I'm not saying it's not an interesting point. My point is to suggest that you need to know the substance of the material to be able to confirm that indeed it is a container is not true.
It is, and that's why we went to the premise, and that's why I asked, and that's why I said, right? I said, if this container, right, were to break, it would jeopardize our life, and end of humanity would cease to exist.
Well, here's the thing. Now you're catastrophizing, okay, and looking into the future.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well that's a you problem. The point of this argument,
Alpha, you say it in chat,
dude. The point. He's working. Leave him alone. Okay. The point is,
he said it first. He said it first to me.
Oh. Yeah, I keep telling you that. It doesn't matter, dude.
It doesn't. It is relevant. It's relevant. Why can't you just agree? Why do you think it's not relevant? I don't get it.
It's not relevant to the point being that there has to be a container. It's like I said, if it's fucking plastic or glass, it doesn't matter, right? To the point that it's physical and it must be there.
Okay. You know what? I'll end this with one question.
Yeah,
Can you give me the definition of a container? Can you give me the definition of a container, MIK?
Off the top of my head? Something that contains something else?
Yeah. A container, right?
Yeah. Normally it's of physical nature. Now whether it's confined in all both the top, the bottom, the left, right, and the forward and the back, or everything except the top, that's context specific. Right? A cup is a form of a container, but it doesn't need to be sealed off at the top because it's just liquid. It's just a liquid inside. If you don't care about evaporation, that doesn't matter. But it's technically a container. Now, with regards to gases, it has to be sealed in all quadrants or all dimensions.
Yeah.
So it's context specific.
Yep. Yeah. You're right. So, where's the evidence of a container? The physical evidence, sorry. I'll make it clear.
Are you asking for the fucking substance after we just went around this roundabout?
I'm not asking for the substance of the physical container. I'm just saying, do you have the evidence of the container?
Yeah, the consequence of that, which is gas pressure. So we know it's there.
That's because you say it's there, but I'm saying, do you have the evidence?
You're asking the same question as you did an hour ago. Now you're being a fucking weasel. I told you, dude. The consequence of gas of a container with more and more gas or less gas inside is a variance in pressure. We have a variance of pressure, therefore there must be a container. Unless, of course, you can suggest a means by which you can achieve gas pressure without a physical container.
Again, you're literally driving this conversation to the point that I don't believe in a container, but I do believe in a container, and I'm asking you, do you have the evidence of container? Why do you speculate that the question that I ask means that I'm denying your original?
You realize you're asking the same question you did an hour ago. We got to this
Answer my
point.
question. Answer my question.
I already told you. I don't know. I don't have physical.
Exactly. You don't know. So what was all of this? What was all of the other things about?
I told you. I don't have it.
I guess here's the thing. Like if the globular Earth theory is that, okay, we don't need a container necessarily because gravity is maintaining this air pressure, so to speak, but you suggest that there is a container, can you provide evidence that there's a container?
Me?
I guess. Hear him.
The one that believes in a container.
I don't know.
Okay, so what's the point?
How else do you have gas pressure?
The same way, like we would say Jupiter has gas pressure, and it's not because Jupiter is a container.
How do we know that?
Well, we've sent probes to Jupiter. We can feel.
How do we know that, sir? We've sent probes to Jupiter. How do you know that? Have you verified it? How do you know? They told you that? You saw it in an article or something?
Have you been to Jupiter? Have you been to Jupiter?
I've certainly seen it.
You've seen
I've
what?
seen Jupiter too. I've seen a star. I've seen a bright light.
We've seen bright light in the sky. How do we know of the physical makeup of this supposed physical makeup of this thing?
The same way that we know the physical makeup of the sun or the moon. You know, while we haven't been there, but we have evidence of.
Yeah, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. It's basically pulling it out of their ass. They use something called spectroscopy, right? They take a reading of the wavelength of the light being emitted from this, these points, and they make inferences based on what substances they're aware of that emit certain frequencies of light, and therefore ipso facto it must be this substance because we know this substance emits a blue light. Therefore, this thing must be this substance. Okay. That's how they do it, but there's a big problem with that because not all things that emit that certain frequency of light are this substance. You follow?
Yeah. Do you follow?
Like, I understand what spectroscopy. I can't pronounce it. I understand what it is, and I guess I understand that. Like you're saying, we run this experiment that expensive machines that astronomers use or scientists use, but we can also run this machine in my backyard with a low budget. We get the same answers, but because there's room for maybe there's a light frequency that we don't yet know of yet, you're saying I should disbelieve the conclusions we've come to?
No, I think you misunderstood, sir. Okay. This is the thing. First of all, number one, it's not exactly what you would call an experiment. Okay, this is more of an observation. Okay, and they're measuring frequency of light. Okay, but check this out, right? If I have an apple and a strawberry and a raspberry on my desk, okay, and I take this reading and I point to one of them, I get red. Point to the other one, I get red. Point to the other one because they're both all red, right? If I walk 1,000 feet away and I point back to the table and it's very, very small, because it's far away, and I point, in that direction and I get red, can I say for sure it was the apple or for sure it was the raspberry or for sure it was the strawberry? Just because I got red? What if it was a fucking leaf that fell from a tree and got in the way? We don't know. Just because it's red, it's not indicative enough of the substance emitting that frequency. That was my point. Okay?
But if you were fair, we didn't come to the conclusion that Jupiter is a gas giant just because of spectroscopy. Jesus Christ, say the word for me.
Spectroscopy. Look it up, sir. Look it up. All the planets.
But there's a mountain of evidence, and spectroscopy is just one of the metrics, right?
That was as far as I'm concerned, That was one of the initial means by which they were trying to determine this before they supposedly sent up a probe and all that. Okay, so they had to assume this ahead of time based on this type of observation. And lo and behold, by the grace of God that they were quote unquote correct according to them, and then they did all the shenanigans. But it's an insufficient metric to really come to any sound conclusion. But everyone buys it as if it's true. Now, if you mean to say that they actually did send probes, how do you know that? Like, how did you verify this to be the case?
What is your burden of proof that I need to go into describe? I know it to be true. They sent a probe to Jupiter and Jupiter's moons.
Evidence?
Well, because I could just ramble on about here's the reason, here's the reason, here's the reason, but I want to understand what's the burden of proof that you're asking me for.
Well, do you have anything to begin with? Like, what convinced you that they actually went?
Well, seeing the rocket launch, or seeing the line item for the budget and the 200 people that worked on said project, all all agree that they worked on the project to send a probe to Jupiter and Jupiter's moons. But this list could go on and on. I could ramble forever. But what is your burden of proof needed?
Something other than a stack of claims, most of which, if not all of them, cannot be substantiated. First of all, you have a line item in a budget. That's a number on a piece of paper. They print up money, so it doesn't fucking matter.
All right, let me time you out real fast. So I get the claim part where it's like, okay, it's unverifiable. Yeah, a bunch of people agree, and maybe we spent money towards a project, but these are just claims. So, I guess I'm thinking of an example, okay, if I have a radio telescope and I can receive the transmissions of said probe, because these are all open source, you can receive transmissions from probes in outer space. If I received that transmission, that would be beyond just a claim, right? That would be evidence of such.
That would be a step closer, but there's a problem with that. Radio transmission, okay, it's basically it's a specific frequency. Okay, you have an antenna or some device or whatever. That device is unaware of the direction from which the thing came from. So even if you point it upwards, right, the range of possible directions it could have come from is narrowed down by the angle of the dish or whatever you're pointing at, right? So it could have come from fucking anywhere, bounced off something in the air, and who knows?
Oh, but come on, me and my buddy, I'm in the States, he's in Australia. If we point at the same coordinate in the sky, and we're both receiving the same transmission,
have you done that?
We can deduce. I haven't, but I'm trying to understand what's the burden of proof that you need to be convinced that these probes, space exploration has existed.
Well, first of all, it's in direct, like I was saying before, I think maybe you chimed in at the time there. It's in direct violation of what we know to be a necessary antecedent to have gas pressure. So unless these guys are magicians and are able to pierce through some sort of physical barrier that contains the gas that we breathe and supports the gas pressure for a livable environment, then there's a big problem, sir.
You lost me with that one.
Okay.
Allah Akbar. My bad, I'm sorry.
Can you go on mute, sir? Thank you.
Yeah.
Where are you lost, sir?
I guess we're talking about okay, there's claims. I need something more than that. I'm trying to go through this thought process with you of okay, what's some firsthand evidence that I might be able to provide, and then you go on to tell me that something about gas pressure. I just didn't understand how that was relevant to what we're discussing.
Why? Okay. So why it's relevant is because the claim is we live on a sphere, right, ripping through outer space. And we have this environment, gas, and all this stuff that we breathe, to support life. right? But there's an issue with that claim just on the face of it. One, there's no curvature, but that's another point. But the main thing I'm getting at is we're breathing air. There's a gas pressure that we can measure of about 14 psi at sea level, whatever. And it's known in science that you need to have a physically contained environment to support a sustained gas pressure to begin with. So if that's true, then there has to be a physical barrier that these guys are claiming that they went through. And that's where that's the first problem. Right? And then there's what you were bringing forth of all these claims. So there's a stack of claims on the table that claim to have done something in direct violation of this known fact.
And please repeat the known fact that it's in violation of.
To have gas pressure, you need a physical environment, physically contained environment. Or if you want, or even put differently, if you have two pressure systems, one that has, let's say, 14 psi, and another one that is a vacuum, let's say, the claim about outer space, there has to be a physical barrier in between them for them to actually maintain those pressure units or those pressure measurements. Otherwise, they balance out.
Okay. All right. So,
but apparently, the gas can just maintain pressure without a physical barrier because it's outer space, right? It's a vacuum and all that. But how can that be? How can that be the case? That's the problem with all this space exploration.
Maybe we're being loose with language here, because when we're talking about it maintains this pressure, I'm trying to follow, but you got
let me ask you.
A barometer. Hold on, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm following you so far, but
go
when
ahead.
we have a barometer on the surface of the Earth and that pressure changes, we're not assuming that somebody outside the container is adding more gas or taking away gas, are we?
No, of course not. Of course not. There's many variables too. There's many variables at play. Okay, there's temperature. There's actually the composition of the mixture of gases. There's wind. There's all sorts of.
I'm with you.
It's not static. It's not static, right?
Okay, so when we took your example of gas on one side of the container, a wall, and then a vacuum on the other, and then we take away that wall, and the pressure equalizes. We're talking about nominal average pressure, right? We're not talking literally the pressure inside the container is equal at every square inch.
It balances out approximately.
But it's not perfectly balanced out, right?
Well, considering that, let's say the volumes. The volume of gas around the periphery of the container are subject to various other conditions more so than the ones towards the middle. Like, let's say they're touching the glass; it's a glass container. It's cold. That might be a little bit less pressurized than in the middle. But at some point, it would balance out to find a happy medium, right?
Nominal average pressure. But this doesn't imply that the pressure is uniform everywhere in the container, right?
Well, no, because everything's in flux. But the point is it's stable. The point is it's stable. It finds a stable point. Right? Nominal average pressure like you're talking about. Whereas the claim is we're ripping through outer space. We have something here adjacent to the void of outer space. And somehow it hasn't balanced out here with outer space, so much so that we actually have something that's orders of magnitude more pressurized than the claim of outer space. And there's no container, according to you guys. It doesn't add up. Like how else do you get pressure, gas pressure? Are you aware of what gas pressure is defined as?
So my understanding is the way you measure gas pressure is, is there a container that the air is bouncing off of. That's how you must measure it, right?
No, it's not asking you how you measure. It's not asking you how you measure it. It's asking how you cause gas pressure.
What's it defined as?
I think the distinction between a flat earther and a globe earther would say that this container is not necessarily needed because gravity, in effect, is the container.
Right. So this is where the
does gravity have walls?
Yeah, this is where
you and I both know the answer to that question.
It presses on the walls of the container. So if gravity doesn't have walls, then that don't make no sense.
Yeah, if you knew the definition of gas pressure, you would see that there's a problem with that claim. Now, unless, of course, unless the claim is that this definition is archaic or legacy or something like that, and that there's new evidence to suggest that you don't need physical volume to contain the gas, then this is all novel and stuff. Well, that would be very interesting, and I think a lot of people would welcome that into the room. Somebody bringing this forth and bringing the evidence to say that this can be so. So far, I haven't seen anybody else in here have.
Yeah, and I'm not claiming to be the know-it-all, but I guess trying to think through like a mental exercise of like how we could prove each other wrong. One requires a physical container, one doesn't. Gravity versus legitimate container. I'm thinking about like for example, if I was on Earth and I had a vacuum chamber right next to me, and I had a basket of helium dyed green, so you could like see it with your eyeballs. And then I start opening up the container full of helium. I open up the vacuum chamber. That helium would rush towards the vacuum chamber and eventually equalize. Like that would make sense in my head. But when I'm like on the cusp of Jupiter or something, that's super dense, super gravity. It's certainly not a vacuum on Jupiter. But yet that same principle would apply, correct? If I open up that gas of helium, it would rush towards Jupiter.
So that's part of the that's part of the problem, right? Because the claim is that Jupiter is a giant ball of gas coalescing together as a byproduct of the gravitational field that comprises it, squishing it all together. So you just have this large bundle of gas, and we call it a planet, or whatever. It's called a planet in the modern world. But whoever demonstrated that gas can actually be coalesced into some sort of spherical form solely by gravity alone. Now, and what is gravity to begin with? That's a whole other point. Follow? Like, if there's evidence for it, it would be very interesting to look at.
Was the guy saying he imagines that gas pressure would require a container even on Jupiter being a gas giant? So he can't even imagine gas pressure not needing a container. But then there's the issue of the gas giant in outer space of Jupiter. That is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. The claim is that gas does not need a container to be pressurized because gravity can do it. Now, how do we know that? TikTok, you're on mute, sir. Do you have an answer?
I don't know what TikTok's going to say, but the bottom line is nobody's demonstrated it, right? You can imagine it, you can math it. Demonstrating it would be something that hasn't been done yet. But people believe something that hasn't been demonstrated. So that's again interesting. Why would you believe something that has not been shown to be the case?
Well,
because they were told it before they could critically think.
Because
I got a diagram. I got a diagram for the pictures and colors and shit.
Again, I ask, how would you want that demonstrated to you?
Well, if you got to ask, then I guess you can't do it, can you?
How do you want me to How do you want me to demonstrate it to you? Like, listen, I'm gonna run from here to my tree. How do you want me to demonstrate me running from here to my tree to you? That's a super deep question, right?
Physically.
That has an easy answer.
Physically. It's said
With
to
an
be
experiment. Jesus Christ.
It's said to be something that's physically happening, so physically demonstrate it. I mean, look,
Okay, gas moves from high pressure to low pressure because that puts the system at the lowest energy. That's what gas does. So in order to keep gases from moving from high pressure to low pressure, you have to have a barrier to keep them from doing that. Like gas it's not sentient. It doesn't say, "Oh, I've got all this space. I'm going to move out and fill up the space." It's just subject to force.
yeah,
So
gas
since we
expands.
live on,
gas
since we live on the surface of the Earth and at surface level, we have atmospheric pressure, i.e., the atmosphere just has pressure. How would you want that demonstrated?
How do you cause pressure?
How do you cause pressure? Great question.
Yeah, I know. So this is the kind of the two positions, right? We can demonstrate gas pressure by putting it in a container. By consequence of that contained environment and the amount of gas, depending on the temperature, there will be an amount of pressure exerted by the gas that wants to expand outwards, but can't do because there's a physical container in the way. We can demonstrate this. Can you physically demonstrate your claim that stops entropy increasing and causes gas pressure?
Okay, one, you can't stop entropy. Entropy is a fundamental law of the universe.
Bingo.
Any spontaneous system causes an increase in entropy, even if it causes a localized decrease in entropy.
Yeah, it can't reverse. It's an irreversible change.
Okay.
So your claim is against this. You're saying this irreversible change isn't changing.
What could I do, GE Platypus? If I had 25 psi in a container, how could I increase the psi? Like what could I do to vary that?
To increase the pressure in the container?
There's
There's a couple of ways.
Okay.
But mechanically, there's a couple of ways of doing it. You can either increase the energy inside the container, or you can increase the amount of gas in the container.
But you're going to need a container, right?
To cause a change in pressure, yes.
No, to cause the change in pressure, which we've already achieved because we have gas in a container, that's the pressure. We can we can vary manipulate the pressure by putting more gas in there or changing the energy like temperature.
Yeah,
but you're going to need a container.
Hold on. But you didn't specify whether it's a totally closed container or not. I can add energy.
Container.
I can add energy to a container that's not entirely closed.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So hold on.
But what's going to happen if I do that?
My friends, my God. So we're talking about thermodynamics. We've got a few systems. One would be an isolated system, which doesn't exist, and then closed and then open. Yes, within a closed system, I can add energy like heat, but because it's closed, the physical matter can't escape. When I open the system, of course, I can still deliver heat to the system, but now because it's open, the physical matter can escape. It's like having a can.
But you can't keep that energy in there indefinitely because of entropy, right?
Yes, because of entropy, the heat will dissipate.
Right.
The pressure will go down.
Right. So and the Earth is constantly at somewhere, even though it's nighttime where you are, it's daylight somewhere always, right?
Yes, it's
where does all of that?
It's a constant influx system, which wouldn't exist if there wasn't a container. We're talking about derivatives within the system. Remember delta X? We've still got X. We've still got X, which is how you achieve pressure. Which is why I asked you the question in the beginning. How do you achieve pressure? Where you contain it. You're saying that you don't need a container. Gravity will do that. So can you physically demonstrate that, please? You can talk about the derivatives after you've achieved pressure with gravity.
Well, you're not answering my original question.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
You're not.
I'll tell you.
Even on a flat, even on a flat Earth with an enclosed system, You can't demonstrate the opposite. Like you
What?
can't demonstrate this quote unquote necessity for a like physical containment in order to have the
Yeah,
pressure.
we do, because the second law of thermodynamics will dictate that if there's an available volume for gas to fill and the gas has energy, the gas will fill it. So we can demonstrate that you're going to need a container because the gas will fuck off.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so he didn't bring that one up. So like, I imagine you can manipulate the pressure. Like if you had the 25 psi pressure within the container, you could either add more gas, right, and then you get a higher psi. You could, I guess, shorten or shrink the volume, right, like make it a smaller container and get a higher psi, and then you could add heat and get a higher psi. All right, so those are some options.
Going to need a container though.
Can I chime in for a second, just real quick? Platypus, what we want to see is gravity holding gas away from a vacuum without a barrier. It's pretty simple.
Yep.
I just acknowledge that gas is subject to external forces like anything else.
That's awesome. Your external force, gravity, can you show that then?
Well, for me, it's the tendency for things to move toward the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, tendency for things to move towards the surface of the Earth. Where's the gas produced? On the surface of the Earth. So on the surface, right? Which way does it go?
Where's the gas produced on the surface of the Earth? You talking about
So-
oxygen?
Yeah, so for example, where's the gas produced? Like oxygen, where's that produced?
On the surface of the Earth.
Oxygen.
On the surface. Sorry.
Yeah. He's giving you the answer. I gave it to you.
Well, technically, there isn't anything that makes oxygen on Earth. Oxygen's just here.
No, phytoplankton in the sea gives us 98.9% of the oxygen that we breathe.
Hey, Jedi, it doesn't make oxygen. It breaks carbon dioxide back down into its
Hold on, Platypus. There was a recent paper published that there's rocks on the seafloor which produce oxygen through electrolysis.
So
Again, hey,
look it
hold
up.
on. Hey, what's water made
So
of?
we didn't know about it like 2 months
What's
ago,
water
but
made
now
of,
we
India?
know.
Chemically,
Hydrogen
what's
and
water made of,
oxygen.
India?
Hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah, so is electrolysis making oxygen?
No, it's electrolysis is separating it. This is a separation of the hydrogen from the oxygen. Electrolysis of water, dude.
It's not genesising oxygen, though, so don't word it that way.
Yeah, it's not making it, it's freeing it.
Should we
Then
talk
use the
about
word
evaporation? Should we
Everybody
change the
except
state of
Platypus
water
sounds
to a
like a
gas?
fucking retard.
Should we change the state of
Oops,
water to
sorry,
a gas?
I was muted.
That's fine. Should we just change the state of water to a gas, like evaporation, right? Should we just do that? Make it simple.
Well, yes, yeah, it technically is, but it's a different gas.
Bang. Yeah, okay, so it is a gas that is reproduced, if you want a better term, or a water has changed phase into a gas. Which direction does it go?
Up, usually.
Good. So when you say you believe that gas goes down because when you drop solid objects they go down, you forget that gas doesn't do that. Gas goes upwards when produced naturally within the Earth's environment, right?
Yeah, just
Fills
like
the
liquids, different gases. No, just like different liquids, different gases have different densities. It's
That's lovely density, though. With regards to gas, you're going to need a container to start talking about densities. But the gas that is produced or reproduced or cycled is down here, then goes up. You said things go down. No, not all things. We're talking about gas that goes up. So observably, we'll give you gravity. It's not affecting gas then.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, where was the gas produced and did it go up from the surface where it was produced? We just had this conversation, it went up. You said
when it
you
went up.
dropped it,
When it moved up, did it leave a void? Did it leave a void? Did it leave did it leave a vacuumous void when it moved up?
No, other gas moved into that space because gas fills space.
No,
Yes, gas fills space.
why did that? Hold on. Why does a helium balloon go up?
That would be a density relationship, dude.
Right, and when the helium balloon goes up, does it leave behind a vacuumous void?
No, because the gas fills the space.
Now, the gas that's replacing it is
Fill in the space.
It's more.
Fill in the space. I don't know why you're trying to use this patronising tone. You seem to be asserting.
He means more dense. I got it.
There you go.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah,
Somebody
awesome.
got
That's lovely. Why you're talking about this, I don't know. You're going to be needing to talk about containment when you're talking about the density of a gas.
Back to containment.
Well, because you're feigning ignorance, Jedi. You're saying, "Oh, look at this gas going up." Yeah, that one's going up because
when
another
you
one is
make
coming
the
down because of
claim that
density.
things go down, platypus.
It was disingenuous.
Sorry, you dumb fuck. You made the claim that
Oh,
things
now we're
go
spurging
down.
out.
Excuse me. You made the claim that things go down with regards to gas. I just pointed out that gas doesn't do the thing that you claimed. It goes up. So who's being disingenuous?
Yeah. Okay. So are you telling me that
Oh,
oil
who's being
goes on?
disingenuous?
So,
Would that
so when
be
you
you?
so when you mix water and oil, the oil is going up. That's what's happening.
We're talking about gas.
No, we're talking about density.
Platypus or platypus. You're just ascribing, which is no problem. You're ascribing. You're saying the reason that things go up and down is relative density disequilibrium. Is that what you're asserting?
I only specified relative density.
The Earth is not flat. The Earth is actually round. It's cube shaped.
It's round. It's cube shaped. You're a dickhead.
Weird virtue signaling.
What was that? I'm sorry.
You still need to demonstrate gravity acting as a container.
I'll give you the if. I will preface this with the word if, and I'm giving you that. If
Was that the
gravity,
Submariner?
if mass attracted mass and gas has mass, you put it next to something that has sufficient mass, it's going to move toward it. And hold on. The force at which gas expands is a measurable force. Gas isn't sentient. It doesn't do it because it wants to. It just does it based on the amount of energy that those gas particles have. Case in point, you put a given volume of gas in a flexible container, like a balloon. If you inject more heat, or what's a lot easier to do, you take away heat, put it in a freezer, that same volume of gas is going to shrink down and take up a tinier bit of space. Why isn't it filling the most space that it possibly can within the balloon anymore? Because it doesn't have as much energy anymore.
The pressure differential between the inside of the balloon and the outside pressure, you idiot.
Yes, you idiot. It's almost like gas is subject to external forces like anything else.
Sorry, the higher pressure is winning because high goes to low.
It's not higher and lower isn't winning, Jedi.
It is when you started to bring up your argument about the balloon getting colder and the volume reducing.
Yeah,
that would be higher pressure. Right. Why are you talking, stupidest man in the room? I don't get it. Why'd you talk?
By the way,
the balloon in the freezer. For the record,
you can't even have platypus. You can't even have this conversation without a container.
You're citing PV equals PV nRT, right? I mean, that's not demonstrating gravity. That's pressure, volume, density, heat. That's not.
Yeah, you can't prove gravity, so checkmate, globetard.
I mean, it's just not. It's just not the thing that's being. I mean, we can all like it's a great tautology. We can all agree that like we can manipulate the amount of gas. We can manipulate the temperature, the volume, the density of the gas, etc. But we're not proving this downward.
All right, ask Kalam real quick if he knows if the Earth is a globe. Kalam, do you know if the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't know. I didn't make any claim.
All right, then why do you pipe up like you want to say something? Now you don't.
I did say something.
Irrelevant. Something irrelevant.
I still said it. Why are you mad?
You don't need to talk to the Submariner that we've been speaking to.
Why don't you just calm down?
Bitch, shut up.
Bitch, suck me.
Meanwhile, nobody knows if the Earth is a globe. Right? That's how this goes.
No claims made here today.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
Klum,
I know something for sure.
I mean, but platypus. Listen, platypus. Are you? It's okay. Like, just you don't have to concede as if you're wrong, right? But you would
no,
just
he
say,
does
I
have
don't
to
have
concede like he's wrong.
He must.
Every day.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Over
I don't have.
We need him to.
Like he's wrong. No, we don't need him to. He's gonna.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I don't know who's
Go
talking.
fuck off to another VC, will ya?
Suck me.
Absolute
You
garbage.
Where's the mod?
Platypus, you just
What's the mod?
yeah, platypus. You just don't have it. That's all. Like you're like I mean, it's not like it's on
It's
you. It's not
ruining
your
our live
fault. I mean,
stream.
that's all I'm saying. It's not your fault, buddy. But it's like
Oh
I
yeah,
just
it
don't
is.
have an.
Look,
Is it
Hank,
his
you're
fault?
charitable, dude. It's his fucking fault. He doesn't know the argument. He doesn't understand gas pressure. It's his fucking fault. Yeah, it is him. He's the reason why nobody understands, because he's confusing fuckers that come in here trying to figure out what's going on. He's the reason. He's confounding what truth is and making it look like he doesn't understand, or anybody else. He's confusing the fuck out of the information. When he gets a clear, concise answer, he doesn't understand, so he's going to interject with some bullshit. Yeah?
Yeah, well,
That's simple.
it's just not. Somebody else fed this to him, and he believes it's the case, which
Okay,
everybody
then. If
believes.
you advocate for a position that's incorrect, are you also incorrect or correct?
Yeah, he's also incorrect. No problem.
Okay, that's the point. That is the point I'm trying to drive home. So yeah, he's in here spreading misinformation because he doesn't understand. For over 7 fucking years, he's been doing this. But yet he has to get held by the hand through this conversation he's had over 100,000 times.
Yeah,
Oh,
asking
okay.
what does he want us to do? He knows exactly what we want.
Oh,
Just plain stupid. Really simple.
I
I'll
want
say
you to
it
tell me.
again.
I want you to tell me how you're going to do it.
Demonstrate gas pressure being held away from the vacuum by gravity. It can be small scale, right? So get a container, put a vacuum in it, inject some gas, and let's see gravity hold it down away from the vacuum. You know this isn't going to happen.
Point of order: if you do fill a container with more gas and you put it on a scale, it weighs more. Indio. That's a
Well,
fact.
sorry.
So what?
Did you need the
So
container
what?
to keep the gas there? You seem to be
Mass
you
attracts
need to
mass isn't weight.
demonstrate.
Weight and mass are not the same thing, Platypus. You know this. Yeah, it is his fault. I agree with Alpha. You're being intentionally ignorant at this
told
point.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how else do you ascribe weight to something then, Alpha? Or Miggy?
Yeah, we make this thing called a scale, and we have a reference amount, and then anything, any value that it is relative to the reference amount, we call weight. So the displacement of a spring.
So you got to put force on it, right?
Does weight have direction?
No.
Like the instrument that you're using is sensitive to pressure on top of it, correct?
Is that in a direction?
A what?
Is that in a direction? You said down. Is that a direction? Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to be cute, you could hold a scale upside down and let a helium balloon float up and hit it.
That would just be pressure then, wouldn't it?
That's all it ever is.
Okay, so when you weigh a heavy object like your phone, it has a pressure vector downwards. When you weigh a container of gas, the container has a pressure vector downwards. The gas inside the container is pressure in all directions. The gas has an omnidirectional pressure vector. Weight's just one direction.
Okay, so if the gas is an omnidirectional pressure vector, then why would putting more gas in the container make the container weigh more? If it has an omnidirectional pressure vector, that means it's applying its pressure, its force, in all directions evenly. That means it shouldn't be increasing the downward weight measurement. It would be a net zero Jedi. That's why that doesn't make any sense.
Because the gas is in a container, dude. The force, the thermodynamic energy of the gas can't penetrate the walls of the container and push on the scale. Come on, dude. Are you serious?
It's in a container. It's in a container, and it's
that's right.
It's trying to go in all directions simultaneously, evenly, right?
And it can't because it's in a container.
But that is what it's trying to do at all times, right?
Yes, it has the temperature.
So then why does the weight increase?
What is that? Because you increase the number of molecules inside the container because there's more of them, right?
So we're establishing that gas has weight.
Why is your voice?
Yeah, I listen. Gas has weight. That's not a problem. Listen. You guys always try to conflate two ideas. Listen, you try to conflate two ideas. Things fall weight with mass attracts mass, creating a pressure gradient. They're two different things. They're two different ideas. There's no justification to bridge them.
So if gas
See,
has
that's
weight,
why gravity is such a fucktard, such a fucking nightmare, right? For Glover's and us, is because it's two different ideas conflated as one.
Not only that, they get the cause and effect relationship conflated as well. They don't know what they're talking about. They have to parse it out as the understanding of something that we see as a phenomenon. And also, when you're talking about the cause, you don't have a fucking clue what the cause is. Nobody does.
Absolutely none. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I do not understand the mechanism by which gravity happens. It doesn't make
So
sense.
everybody's sitting pretty with that fucking both sides. Well, at least both sides should understand that, but we don't get that from the side that the globe Earth proponents that come in here. You might be saying that now, but the next guy that comes in here is not going to say the same thing you are. He's going to say, I absolutely know what the cause is. And he starts giving us Cavendish and all kinds of shit.
Well, he either understands it better than I do, or he's lying. And I don't know which one of those it is. I'll tell you what I don't know.
Obviously, he's a fucking liar. He doesn't know. Because if he did know, there would be some factual evidence. That's redundant, but there would be something put down that it's true. And there isn't. Not in academia anymore.
Can I ask where gravity touches stuff? Like, where does it come from and where does it go? Like, does it touch the bottom of the ball or the top or the side? Like gas? Like, which part does it touch first?
Are you actually looking for an answer to that, Democ? Because I can
Fucking right. I want to know that sweet spot.
It's weird. Gravity. So since all mass attracts all mass, the more mass.
To where?
The more mass you have in a certain spot, the more it's going to attract other mass.
Where at?
Everybody wave bye-bye to
Okay,
Einstein.
see, that's what's funny, and that's what I didn't understand about it for a while. I thought it pulled you toward the center of the Earth. Like, literally, there's like a point at the center of the Earth where you would move to, and then you'd be there.
I'm saying once gravity gets to the center of the Earth, does it stop there or keep going? Where does it come from to get there? And if it gets there, does it stop there or does it keep going to be gravity?
Nope. If you were to go to the center of the Earth, there is still gravity there. But what's funny is at the center of the Earth, all the mass of the Earth is around you equally.
Prove gravity right now.
Right. So if you could go to the center of the Earth and not burn up,
The center of the Earth?
you would experience weightlessness.
You said all mass attracts mass. Why don't you just show us?
Oh my god. Weightlessness? Really?
I know now he's invoking no
Are
weight.
you like 5 shots in? The fucking Jose?
I just wanted to know where it came from and where it went. And if
Fuck's
nobody's
sake,
got
dude.
yeah.
It's just a collective, man. It's just what you experience from everything under your feet.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.